Hey everyone, tonight we're tightening our corsets, figuratively, and stepping into one of the strangest corners of history, Victorian fashion. Despite its apparent elegance, the Victorian era of lace and top hats was rife with bizarre trends, risky accessories, and numerous dubious decisions. So before you get cozy, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you enjoy the content we push out daily. Also, please let us know what part of the world you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now grab your blanket, dim those bright lights, and let's see the real history behind Victorian fashion. Have you ever experienced the sensation of your jeans being slightly too tight after the holidays? Imagine if the designer of every piece of clothing you owned held the belief that the human body was merely a suggestion. Welcome to Victorian fashion, where comfort became obsolete and common sense took a long hiatus. Picture this, it's 1850 and you're a well-to-do lady preparing for your day. But first, you need to put on approximately 17 different garments, each one more bewildering than the last. Your morning routine doesn't start with coffee, it starts with an engineering degree and the patience of a saint. The Victorians had this peculiar relationship with the human form. They believed that nature had created significant design flaws, and they were determined to rectify these flaws using materials such as whalebone, steel, and unwavering determination. It was like they looked at the human body and said, you know what this individual needs? More geometric shapes and less ability to breathe. But here's the thing that makes Victorian fashion so fascinatingly absurd. None of these changes happened overnight. It wasn't like someone woke up one morning in 1837 and declared, from now on, women's waist shall be the circumference of a coffee mug. No, the outcome was a gradual slide into sartorial madness that took decades to perfect. The truly surprising aspect is that people at the time believed they were acting completely rationally. They had elaborate justifications for every ridiculous element. Tight corsets? Needless to say, they were beneficial for posture, and the skirts so wide that they can't fit through doorways. Undoubtedly, they are essential for maintaining modesty. Do sleeves need their own unique zip code? Simply fashionable, darling. You have to admire the dedication, really. These weren't people who half committed to anything. When Victorians decided to complicate fashion, they went all in like they were trying to win an Olympic medal in most impractical clothing design. They approached fashion the way modern people approach extreme sports, with enthusiasm that bordered on the reckless. Men were not exempt from this madness, although their version was more subtly ridiculous. While women were being transformed into human geometric shapes, men were busy perfecting the art of looking like very serious penguins. They wore top hats that accentuated their height, coats with useless tails, and enough starch in their collars to construct a miniature boat. The fascinating thing is how this all started with genuine intentions. The early Victorians weren't trying to create a fashion nightmare. They were responding to real social and economic changes. The Industrial Revolution had created new wealth, new social classes, and new anxieties about respectability. Fashion became a language, a way to communicate your place in this rapidly changing world. But somewhere along the way, that language became increasingly complex, like a secret code that only the initiated could understand. What started as dress nicely to show you're respectable evolved into transform yourself into a walking architectural marvel or risk social extinction. The irony is delicious when you contemplate it. Here was an era obsessed with moral virtue and proper behaviour, yet they created clothing that made simple human activities like sitting, walking, or breathing into minor athletic achievements. It was as if they believed that suffering for beauty was not just acceptable, but actually virtuous. As we drift into this story together, imagine the rustling of silk, the creaking of whalebone, and the gentle chaos of an era when getting dressed was an adventure, and staying dressed was an endurance test. The Victorians may have been many things, but boring wasn't one of them. Let's talk about the corset, shall we? If Victorian fashion were a movie, the corset would be the villain everyone loves to hate. Simultaneously fascinating and horrifying, like a beautifully crafted instrument of torture that someone decided to wear to afternoon tea. You've probably heard the stories about women fainting left and right, their organs rearranged like furniture in a studio apartment. However, the truth about corset wearing was not as dramatic as the legends portray. It's like that friend who tells fish stories. The basic facts are there, but they've grown considerably in the telling. Let's first tackle the issue of the 18-inch waist in the parlour. Do you notice the remarkably small waists in fashion plates and photos? Many of them were about as real as a unicorn wearing a tutu. Victorian photographers and illustrators were just as fond of creative editing as modern Instagram users. They'd pinch in waists, enhance curves, and generally present an idealised version that was as achievable as becoming a professional mermaid. But that doesn't mean corsets were just gentle, supportive garments either. These were indeed serious business. A well-made Victorian corset was like wearing an architectural support system, designed by someone who'd never actually met a human spine. They were marvels of engineering, really. Dozens of pieces of whalebone or steel, carefully shaped and sewn into what was essentially a wearable cage. The thing is, most women didn't tight-lace to the extreme degrees you might imagine. Your average Victorian lady laced her corset snugly indeed, but not to the extent that she required smelling salts each time she ascended a staircase. The fainting epidemic was more about the combination of tight lacing, heavy clothing, overheated rooms, and the Victorian lady's delicate constitution, which was often more performed than genuine. Think of it this way. If women were really fainting en masse from their undergarments, the Victorian era would have been remarkably unproductive. Yet somehow, these same corseted women managed to run households, raise children, engage in social causes, and even work in factories. They weren't delicate flowers. They were surprisingly hardy individuals who happened to dress like they were preparing for battle with their bodies. The corset also served purposes beyond the aesthetic. In an era before bras were invented, it provided necessary support for women's busts. It also helped distribute the weight of those massive skirts we'll talk about shortly. Imagine carrying a small tent around your waist all day. You'd want some structural support too. But here's where the corset story gets really interesting. It became a symbol of women's oppression and liberation simultaneously. Critics argued that tight lacing represented society's control over women's bodies, forcing them into unnatural shapes to please male ideals of beauty. Supporters countered that the corset gave women an hourglass figure that emphasised their femininity and power. The medical establishment, never one to miss an opportunity to have opinions about women's bodies, weighed in with dire warnings about the dangers of tight lacing. Doctors wrote lengthy treatises about corset liver and corset lung, conditions that sound like they were invented by someone who'd never actually examined a corseted woman, but had profound feelings about fashion. Meanwhile, the women actually wearing these garments had more nuanced views. Many found their corsets comfortable and supportive when properly fitted. Others endured silent suffering for the sake of fashion. Some rebelled entirely and joined the dress reform movement, which sounds much more exciting than it actually was. Imagine a group of very earnest women campaigning for the right to wear clothing that didn't require an engineering degree to put on. The corset industry itself was fascinating. A complex network of manufacturers, from high-end corsetiers who created custom pieces that fit like a second skin, to mass-market producers who churned out ready-made versions for the growing middle class. Getting a corset properly fitted was like visiting a very specialised architect who worked exclusively in human modification. As you settle deeper into your comfortable, uncorseted evening, remember that for Victorian women, this daily ritual of lacing and unlacing was simply part of life. They adapted to their constraints with remarkable ingenuity, developing techniques for movement, breathing, and even dancing while wearing what was essentially a fabric-covered cage. The human capacity for adaptation is truly remarkable, even when adapting to something utterly ridiculous. Let's pause here while you adjust your position on the couch, something Victorian women couldn't do quite so easily. If corsets were the foundation of Victorian fashion madness, then skirts were the magnificent, impractical superstructure built on top. We're talking about garments that required their own transportation planning and had a carbon footprint larger than some small countries. Picture yourself getting ready for a simple trip to the market in 1860. First, you'd need to consider your skirt's diameter, typically anywhere from 6 to 12 feet across. That's not a typo. We're talking about wearing a fabric tent that could house a small family. You couldn't just walk out the door. You had to strategize your exit like you were launching a space mission. The evolution of the Victorian skirt can be compared to a person gradually losing their sense of reality, albeit in a methodical manner. It started reasonably enough in the 1840s. Full skirts, yes, but nothing that required architectural consultation. Then something happened. Maybe it was competition. Maybe it was boredom. Or maybe someone made a bet about how wide they could make women's silhouettes before physics intervened. By the 1850s, the crinoline had become ubiquitous and irreversible. The crinoline was essentially a cage you wore under your skirt, hoops of steel or whalebone that created a bell-shaped foundation. It was like wearing a personal tent frame, except the tent was made of silk and you were expected to waltz in it. The logistics of crinoline life were staggering. Doorways became navigation challenges. Sitting required careful calculation and preferably a chair without arms. Getting into a carriage was like solving a three-dimensional puzzle while wearing a small building. Victorian women developed skills that would have made NASA engineers weep with admiration. And yet they made it look effortless. Photos from the era show women gliding around in these massive skirts as if they were perfectly natural. However, a complex science underlay the management of crinolines. Women learned to compress their skirts by pressing down on the hoops, to navigate stairs by lifting the front of their skirts just so, and to sit by effortlessly collapsing their crinolines. The really magnificent part was how the fashion industry supported this madness. Crinoline manufacturers competed on engineering principles. Some crinolines had collapsible sections for sitting, others featured graduated hoops that created the perfect bell shape. The advertisements read like technical manuals for personal transportation devices. But crinolines had their dangers, and not just the obvious ones like getting stuck in doorways or accidentally sweeping objects off tables. Fire was a genuine hazard. All that fabric, often treated with flammable starches and dyes, combined with open flames for lighting and heating. Victorian newspapers are full of tragic stories of women whose skirts caught fire, and the width of their crinolines made it difficult to extinguish the flames quickly. Then there were the weather-related challenges. Wind turned a crinoline into a sail, which sounds poetic until you realise it meant women could be literally blown off course during their daily walks. Rain was particularly problematic. Imagine trying to dry a tent that you'd been wearing all day. The social implications were equally complex. A wide crinoline was a status symbol, proof that you could afford not just the garment itself but the lifestyle that accommodated it. If you could wear a 6-foot wide skirt, you didn't need to work, cook, clean or engage in any practical activity. It was conspicuous consumption in its most literal form. You were conspicuously consuming space. But here's what makes the crinoline era so endearing in retrospect. Victorian women took these absurd constraints and somehow made them work. They developed elaborate etiquettes for crinoline navigation, techniques for managing their skirts in various social situations, and even sports modified for women wearing personal tents. Croquet became popular partly because it was one of the few activities where a crinoline wasn't a complete impediment. Dancing required choreography that accounted for each partner's circumference. Even something as simple as walking with a friend became an exercise in spatial coordination. The crinoline reached its peak absurdity in the 1860s, when skirts achieved their maximum circumference. It was as if Victorian fashion had been steadily expanding like a balloon, and everyone was waiting to see who would be brave enough to suggest that maybe, just maybe, this was getting a bit ridiculous. Little did they know, the next chapter would involve bustles, because apparently making skirts impossibly wide wasn't quite enough. The Victorians were just getting warmed up. Just when you think the Victorians couldn't possibly make clothing more complicated, along came the bustle era to prove that human ingenuity in the service of impracticality knows no bounds. If the crinoline was like wearing a bell, the bustle was like strapping a small shelf to your posterior and pretending your posture was perfectly normal. The transition from crinoline to bustle in the 1870s wasn't gradual. It was like watching a balloon deflate and then reinflate in a completely different shape. One day women were navigating doorways sideways because of their width, and the next they were backing into rooms because their skirts projected 3 feet behind them. It was as if Victorian fashion designers had gotten bored with horizontal challenges and decided to explore vertical possibilities. The bustle itself was a marvel of engineering that would have made bridge builders jealous. Early bustles were essentially wire cages designed to create a shelf-like projection at the back of the skirt. Later versions became increasingly elaborate. Some had springs, others featured adjustable frameworks, and the most advanced models included collapsible sections for sitting. Imagine attempting to sit down while wearing a bustle. It wasn't just a matter of bending at the waist, it required a carefully choreographed sequence of movements. You'd approach the chair from the side, collapse your bustle by pressing down on it, lower yourself carefully while managing several layers of skirt, and then somehow arrange all that fabric so you didn't look like you were being swallowed by your clothing. The logistics of bustle life were even more complex than crinoline management. At least with a crinoline, you knew you needed extra space in all directions. You never know what's going on behind you when there's a bustle. Victorian women developed a kind of spatial awareness that modern people can't imagine. They could sense exactly how much room their rear projection required and navigate accordingly. Doorways remained challenging, but in new ways. Instead of squeezing through sideways, bustled women had to judge angles carefully. If your approach was too steep, your skirt might snag on the doorframe. If the approach was too shallow, you wouldn't be able to pass. It was like parking a car, except the car was attached to your body and made of silk. The bustle also created intriguing social dynamics. Conversations became exercises in geometry. How close could you stand to someone when you were both wearing rear projections? Dancing required new techniques, and something as simple as walking arm in arm with a friend became a coordination challenge worthy of synchronized swimmers. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about the bustle era was how it demonstrated Victorian society's ability to adapt to absolutely anything. Furniture makers began designing chairs that accommodated bustles. Architecture started accounting for the extra space women required. Social customs evolved to handle the new spatial requirements of female fashion. The fashion plates of the era show women looking perfectly composed in their bustled gowns, but the reality behind the scenes was a constant comedy of spatial miscalculations. Victorian literature is full of subtle references to the challenges of bustled life. Women getting stuck in carriages, skirts caught indoors, and the general chaos of trying to live normally while wearing architectural elements. Yet somehow, Victorian women made it work. They developed techniques for bustle maintenance, strategies for navigation, and even created new forms of social interaction that accommodated their enhanced silhouettes. The human ability to normalise the absurd is truly impressive. The bustle went through several iterations during its reign. The first bustle era featured relatively modest projections. Consider it to be training wheels for posterior architecture. The early 1880s brought a brief respite when skirts became more streamlined, likely bringing a sense of relief to everyone. But Victorian fashion wasn't done yet. The second bustle era, beginning in the mid-1880s, brought projections that defied not just comfort but basic physics. These weren't just bustles. They were engineering marvels that created silhouettes so extreme they looked like costume designs for a play about furniture. The final bustle designs were so elaborate they came with their instruction manuals. Some featured multiple tiers, others had adjustable angles, and the most advanced models included patented mechanisms for collapse and expansion. It was as if Victorian women were wearing transformer robots, except instead of turning into cars, they turned into chairs. As we move through this fashion timeline, remember that each of these trends lasted for years. This wasn't a brief moment of collective madness. Entire generations of women lived their daily lives in these contraptions, adapting with remarkable grace to constraints that seem impossible from our modern perspective. If you thought Victorian fashion was done surprising us after corsets, crinolines and bustles, you clearly underestimated their commitment to making every part of the human body an engineering challenge. Enter the 1890s sleeve, also known as the leg of mutton sleeve, though that name doesn't quite capture the full absurdity of wearing what amounted to small hot air balloons attached to your shoulders. Early Victorian sleeves were snug, practical affairs that allowed for actual arm movement. However, as the century progressed, sleeves began to expand, as if they were competing with skirts for the title of most impractical garment component. By the 1890s, sleeves had achieved such monumental proportions that women needed to turn sideways to fit through doorways, not because of their skirts this time, but because their shoulders had effectively doubled in width. These garments were not merely sleeves, they resembled fabric architecture with arms hidden inside them. The construction of a proper leg of mutton sleeve was an engineering marvel that required more planning than most modern home renovations. The sleeve had to be supported from within using various frameworks, wire, whalebone, or even cotton padding arranged in precise configurations to maintain the proper shape. Getting dressed involved not just putting on clothing, but assembling a complex structural system. Imagine trying to eat dinner while wearing sleeves that extended well beyond your actual arm span. Victorian women developed eating techniques that would have impressed contortionists. They learned to approach their plates at specific angles, to cut food using carefully calculated arm movements, and to drink tea without completely obscuring their faces behind walls of fabric. The practical challenges were endless. Embracing someone required strategic planning. Getting into a carriage meant compressing your sleeves like accordions. Even something as simple as reaching for an object on a shelf became an exercise in spatial mathematics. Victorian women lived in a world where their clothing had a larger footprint than their actual bodies. But the sleeves weren't just large, they were elaborately decorated. Puffed, pleated, gathered, and trimmed with every conceivable ornament. They were like wearing 2 small ballrooms complete with their interior design schemes. Some sleeves featured multiple tiers of fabric, creating layered architectural effects that would have made wedding cake decorators weep with envy. The maintenance requirements were staggering. These sleeves needed to be pressed into shape regularly, their internal structures adjusted and repaired, and their elaborate decorations kept pristine. Victorian women employed armies of servants, or spent hours themselves maintaining their sleeve architecture. It was like owning a very high-maintenance pet that you wore to social events. Then there were the seasonal challenges. Summer sleeves in heavy fabrics created portable saunas around women's arms. Winter meant adding even more layers to already monumental constructions. Rain posed a significant challenge. Imagine attempting to dry 2 fabric pavilions fastened to your shoulders. The social implications of extreme sleeves were fascinating. They were clear indicators of leisure-class status. If you could wear sleeves that made practical work impossible, you obviously didn't need to engage in any. They were an extreme form of conspicuous consumption, demonstrating that one could afford to be completely impractical. But Victorian fashion wasn't finished with extremities yet. Hats during this era became increasingly elaborate, often featuring entire gardens of artificial flowers, preserved birds, and decorative elements that would have been impressive on a parade float. These weren't hats. They were portable ecosystems that happened to sit on people's heads. The millinery arts reached new heights of complexity during the Victorian era. Hat construction involved multiple specialists. One person might create the basic structure, another would handle the flowers, and a third would add the birds and ornamental elements. Some Victorian hats required their own structural engineering consultations. Gloves, too, became exercises in extremity enhancement. Victorian gloves were often so long they disappeared entirely under those enormous sleeves, creating the impression that women's arms simply ended in fabric somewhere around the elbow. The longest gloves extended past the elbow, requiring complex systems of buttons and hooks for removal. Even shoes joined the extremity enhancement project. Victorian boots often featured dozens of tiny buttons or an elaborate lacing system that required special tools to fasten. Getting dressed from head to toe could take hours, and often required assistance from servants or family members. The cumulative effect of all these extremity enhancements was that Victorian women became walking demonstrations of their society's relationship with practicality, which was to say they'd broken up entirely and weren't on speaking terms. Now settle in for this part of our story, because we're about to explore how Victorian fashion became more complex than quantum physics, but with more rules about appropriate necklines. Behind all this sartorial madness was a scientific approach to respectability that would have impressed laboratory researchers. The Victorians didn't just randomly decide to make clothing complicated, they developed elaborate systems of social communication through fabric, creating a language so complex that anthropologists are still trying to decode it. The Victorian dress code wasn't just about looking nice, it was about broadcasting your moral character, social status, economic situation, marital availability, and probably your opinion on the weather, all through carefully calculated costume choices. It was like wearing a social media profile, except instead of posting updates, you changed your outfit. Morning dress, afternoon dress, evening dress, calling dress, walking dress, travelling dress. Victorian women needed different costumes for different hours of the day and different social activities. It was as if they were actors in an incredibly elaborate play where the costumes changed every few hours, and forgetting your lines meant social death. The specificity of the rules was astounding. There were appropriate colours for widows at different stages of mourning, precise neckline depths for various social occasions, and exact sleeve lengths that communicated whether you were available for courtship or properly chaperoned. Getting it wrong wasn't just a fashion faux pas, it was a social catastrophe that could affect your family's reputation for generations. Take mourning dress, for example. Victorian society had developed mourning into a complex ritual that lasted for years and involved costume changes more elaborate than a Broadway production. Full mourning required completely black clothing with no ornamentation for the first year. Then came half mourning, which allowed for touches of white, grey or purple. The gradations were so specific that there were etiquette books devoted entirely to appropriate mourning attire. The fabric choices alone were a science. Certain materials were appropriate for certain seasons, social classes and life stages. Silk was appropriate for formal occasions, cotton for everyday wear, wool for winter, and linen for summer. But not just any type of silk, cotton, wool, or linen. There were dozens of varieties of each, and choosing the wrong type could broadcast ignorance of social codes more effectively than wearing a sign. Colour symbolism reached levels of complexity that would have challenged medieval scholars. White symbolises purity and youth, but this symbolism is limited to unmarried women, specific fabrics, and specific seasons. Black signifies respectability and authority, yet its significance varies based on factors such as age, marital status, and the particular shade of black. Purple was mourning, but also royalty, but also dangerous if worn by the wrong person at the wrong time. The trimming and decoration systems were equally elaborate. Ribbons, lace, embroidery, buttons and bows weren't just decorative elements. They were parts of a complex communication system. The amount of ornamentation appropriate for your age, social status, and the occasion required calculations more complex than filing tax returns. Even undergarments were part of this social communication system. The right corset, chemise, drawers and petticoats weren't just about creating the proper silhouette. They were about demonstrating that you understood and could afford to participate in the full complexity of Victorian fashion culture. The economic implications were staggering. A proper Victorian lady's wardrobe required a fortune not just to acquire but to maintain. The cleaning, pressing, mending and updating needed to keep pace with fashion changes meant that clothing consumed a significant portion of middle and upper-class household budgets. Dressmakers became crucial figures in Victorian society, not just as craftspeople, but as cultural interpreters. A competent dressmaker didn't just sew, she guided her clients through the complex social codes embedded in fashion choices. She was part counsellor, part artist, part social strategist, and part structural engineer. The seasonal transitions were particularly complex. Spring cleaning wasn't just about houses, it was about wardrobes. Summer and winter wardrobes were stored separately, with elaborate systems for preservation, moth prevention, and maintaining the shapes of complex garments during storage. Fashion magazines became essential reading, not for inspiration but for survival. They provided the constantly updated information necessary to navigate the changing rules of appropriate dress. Reading Godey's Lady's Book or Peterson's magazine wasn't leisure. It was continuing education in the science of social acceptability. The really remarkable thing is how Victorian women managed to internalise all these rules while making their complex fashion choices appear effortless and natural. Behind every graceful Victorian lady gliding through a social gathering was someone who had mastered a system of cultural communication more complex than most modern professional training programs. By the 1890s, something crazy was happening in the world of Victorian fashion. People were beginning to realise that clothing should allow for basic human functions like breathing, sitting, and moving one's arms. Although it took several decades for this revolutionary concept to gain traction, women's freedom to move was a significant catalyst for change. The dress reform movement had been percolating throughout the Victorian era, led by brave souls who dared to suggest that perhaps women's clothing shouldn't require engineering degrees to operate. These fashion rebels proposed radical ideas like skirts that didn't require their own zip codes and sleeves that acknowledged the existence of human arms. Dr. Gustav Jaeger introduced the world to woolen undergarments that prioritised health over silhouette manipulation. The rational dress movement promoted clothing that allowed for actual physical activity. As casual clothing that valued comfort over structural soundness, tea gowns gained popularity. It was like watching civilization slowly remember that humans had bodies underneath all that architectural clothing. The bicycle craze of the 1890s delivered a particularly effective blow to impractical fashion. You simply cannot ride a bicycle while wearing a bustle, and Victorian women were not about to give up this exciting new form of transportation just to maintain their rear projections. Cycling costumes featured a revolutionary concept, divided skirts that allowed women to actually move their legs independently. Sports in general began to influence fashion in ways that prioritised function over form. Tennis required clothing that allowed arm movement. Golf needed skirts that didn't interfere with swing mechanics. Even croquet, that most Victorian of games, worked better when players could actually see their feet and move without strategic planning. The influence of artistic movements cannot be understated. The aesthetic movement promoted artistic dress that prioritised beauty and comfort over rigid social signalling. Pre-Raphaelite artists painted women in flowing gowns that actually followed the lines of the human body, rather than imposing geometric shapes upon it. It was as if artists were reminding society what people actually looked like under all that structural engineering. World War I would ultimately bring an end to the excesses of Victorian fashion, but by 1900 the seeds of change had already begun to emerge. Women were entering the workforce in increasing numbers, pursuing higher education, and engaging in social causes that required practical clothing. You can't effectively advocate for social change while wearing a garment that requires two people and a manual to put on. The corset began its long, slow retreat from maximum tightness. The S-curve silhouette of the early 1900s, while still involving serious foundation garments, allowed for a somewhat more natural waist placement. Skirts began to narrow, sleeves returned to more reasonable proportions, and hats stopped requiring their own postal codes. Fashion magazines began featuring articles about healthful dress and rational clothing choices. Doctors, who had warned for decades about the dangers of tight lacing, were finally receiving attention. Social pressure for impossible silhouettes was beginning to give way to the medical establishment's concerns about corset liver and compressed organs. Perhaps most importantly, women themselves were beginning to question why their clothing should be more complex than their educations. The new woman of the 1890s and early 1900s wanted clothing that matched her expanded role in society. Practical enough for work, comfortable enough for an active lifestyle, and sensible enough to allow for the full range of human activities. The transition wasn't immediate or complete. Many Victorian fashion elements persisted well into the 20th century, and some never entirely disappeared. But by 1910, the era of truly extreme fashion construction was winding down. Women were beginning to dress like human beings rather than walking demonstrations of their family's economic status and their tolerance for physical discomfort. Looking back at Victorian fashion from our comfortable modern perspective, it's easy to laugh at the absurdity of it all, but there's something admirable about the sheer human adaptability it represented. Victorian women took clothing that seems impossible to live in and somehow built entire lives around it. They developed skills, techniques, and social systems that allowed them to function despite wearing architectural elements. The Victorian fashion era teaches us something important about human nature. We can adapt to almost anything, but that doesn't mean we should have to. Admitting that something widely accepted is actually ridiculous and needs change can often be the most revolutionary act. As you settle in for a comfortable night's sleep in your practical, breathable pyjamas, spare a thought for those Victorian women who managed to build rich, complex lives while wearing clothing that defied both physics and common sense. They may not have been comfortable, but they were certainly never boring, and with that, we conclude one of history's most intricate attempts to overly complicate daily life through fashion. Sweet dreams, and be grateful for elastic waistbands. We're starting off with the veteran and the sacred spring, Republic 2nd century BC. Marcus Licinius let out a pained breath as he lowered his battle-scarred body into the steaming stone basin. The midday sun filtered through olive trees around the rustic bathhouse, turning the rising vapours golden. For a man who had spent years rinsing in frigid camp rivers, this languid heat was a luxury. He closed his eyes, feeling old javelin wounds in his shoulder and thighs for the first time since the wars against Carthage. Standing nearby, the Greek physician Philon watched and smiled knowingly, ladling scented warm water over the veteran's back. "These Greek contrivances," Marcus began to grumble, but his voice softened into a sigh as warmth seeped into his bones. Bathing was a custom introduced to Italy from Greece only recently, and traditional Romans like him still met it with equal parts curiosity and scepticism. Yet pain had a way of overcoming pride. Philon recalled how Marcus had limped into the grove that morning leaning on a staff and refusing help, Now the soothing aromas of lavender and laurel in the water softened the soldier's hard expression. Philon had come to Rome as a captive Greek healer and earned his freedom through medical skill. Back home, healers understood the power of balneum, the bath, as a place of cure. He had learned illness came from imbalances within and believed water and heat could help restore harmony. The physician gently helped Marcus lean against the pool's edge and, with a bronze strigil, began scraping sweat and oil from the skin, removing grime as well as what he called bad humours. Marcus did not fully grasp the theory of the four humours, but he understood one thing. The ritual felt cleansing and oddly renewing. They were not alone in this modest bathhouse by the sacred spring. Nearby, a pair of villagers quietly soaked their aching limbs and inhaled herbal steam for stubborn coughs. The atmosphere was hushed and reverent. This place wasn't a grand public thermae, but a simple balneae beside an ancient spring long believed to be touched by the gods. Marcus recalled tales of miraculous waters curing the afflicted. The spring fed a small hot bath chamber and a cold pool downstream, and its reputation had spread after soldiers claimed wounds healed faster here than elsewhere. As Marcus's body grew acclimated to the heat, Philon guided him to the next step of the regimen. Now for the cold plunge, the physician said. Marcus grimaced but complied, hobbling to the frigidarium, a circular stone pool under the open sky. He braced himself and descended. The cold water gripped his skin like an icy fist, drawing a sharp gasp. Every instinct screamed to leap out, but Marcus stayed, recalling Philon's counsel that the sudden change in temperature would stimulate his blood and invigorate the body. After a few breaths, the ache in his leg dulled to a manageable throb. The shock of cold following the deep warmth left him breathless yet strangely revitalized. Shivering but smiling, Marcus emerged and wrapped himself in a woolen towel offered by an attendant. He rolled his shoulder and found it looser, the usual stabbing pain notably diminished. Perhaps there is something to these baths after all, he admitted, meeting Philon's eyes. The Greek patted his arm. Not magic, friend, nature's gift. Heat and water can do more than any salve. Marcus had to agree. At the edge of the spring-fed pool stood a small altar covered in thank offerings, clay votives shaped like limbs and tablets etched with words of gratitude. Despite years of battle-hardened skepticism, Marcus felt compelled to step over. He murmured a few words to Aesculapius, the god of healing, giving quiet thanks in the old way. A breeze rustled the olive branches overhead as if in gentle approval. Marcus stood taller. The weight of his armour was gone, replaced by a lightness he hadn't felt in decades. In the silence, broken only by trickling water, a battle-weary Roman discovered a new kind of victory, the healing power of water and rest. With Philon's help, Marcus donned his tunic. The veteran's scars would remain, but he felt that a piece of the war's burden had been lifted from him, left behind in those sacred waters. As they departed the grove, Marcus glanced back at the spring one last time. In that tranquil refuge of warmth and faith, he had found hope that even the deepest wounds might one day mend. A day at Agrippa's Thermae, between 27 BC and 12 BC, early empire. Steam swirled through the cavernous caldarium as Lucius adjusted a bronze pipe, redirecting hot air beneath the marble floor. He was a servus balnearius, bath attendant, in the magnificent baths of Agrippa, starting work before dawn in the furnace room. Face flushed from stoking the wood-fired hippocaust, Lucius finally climbed out into the main halls carrying baskets of fresh olive oil and folded linens. The baths were already coming alive. Aristocrats in elegant togas, weathered legionaries, merchants from afar, and even freedmen and slaves scraped together the tiny fee for entry, all arriving in the morning light. Social distinctions melted away once inside. Senators, merchants, soldiers, and even slaves mingled freely here on common ground. By mid-morning they stationed Lucius in the appetiterium, a changing room filled with cubbyholes for clothes. A kindly senator pressed a quadrans, the customary fee, into Lucius's palm as a gratuity. Since Agrippa's death, the magnificent Thermae were left free to the people, so any payment now was a personal gift. Lucius smiled gratefully and tucked the coin away. Suddenly, a shout at the far side signalled that a bather's cloak had gone missing. Lucius's stomach dropped. Theft in the crowded baths was unfortunately common, and he knew the gods would receive another bitter prayer against a thief before nightfall. As the rush of bathers slowed, Lucius took a moment to breathe. He wandered through the tepidarium, the warm room, where clusters of men reclined on heated benches. 2 scholars soaked and debated in Greek about Aristotle. Nearby, a poet declaimed new verses to an appreciative circle. He often saw philosophers and poets here, sharing wisdom with anyone who would listen. Though he dared not interject, Lucius felt proud to work in a place where knowledge flowed as freely as water. His reprieve was brief. A call from the Palaestra, exercise yard, sent him running. One of the wrestling trainers needed more oil for athletes to anoint themselves. Lucius fetched a jug of scented oil and marvelled at the surroundings as he trotted through a colonnade. Agrippa's complex was not only baths and gyms, but also gardens and promenades. Through arched doorways he glimpsed manicured courtyards and colonnades, like the Greek gymnasia but even more sumptuous. Patrons strolled those paths to cool down, surrounded by statues and greenery, a carefully crafted landscape of leisure and health. Back in the main bath hall, Lucius carefully poured oil into the hands of a burly veteran, preparing for a massage. The man nodded in thanks, scars crisscrossing his back. He mentioned that his old war wounds pained him less after a hot soak. Lucius offered a polite smile and moved on, but inside he felt a spark of satisfaction. He saw daily how much relief the baths brought to weary bodies. People left these halls walking taller than when they entered. By late afternoon the crowds thinned. Lucius helped sweep the now empty frigidarium, the cold plunge room shivering a bit in the clammy air left behind. He gathered stray strigils and tidied shelves of oils. At last, as dusk approached, the thermi closed for cleaning. Sore and exhausted, Lucius crept to a quiet corner of the caldarium. With no patrons around, he finally dared to slip into the warm bath himself. The embrace of hot water was immediate bliss to his aching muscles. Eyes closed, he floated for a minute, letting healing warmth wash over him. In that brief moment, the grand bath he served each day became his sanctuary too. Lamplight flickered in the corridors as he finished his duties. Before leaving, he paused by the small altar where patrons offered thanks to the goddess of health, Salus, and bowed his head. He had witnessed both nobles and workers find solace, cleanliness, and companionship beneath these vaulted ceilings. Lucius locked the massive bronze doors from outside. In the amber glow of sundown, the baths of Agrippa stood silent and steamy behind him, an enduring gift to Rome. Tomorrow at dawn he would return to ignite its fires anew, knowing that within those walls the aches of rich and poor alike were soothed by the same healing waters. In the sacred waters of Sulis, Aquae Sulis, Britannia, 2nd century AD. Eberacca lifted her hands above the steaming pool as dawn's first light crept through the open roof. As a priestess of Sulis Minerva, she began each day in prayer by the sacred spring. Tendrils of mist curled around her, and the lone Roman veteran who stood shivering in the cool morning air. Marcus Julius, a retired centurion, had travelled hundreds of miles to Aquae Sulis in hopes these famous thermal waters might ease the agonizing pain in his joints. He watched with cautious reverence as the priestess invoked the goddess. "Sulis Minerva, healer of ills, bless us," she intoned. Sulis was venerated as a healing divinity whose sacred hot springs could cure physical and spiritual suffering, and Eberacca felt the goddess's presence in the rising steam. At her nod, Marcus disrobed his tall, scar-scored frame and gingerly descended the stone steps into the great bath. He inhaled sharply. The water was near scalding, rich with sulphur and minerals that tinged it a translucent green. Every day Eberacca saw newcomers react the same way, a gasp at the heat, then a sigh as the warmth penetrated aching bones. Marcus settled neck deep, his muscles gradually unclenching. Eberacca took up a shallow pewter bowl, dipped it, and slowly poured the hot mineral water over the veteran's shoulders. This act was part of the healing ritual. The water trickling off his body was thought to carry the spring's healing essence into him. The centurion closed his eyes while the priestess gently poured the shimmering water again and again, murmuring prayers in both Latin and the ancient Brittonic tongue of this land. All around them the baths of Sulis were stirring awake. Fellow pilgrims and local townsfolk began to arrive, their footsteps echoing under the portico. Families with sick children and elderly farmers with crutches came seeking relief. Eberacca greeted each quietly. Though Rome governed Britannia now, in this complex the goddess welcomed all with healing waters. Within the adjacent temple, acolytes prepared offerings of food and carved plaques to present at Sulis Minerva's altar. The air smelled of moist stone, burning incense, and the metallic tang of the spring. For a moment, Eberaka glanced toward the temple's inner sanctum, where a gilded bronze statue of the goddess caught the light. She whispered a promise under her breath that Sulis's power would never be forsaken here, even as foreign customs swirled around her. Marcus roused her from her thoughts with a quiet groan. He had been soaking for a while, eyes half closed as the thermal heat worked on him. The priestess stepped to the water's edge. "How do you feel?" she asked softly. The soldier rolled his shoulder experimentally beneath the green surface. "Better, I think," he replied, a note of wonder in his voice. He moved his knee that had been stiff with arthritis. It was still inflexible, but the stabbing pain had lessened. "The goddess smiles on you," Eberaka said with a gentle smile. She offered him a cup of the spring water. Many believed drinking it cleansed one from within as well. Marcus drank the warm, metallic-tasting water and managed a grin. It was the first time Eberaka had seen the stern man smile that morning. By midday, Marcus, now wrapped in a woolen cloak, joined Eberaka and other supplicants at the circular spring for a communal ritual. One by one, they placed tokens in the bubbling water in thanks or petition. Marcus dropped a worn legion pendant into the depths as an offering, while others tossed coins that glinted beneath the ripples. The group then chanted a hymn of healing in unison, their Latin and Brittonic prayers intermingling under the high roof. Eberaka's voice rose strong and clear, invoking Sulis as a nourishing mother and vigilant Minerva all at once. When the rites concluded, Eberaka noticed tears in the centurion's eyes. "I feel new again," Marcus whispered, amazed. He flexed his hands, finding the usual morning stiffness gone. Despite his scars from war and age, the hot waters had restored his vitality. Eberaka helped him to his feet and guided him to give thanks at the altar. Marcus bowed deeply and left his old crutch propped against a pillar, a silent testimony that he hoped not to need it again. That evening, as the last devotees departed, Eberaka lingered to thank the goddess. She sprinkled rose petals into the steaming pool and fed the altar fire until it glowed. Many would depart Aquae Sulis carrying tales of relief and healing back to their homes. Priestess Eberaka offered one final prayer, that these sacred springs would remain a sanctuary of healing for all who truly needed it. The Physicians' Council, Rome ca. 180 AD, Julius Frontinus, arrived at the Baths of Trajan at dawn. A trained physician, he often met patients here amid the marble halls and healing waters. This morning he had invited his friend Fabius for a private consultation in the bath's soothing environment. Fabius had been listless and sorrowful since losing his wife last winter, a classic melancholia as Julius saw it. Julius believed the baths could succeed where months of mourning had failed, to restore his friend's body and spirit by rebalancing the humours thrown off by grief. They found a quiet corner of the tepidarium, where gentle warmth emanated from the floors and walls. Julius encouraged Fabius to recline on a heated bench. "We will begin here to warm your blood," he explained. In the soft light, mosaics of Hygeia looked down as if supervising the therapy. Julius mixed a few drops of eucalyptus oil into Fabius's palm, a trick he had learned to open the lungs and lift the mood. As Fabius inhaled the sharp scent, Julius noted his friend's posture change. The philosopher's shoulders, long tense, began to relax. Gradual warmth was known to purge unwholesome vapours and prepare the body to release its burdens, and indeed, Fabius's chest seemed to lighten with each breath. Next, Julius led his friend into the caldarium, the hot steam chamber. A wave of moist heat enveloped them. Fabius frowned at the discomfort, but Julius sat him by the hot fountain and urged him to breathe deeply. Soon sweat was streaming down Fabius's body. Julius gently scraped it away with a bronze strudel, as if peeling off a layer of sorrow along with the sweat. The intense heat began to loosen his stiff muscles and even ease his tight chest. Fabius's breathing, shallow at first, grew deeper and more rhythmic. After a thorough sweat, Julius guided the trembling philosopher toward the domed frigidarium. A circular pool of cold, clear water awaited. Fabius balked on the edge, eyeing the chilly basin with dread. "Trust me," Julius said. With a supportive arm, he helped Fabius step down. The cold hit him with a brutal shock. Fabius gasped and almost bolted out, but Julius held him a moment until the panic passed. His heart pounded and his skin tingled. Such a sudden change in temperature was believed to stimulate circulation and sharpen the senses, and indeed Fabius felt more alert than he had in ages. He waded out of the pool on his own, a look of astonishment on his face. "I feel awake," he marvelled through chattering teeth. Julius briskly rubbed him down with a coarse towel, restoring warmth to his skin. Colour returned to Fabius's cheeks and a light to his eyes. They rested in a sunlit courtyard, wrapped in fresh linen robes and sipping watered wine. Fabius's limbs were loose and his mind clear. He grasped Julius's hand gratefully. Grief had driven his humours to imbalance, but nature, aided by hot water and cold, had helped restore what was lost. Julius gently reminded him that regular bathing purifies the body of toxins and can uplift the spirit. As they prepared to depart, Julius observed a cluster of men by the colonnade engaged in a lively debate on Aristotle's ethics. The physician smiled. Bathhouses often served as informal forums for scholars and physicians alike. He himself had exchanged remedies and insights in these halls many times, knowledge flowing freely among those dedicated to wellness. Indeed, this place cared for the spirit just as much as the body. He noted that Fabius now sat upright, calmly watching the morning bustle, the haunted look gone from his face. Before departing, Julius gave Fabius a small vial of soothing herbal oil, instructing him to use it each night. Fabius thanked him, and promised to return to the baths soon, not as a patient, but as a friend. For Julius, this was the true reward of medicine, easing an ailment and seeing hope rekindled. In the vaulted halls of the baths, a soul weighed down by sorrow had truly been lightened. Healing had come through hot and cold water, medicine and friendship, all in harmony together. In Rome, 217 AD, a merchant at Caracalla's baths named Lysander of Tyre stepped through the towering entrance of the baths of Caracalla and felt his breath catch in his throat. He had travelled across half the empire but never seen a monument to leisure as magnificent as this. A vast hall stretched before him, its vaulted ceiling held aloft by dozens of columns. Everywhere stood marble statues of gods and heroes. Colossal Hercules leaning on his club dominated the scene. The complex was renowned for its unparalleled lavish decoration. The merchant passed bronze fountains tinkling gently, their water music echoing off the high walls. Clad only in a simple loincloth provided at the entrance, Lysander moved from the grand atrium into the bustling apoditerium. Here, garments of rich and poor hung side by side in the wall niches. Two young bath attendants helped Lysander stow his belongings. He cast a cautious eye toward his satchel of precious spices, until an attendant assured him it would be safe. With a nod of thanks, Lysander stepped gingerly onward, the smooth marble floor warm under his bare feet thanks to the hypercaust fires below. He first entered the tepidarium, a warm chamber where an inviting heat caressed his travel-weary muscles. Golden light filtered through high windows, illuminating mosaics of sea creatures across the floor. Groups of men reclined on heated benches along the walls, chatting in a dozen tongues: Latin, Greek, Egyptian, Aramaic, and even his native Syriac. Despite differences in speech and status, here all were simply bathers at ease. A portly Roman negotiator struck up a friendly conversation about caravan routes and even offered Lysander a dab of citrus-scented oil from his flask. The merchant graciously accepted, rubbing it into his skin as the tension of months on the road began to melt from his shoulders. Next he followed the flow of bathers into the caldarium, the enormous hot room. At one end of this cavernous hall roared a circular pool of steaming water flanked by enormous marble tubs. The air was thick and steamy, muffling every sound to a murmur. Lysander eased himself into the central hot pool. The water embraced him, almost too hot at first, but he slowly sank up to his chest. Waves of heat unfurled through his limbs, dissolving the stiffness in his spine from weeks of jostling in a camel-drawn wagon. Nearby, a pair of off-duty legionaries sighed with relief as they submerged themselves. Lysander closed his eyes and let sweat bead on his brow. A bath attendant appeared with a bronze strigil, and Lysander allowed the young man to briskly scrape the perspiration and oil from his skin. He marvelled at the sight of even this humble task in the Palace of Well-being. Properly steamed and scrubbed, Lysander was ready for the final trial, the frigidarium. He braced himself as he stepped into the next chamber, an airy hall with a vast cold swimming pool, natatio, open to the sky. The sun had climbed higher now, its rays dancing on the turquoise water. With a hearty exhale, Lysander plunged forward. The cold shocked him to his core. He gasped as the chill enveloped his overheated skin. When he surfaced invigorated, he was glad for it. He laughed out loud in surprise. Some nearby bathers chuckled at his shocked face, and he grinned back. The sudden contrast from hot to cold sent new energy coursing through his veins, leaving him alert and renewed. After swimming, Lysander wandered into a landscaped garden adjoining the natatorium. Clipped hedges and fruit trees offered dappled shade. He strolled along a portico where others lounged, cooling off, some enjoying a light snack. In one corner stood a small shrine to Aesculapius, the god of healing. Though not a devout man, Lysander paused to bow his head and offer a silent thanks to the powers watching over weary travellers. Only that morning he had arrived in Rome bone-tired and sore in every joint. Now he felt practically reborn. As he prepared to leave, Lysander felt the day's burdens completely lifted. Stepping back out through the grand doors into the bustling streets, the Syrian merchant carried with him a newfound vigour. The baths of Caracalla had cleansed the dust from his skin and washed away the weariness of his long journey. Refreshed and optimistic, Lysander hefted his satchel of spices, surprisingly lighter on his shoulders now, and set off to conclude his business in the capital, rejuvenated by the restorative powers of Rome's grandest baths. The Saint of the Baths, Rome c. 420 AD. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows through the half-empty baths of Titus, illuminating motes of dust swirling above the tepidarium pool. Flavia, a middle-aged deaconess of the Christian church, wrung out a linen cloth in warm water and gently laid it over an old woman's arthritic knees. Around them, a handful of the sick and poor soaked quietly in the small bath hall. This once grand facility had seen better days. Mosaics missing tiles, a dry fountain niche where a statue of Apollo had stood. Yet to Flavia, it was a sacred place of healing. In the corner, where a fresco of nymphs was fading, a simple wooden cross hung on the wall. She offered a silent prayer as she worked, not to pagan nymphs or gods, but asking Christ to bless these waters as he once did the pool of Bethesda. The city's elite now shunned public baths, preferring private tubs or avoiding them on moral grounds. Church leaders condemned bathhouses as dens of sin, outlawing mixed bathing and segregating men and women by hours. Many once great bath complexes were closing due to neglect, but Flavia saw opportunity in the decline. With few pleasure seekers left, one wing of the baths of Titus now served as an unofficial infirmary. Its warm rooms and water comforted those too poor or ill to bathe at home. Her patients this day included Septimius, a feverish stonemason, Nereus, a retired legionary with a festering leg wound, and old Livia, whose knees throbbed with arthritis. One by one, Flavia guided them through a gentle bathing regimen. In the tepidarium's mild warmth, stiff joints loosened and fevers began to break. She crushed a bit of rosemary and eucalyptus into hot water, filling the air with sharp, cleansing vapours that drew a weak smile from feverish Septimius. Next, with help from a few volunteers, former bath attendants now serving as Christian helpers, Flavia brought them into the small caldarium. In the hazy steam she softly sang a hymn. Nereus, the old soldier, closed his eyes and joined in between deep breaths of hot air. "This beats the army camps," he murmured with a faint grin. "Even if we sing to a different god now," Flavia chuckled. Even as times changed, the enduring practice of soothing weary bodies with heat remained. After the steam bath, Flavia led the group to the frigidarium. Only a trickle of cold water still flowed, but it was enough. Livia gasped as Flavia poured a bowl of the cool water over her swollen knees. "Easy," Flavia soothed. The brief cold shock brought relief. Livia sighed as the inflammation in her joints eased. Flavia thought of how ancient physicians praised the contrast of hot and cold to stimulate healing, and how even a Christian bishop had urged the use of God-given remedies like baths. Their circuit complete, Flavia helped the weakened bathers dry off and rest along the courtyard colonnade for fresh air. Twilight approached, a breeze carrying in the scent of olive trees outside. She ladled out cups of warm broth from a pot simmering where perfumed oils were once heated. In the fading light, the group murmured prayers of thanks. Septimius's fever had broken, sweat beaded on his brow, but his eyes were clear. Nereus flexed his leg and found the wound clean. The pain abated. Livia squeezed Flavia's hand in gratitude, and for the first time in weeks, Livia felt her pain ease. As Flavia packed away her supplies, a young acolyte lit a few oil lamps along the walls. Their gentle glow fell on faded paintings of Roman gods and the simple crosses scratched by the faithful. The old and new converged here. These baths once echoed with pagan odes and idle gossip. Now they heard prayers and hymns. The water that Romans once dedicated to Aesculapius was now blessed in Christ's name. Different prayers led to the same healing waters. Before closing for the night, Flavia knelt by the pool and dipped her hand into the warm water, whispering a final prayer of thanks. This derelict bathhouse turned infirmary felt as holy to her as any chapel, a place where suffering was eased and dignity restored. With that thought warming her heart, Flavia shuttered the doors. The baths of Titus fell into quiet darkness, save for the gleam of the wooden cross on the wall, a reminder that even as empires fade, the call to care for the sick endures. Under a leaden winter sky, Marcus pushed open the heavy doors of the baths of Diocletian in our final story of the twilight of the Thermae, Rome, 537 AD. A sharp wind followed him in, swirling fallen leaves across the floor. Only a dozen patrons huddled in the vast complex. The bath's emptiness was palpable. Marcus had served as curator aquarum, a water engineer for over 30 years, tending Rome's aqueducts and bathhouses. He remembered when these halls echoed with laughter each afternoon. Now many pools sat dry or lukewarm. Still he made his rounds, determined to offer what comfort he could to those few Romans who clung to the old ways. In the tepidarium, only 2 loyal patrons lingered in the lukewarm pool. Marcus checked the water with his hand, cooler than it should be. The furnaces had barely any fuel left, wood being scarce during the siege. He fed the last bits of charcoal into the boiler, coaxing a meagre flame. Moving on, he passed through the empty palestra, now strewn with dust. In a corner, weeds sprouted between cracked marble tiles where athletes once wrestled. He sighed and entered the caldarium. Only one pool here was still in use, fed by a trickle of warm water. A gaunt mother bathed her young son in the shallows of the one remaining warm pool. The same need for warmth and water, which had sustained so many before them, drew them here. The mother looked up at Marcus and gave a polite, hopeful smile. Marcus mustered a nod in return, even as his heart clenched with the knowledge he bore. At dawn, Marcus had scouted the aqueduct outside the city and discovered the grim truth. Gothic soldiers had cut the Aqua Marcia, toppling its arches to choke off Rome's water. The lifeblood of the baths was severed. What little water remained in the pools was all there would ever be. By tomorrow, the baths of Diocletian would fall silent. He made his way to the frigidarium, a cavernous hall that once housed a cold swimming pool larger than a forum. Now it was dry, the mosaic of Neptune on its floor exposed and dull. Marcus ran a hand along a cracked column. How many generations had cooled their brows here after the steam? He could almost hear ghostly splashes and youthful shouts from centuries past. Returning to the tepidarium, Marcus gently informed the few remaining bathers that the baths would likely close after today. The old men bowed their heads in resigned understanding, and the young mother's eyes brimmed with tears as she held her son closer. A patron placed a rolled parchment into Marcus's hand as a token of appreciation for his years of service, causing Marcus to swallow a lump in his throat. He promised the mother he would direct her to a nearby church offering heated rooms for refugees, a small solace. As twilight fell and the last bathers departed, Marcus remained alone in the cooling caldarium, the hiss of water gone. He sat by an empty basin. An old saying echoed, "While the baths remain, Rome remains." But Rome had changed, its people scattered, its aqueducts broken. Communal bathing, once the pride of Roman life, was now slipping into memory. Yet in the gathering darkness, Marcus felt a measure of peace. The legacy of the Thermae would not vanish. In the Eastern Empire, massive baths still thrived, and in country villages, people still sought natural hot springs for relief, just as they always had. Rome had introduced the world to the benefits of bathing, and subsequent generations would continue this legacy. Perhaps future generations in better times would build new bathhouses, or find new ways to use water's healing touch. Marcus rose and made his final rounds, snuffing out lamps and securing doors. He took one last look at the silent halls. This chapter was closing, but he did not feel despair. Water's soothing power was eternal, and he believed that someday its fountains would flow again for those in need. With that hope, Marcus Valens left the baths of Diocletian and shut its doors behind him. In the fading light, the great complex stood dark and still, a sleeping giant awaiting a new dawn in some distant future. Picture this. You're walking down a city street in 1923, and the world around you is humming with an energy that feels almost electric. The atmosphere isn't quite electric, but it's close enough. Sure, there are more light bulbs than ever before, but the real electricity is in the air itself, crackling with possibility and change. You'd notice it first in the sounds. The clip-clop of horses that dominated just a decade ago has been replaced by the puttering growl of automobiles. The sound is not the smooth purr of modern cars, but rather a sound akin to a coffee grinder arguing with a lawnmower. The Model T Ford, despite its mechanical prowess, was as unassuming as a brass band playing in a library. The smell hits you next, a cocktail of motor oil, cigarette smoke, and something indefinably optimistic. It's the scent of a country that's just discovered it can reinvent itself, like a middle-aged person trying on a completely different haircut and deciding they rather like it. You're dressed in attire that would make your great-grandparents cling to their pearls. If you're a woman, your hemline is scandalously revealing several inches of ankle and calf. Your hair is bobbed shorter than most men's, and you might be smoking a cigarette in public without a single person calling the authorities. If you're a man, your collar is a bit lower, your pants a bit looser, and you've got enough hair pomade to lubricate a small engine. The funny thing about the 1920s is that everyone calls them roaring, but they didn't start out that way. The decade began with people suffering from severe hangovers from World War I. The country was like someone who'd been to a really intense party and was now standing in their kitchen at 2 a.m, eating cold pizza and wondering what on earth had just happened. However, the Americans, with their unwavering optimism, gazed at the chaos and expressed, "That was quite unpleasant. Let's try something completely different." And boy, did they ever. The war had ended in 1918, and by 1920, everyone was ready to forget it had ever happened. It was as if everyone had experienced collective amnesia, accompanied by jazz music and illegal cocktails. People wanted to dance, laugh, make money, and generally behave as if they had discovered the perfect cocktail sauce. You'd see this attitude everywhere. People walked with a spring in their step, suggesting they were late for something fun. They spoke faster, louder, and with more slang than a teenager who had just discovered they could invent their own language. Bee's knees and cat's pyjamas not only served as expressions, but also as declarations of independence from the Victorian era, which had finally, thankfully, left town. The cities were growing like mushrooms after rain. People were flooding in from farms and small towns, drawn by the promise of factory jobs and electric lights, and the chance to reinvent themselves completely. It was like the world's largest costume party, except the costumes were new lives, and nobody was planning to take them off at midnight. Money was flowing like water from a broken pipe, and everyone was convinced they could catch some in a bucket. People were buying stocks with the same casual confidence they'd used to choose a new hat, as the stock market soared to unprecedented heights. What could possibly go wrong? However, we're assuming too much at this point. Right now, in this moment, you're standing on a street corner in 1923, and the future looks as bright as a freshly polished brass button. The air brims with potential. Your pockets may hold some cash, and a jazz band playing a tune in the distance entices your feet to dance independently. Welcome to the Roaring Twenties, where the past was new and the future was whatever you dared to make it. Let's now discuss your daily activities in the exciting world of 1923. If you're fortunate enough to have a job, as most people did, adding to the magic, you'd be engaged in a way that would have left your parents scratching their heads in confusion. For the first time in American history, more people were living in cities than on farms. This transformation wasn't just a demographic shift. It was like the entire country had decided to change its personality. America was transforming from a nation of people who knew every neighbour's cow by name to a place where you might not even know the name of the person living in the apartment next door. If you were a woman, you'd probably be working outside the home in a way that would have scandalised your grandmother. Instead of performing strenuous farm tasks or handling laundry, women found themselves seated at a desk in an office building, using innovative typewriters that resembled a hybrid of a piano and a mechanical spider. You'd be earning your money, which gave you a kind of freedom that previous generations of women could only dream about. The work itself had a rhythm to it that was entirely new. You'd clock in at 8 a.m. sharp, because the whole concept of business hours was becoming sacred. Lunch was exactly 1 hour, usually eaten at a counter lunch spot that served food faster than you could say efficiency. Everything was about speed and productivity, and the wonderful, terrible idea that time was money. But here's the thing that made the 20s special. When that workday ended, the real fun began. You'd step out of your office building into a world that was determined to entertain you. The streets were lined with movie theatres showing the latest Charlie Chaplin or Buster Keaton films. These weren't just movies. They were escapes into worlds where anything could happen, and usually did. If you desired to dance, you would make your way to one of the hundreds of dance halls that had sprung up like fervent plants. Jazz, a new musical genre, resembled traditional music with a hint of improvisation. It was syncopated, unpredictable, and absolutely irresistible. You'd do the Charleston until your feet hurt, then keep dancing anyway because the music wouldn't let you stop. The food was changing too. Instead of the heavy Germanic meals that had dominated American tables, you'd find yourself eating lighter fare. Salads became fashionable, not because anyone was particularly concerned about health, but because they felt modern and sophisticated. Canned foods were everywhere, promising convenience and consistency. You could open a can of peaches in the middle of winter and feel like you were living in the future. And speaking of the future, everything was about being modern. The furniture, art and ideas were all modern. If something was old, it was automatically suspect. People were redecorating their homes with clean lines and geometric patterns, throwing out the heavy, ornate Victorian furniture that had dominated parlours for decades. It seemed as though the entire nation had made a resolute decision to purge and never look back. Your evening entertainment might include listening to the radio, which was still magical enough to make you shake your head in wonder. The air carried voices and music directly into your living room. You'd gather around the radio like it was a campfire, listening to programs that connected you to the rest of the country in a way that had never been possible before. But the real excitement came from the speakeasies. Now, officially, alcohol was illegal thanks to Prohibition, which had gone into effect in 1920. But in reality, people were drinking more than ever, and they were drinking it in hidden clubs that had the atmosphere of a permanent party. You'd knock on an unmarked door, whisper a password, and suddenly you'd be in a world of dim lights, strong drinks, and the kind of music that made you want to dance until dawn. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. The government tried to make America more moral by banning alcohol, but it made drinking more fun, social and exciting. It was akin to receiving a ban on dessert, which instantly elevated it to the pinnacle of desire. Let's settle in and talk about money in the 1920s, because this is where things get really interesting. Imagine if everyone in your neighbourhood suddenly discovered they had a talent for finding $20 bills in their coat pockets. That's roughly what the economy felt like in 1924. You'd wake up each morning and check the newspaper for stock prices the way people today check their social media. The numbers consistently increased, akin to a helium balloon devoid of gravity. Your neighbour, who previously sold insurance, was now providing you with valuable insights about radio companies and automobile manufacturers. Your barber was talking about his portfolio while he trimmed your hair. Even the woman who ran the corner grocery store was buying stocks with the confidence of someone who'd been doing it for decades. The beautiful thing was, you didn't need to be rich to get started. You could buy stocks on margin, which meant you only needed to put down a small amount of your money and borrow the rest. It was like a layaway, but for wealth building. What could possibly go wrong with borrowing money to buy something that was guaranteed to go up in value? Your typical day might start with a quick stop at the bank, where the teller would greet you with a smile that suggested he was personally invested in your financial success. Banks were no longer the stern, intimidating institutions they'd been in your grandfather's day. They were friendly, welcoming places that were eager to lend you money for just about anything. Want to buy a car? Here's a loan. Want to buy a house? Here's a mortgage. Want to buy stocks? Here's some margin financing. The bankers practically threw money at you, instilling in you a sense of gratitude for their faith in your future. The cars were a perfect example of how money was changing everything. Henry Ford had figured out how to mass-produce automobiles, which meant that for the first time in history, regular working people could afford to buy one. A Model T cost about $290 in 1925, which was roughly 3 months' wages for an average worker. Compare that to today, when a new car costs more like 8 months' wages, and you can see why everyone was feeling pretty optimistic about their purchasing power. But the real magic happened when you got that car home. Suddenly you weren't limited to your neighbourhood anymore. You could drive to the next town over for dinner, or take a weekend trip to the mountains, or simply cruise around on a Sunday afternoon feeling like the king of the world. The automobile didn't just change how you got around, it changed how you thought about distance, time and possibility. Consumer goods were flooding the market. Electric refrigerators, vacuum cleaners, washing machines, radios. All of these things that had been luxuries for the wealthy were suddenly within reach of the middle class. You could buy them on instalment plans, paying a little bit each month until they were yours. It was like Christmas morning every time you brought home a new appliance. Department stores became wonderlands of possibility. You'd walk through Macy's or Wanamaker's and feel like you were touring a museum of modern living. Everything was bright, shiny, and available for purchase. The salespeople made you feel entitled to the best, and the credit terms were so generous that you couldn't afford not to buy. The advertising was getting more sophisticated too. Instead of just listing the features of a product, advertisers were selling you a lifestyle. Buy this soap and you'll be more attractive. Buy this car and you'll be more successful. Buy this radio and you'll be more connected to the world. They weren't just selling products, they were selling dreams, and business was booming. Your neighbours were all participating in this wonderful dance of prosperity. Everyone was buying, everyone was selling, and everyone was convinced that the music would never stop playing. The stock market was like a giant casino where everyone was winning, and the house never seemed to mind. But here's the thing about dancing. It's wonderful while the music is playing, but eventually the band needs to take a break. The trouble was, nobody in 1925 was thinking about what would happen when the music stopped. They were too busy enjoying the rhythm, the movement, and the sheer joy of being part of something that felt bigger than themselves. When the sun went down in 1925, that's when the real personality of the decade came out to play. You'd finish your dinner, straighten your tie or powder your nose, and step out into a world that was absolutely determined to show you a good time. The streets after dark were like nothing America had ever seen before. Electric signs blazed from every storefront, turning night into a neon-tinged approximation of day. The cities had learned to stay awake, and they were absolutely delighted with their insomnia. You'd walk down Broadway or State Street or any main drag in any city, and the lights would be so bright you could read a newspaper without squinting. Your first stop might be a movie theatre, because the pictures were getting more elaborate and entertaining by the month. These weren't just films, they were experiences. The theatres themselves resembled palaces, adorned with elaborate ceilings, luxurious seats, and orchestras that accompanied the silent films. You'd sit in the dark with hundreds of other people, all of you gasping and laughing and collectively forgetting that the real world existed outside those velvet curtains. Charlie Chaplin was making everyone laugh with his little tramp character, a fellow who seemed to find dignity in the most undignified situations. Buster Keaton was performing stunts that defied both gravity and common sense. These comedians weren't just entertainers, they were philosophers of the absurd, showing you that life's problems could be solved with creativity, persistence, and a willingness to look ridiculous. But the real adventure began when you decided to find a speakeasy. By 1925, the country had gotten very creative about working around the 5-year-old prohibition. You'd walk down a perfectly ordinary street, counting doorways until you found the right one. Maybe it was marked with a small symbol, or maybe you just had to know which door to knock on. The password might be something like bee's knees, or Oscar sent me. You'd whisper it to a person whose eyes you could see through a small window, and if you'd gotten it right, the door would swing open to reveal a world that was half party, half conspiracy. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with cigarette smoke and possibility. The air practically vibrated with jazz music played by musicians who seemed to be making it up as they went along. In numerous instances, their interpretations were accurate. Jazz was all about improvisation, about taking a familiar tune and twisting it into something entirely new. It was music that matched the mood of the times, confident, experimental, and slightly dangerous. The drinks were stronger than anything you'd ever tasted, partly because the bootleggers weren't particularly concerned with subtlety. They mixed gin that could strip paint with fruit juices and served it in cocktail glasses reminiscent of fairy tales. The cocktails had names like Gin Ricky, Sidecar, and Bee's Knees, as if someone had decided that drinking should be an adventure in linguistics as well as intoxication. The dancing was unlike anything your parents' generation had ever seen. Charleston was the signature move. all flying feet and swinging arms and complete abandonment of anything that might be considered dignified. The music would compel you to continue dancing despite your clothes becoming soaked with sweat. The women smoked cigarettes, wore makeup, and generally behaved in ways that would have horrified their grandmothers. Known as flappers, they appeared to have collectively decided to disregard the traditional norms of feminine behaviour. They wore their hair short, their skirts shorter, and their attitudes shortest of all. The men were trying to keep up, loosening their ties and learning dance steps that would have been considered scandalous just a decade earlier. Everyone was engaged in a collective rebellion against the stuffiness of the previous generation, and they were thoroughly enjoying themselves in the process. But here's the thing that made the speakeasy culture so special. It was democratic in a way that American social life had never been before. Rich and poor, young and old, immigrants and native-born Americans all crowded together around the same small tables, drinking the same illegal liquor and dancing to the same outrageous music. Prohibition had inadvertently created a kind of social mixing that the country had never experienced. The night would end with you stumbling out into the dawn, your ears ringing with jazz and your head spinning with gin, and the sheer exhilaration of being alive at a time when anything seemed possible. Tomorrow was another day, and tomorrow's night would bring new adventures, new music, and new reasons to celebrate the simple fact that you were young and American, and living in the most exciting decade anyone could remember. Now let's talk about how the 1920s changed the way people thought about everything. Not only did the music and clothes change, but the concept of what it meant to be an American underwent a complete transformation. You'd wake up in 1926 and realise that the world your parents had prepared you for no longer existed. A kind of exhilarating uncertainty replaced the old certainties, making every day feel like an adventure. It was like someone had rewritten the rules of life while you were sleeping, and you had to figure out the new version as you went along. The most significant change was in how people thought about themselves. Your great-grandparents had defined themselves by their work, their family, their church, and their community. But you were part of the first generation that could define itself by its entertainment, its style, and its attitude. You weren't just a blacksmith or a farmer or a shopkeeper. You were someone who listened to jazz, drove a car, went to the pictures, and had opinions about everything. The radio was particularly important in this transformation. Every evening you'd gather around that wooden box with its mysterious glowing tubes and listen to voices from New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. For the first time in American history, the entire country was hearing the same jokes, the same music, and the same advertisements. You were part of a shared national conversation that stretched from coast to coast. These developments created a kind of cultural democracy that was entirely new. A song that was popular in Harlem could be hummed by a farmer in Kansas within a week. Within a month, a dance that originated in Chicago might be performed at an Alabama high school dance. The regional differences that had defined American culture for centuries were beginning to blur into something more unified and simultaneously more diverse. The movies were doing something similar, but even more powerfully. You'd sit in a dark theatre and watch stories that took you places you'd never been, showed you lives you'd never lived, and made you feel emotions you'd never experienced. The stars weren't just actors, they were templates for how to be glamorous, sophisticated, and modern. Mary Pickford, Charlie Chaplin, and Rudolph Valentino weren't just entertainers, they were teachers in the Academy of Style. The magazines were changing too. The previous generation's serious, morally instructive publications gave way to magazines entirely focused on entertainment, fashion, and lifestyle. You'd flip through pages of photographs showing you how to dress, how to decorate your home, and how to conduct yourself at parties. It was like having a personal tutor in the art of being modern. The younger generation were particularly enthusiastic about rejecting everything their parents had taught them. They called themselves the Lost Generation, which sounds melancholy, but was actually a kind of celebration. They were lost from the old certainties, the old restrictions, and the old ways of thinking about life, and they were perfectly content to be lost, because being lost meant being free to find their own way. The slang reflected this new attitude. Everything was swell or keen or the cat's pyjamas. The language was becoming more playful, more inventive, and more fun. People were making up words and phrases with the confidence of poets, and everyone was eager to adopt the latest linguistic fashions. Even the art was changing. Instead of the realistic paintings and sculptures that had dominated American culture, artists were experimenting with abstract forms, bold colours, and ideas that didn't necessarily make logical sense. It was art that matched the mood of the times, experimental, confident, and slightly rebellious. The architecture was transforming too. Buildings were getting taller, sleeker, and more geometric. The Art Deco style was emerging, with its emphasis on clean lines and mechanical elegance. Cities were beginning to look like the future, which was precisely what their inhabitants wanted. But perhaps the most important change was in how people thought about tradition itself. Previous generations had revered the past, seeing it as a source of wisdom and guidance. However, the 1920s generation viewed the past as a challenge to conquer, enhance, or disregard. The future was more interesting than the past, and the present was more fun than either. This perspective created a kind of cultural acceleration that was both exhilarating and exhausting. Everything was changing so fast that you could barely keep up. But that was part of the excitement. You lived in a time of global reinvention and were part of it. By 1927, it was evident that something was beginning to go awry. The party was still going strong, the music was still playing, and everyone was still dancing. But if you looked carefully, you might have noticed that some of the dancers were starting to look a little worn out, and some of the music was starting to sound a little forced. The stock market was still climbing, but it was climbing in a way that was starting to make thoughtful people nervous. The numbers were getting so high that they seemed to have lost any connection to reality. Companies that had never made a profit were worth millions on paper. Stocks were doubling and tripling in value based on nothing more than the assumption that they would continue to double and triple. You'd overhear conversations that would have been impossible just a few years earlier. Your barber would be talking about his stock portfolio while he cut your hair. The woman who sold newspapers on the corner would be discussing market trends with her customers. Everyone claimed to be an expert, and while many appeared to be getting rich, nobody was asking the obvious question: where was all this money actually coming from? The answer, it turned out, was that it was coming from the future. People were borrowing against tomorrow's prosperity to pay for today's lifestyle. They were buying stocks on margin, which meant they were borrowing money to buy investments that they hoped would be worth more money later. It was a pyramid scheme that worked perfectly, as long as everyone kept believing it would work forever. The agriculture sector was already showing signs of strain. Farmers had expanded their operations during World War I to meet the demand for food. But when the war ended, that need disappeared. Crop prices were falling, and farmers were struggling to pay off the loans they'd taken to buy more land and equipment. No one in the cities was paying much attention to the fact that rural banks were beginning to fail. The construction industry was beginning to slow down. There were only so many office buildings and apartment complexes that any city could actually use, but developers kept building them anyway because construction loans were easy to get, and real estate seemed like a guaranteed investment. Empty buildings were becoming more common, but the newspapers didn't write much about that. Even the consumer goods market was showing signs of saturation. What is the practical number of radios a family might need? What is the practical number of automobiles a person can drive? The factories were producing more than the market could absorb, but they kept producing anyway because the credit was available and the future looked bright. The international situation was becoming more complicated too. Europe was still struggling to recover from the war, and the German economy was particularly fragile. American banks had loaned enormous amounts of money to European governments and businesses, but those loans were looking increasingly risky. If Europe couldn't pay back what it owed, American banks would be in serious trouble. But in 1927, you probably wouldn't have noticed any of this. You'd be too busy enjoying the prosperity, the entertainment, and the sheer fun of being alive in the most exciting decade in American history. Despite the presence of warning signs, it was effortless to overlook them when everything in your immediate experience was thriving. The speakeasies were still packed, the jazz was still playing, the stock market was still climbing, and everyone was still convinced that the good times would last forever. The prospect of everything collapsing was too disheartening to contemplate. This was America, after all. Americans didn't have economic disasters. They had temporary setbacks followed by even greater prosperity. The newspapers were full of optimistic predictions about the future. By 1950, they said, everyone would have an airplane in their garage and a robot in their kitchen. Machines would do all the work, eliminating poverty and disease and reducing the work week to a few hours. It all sounded perfectly reasonable. Science was advancing rapidly, technology was solving problems faster than anyone could have imagined, and the American economy seemed to have discovered the secret of perpetual growth. What could possibly go wrong? The answer to this question was already beginning to emerge in the financial markets, the agricultural sector, the construction industry, and the international banking system. But in 1927, you could still choose to ignore those warning signs and focus on the fun, and that's exactly what most people did. And then, suddenly, it was 1929, and the music stopped. You'd wake up on a Tuesday in October and the world would look the same as the day before. You'd see the same buildings, streets and people rushing to work with the same hopeful attitude. But something fundamental had changed overnight. Something that would take months or even years to fully understand. The stock market had crashed. The stock market not only experienced a decline, correction or adjustment, but it plummeted, akin to a chandelier plummeting from a ballroom ceiling. Stocks that had been worth hundreds of dollars were suddenly worth pennies. Fortunes that had been built over years of careful speculation were wiped out in a matter of hours. The crash did not occur abruptly. The process began when a few nervous investors decided to sell their stocks, leading to a slight drop in prices that made other investors anxious. More selling caused prices to drop further, which made even more investors nervous. The situation resembled a domino effect, but instead of traditional dominoes, the pieces consisted of money and confidence. In just a few days, the American economy had experienced a significant decline of approximately 40% in its value. People who had gone to bed wealthy woke up poor. Suddenly the banks, seemingly as solid as mountains, revealed themselves to be based on sand. The prosperity that had seemed so permanent was exposed as an elaborate illusion. The human cost was staggering. Your neighbour, who had been bragging about his stock portfolio, was now trying to figure out how to pay his mortgage. Suddenly the bank where you deposited your savings closed, and a sign on the door declared your money unavailable. The factory where you'd worked for years was laying off workers because nobody could afford to buy what they were producing. But here's the thing about the crash. It wasn't really the end of the Roaring Twenties. It was more like the moment when someone turned on the lights at the end of a party and everyone realised what the place actually looked like. The problems had been there all along, hidden by the excitement, optimism and sheer fun of it all. We would call the decade that followed the Great Depression a period marked by hardship, struggle and collective soul-searching. But it would also be a time of innovation and resilience, and the discovery that Americans could survive just about anything if they worked together. Looking back from the perspective of 1932 or 1935, you might have been tempted to dismiss the entire decade of the 1920s as a foolish mistake, a time when the country lost its mind and forgot about the values that had made it great. But that would have been unfair to the genuine achievements of the era. The 1920s had given America jazz, movies, radio and automobiles, as well as the beginnings of a modern consumer culture. It had liberated women from Victorian restrictions and given young people the freedom to define themselves. It had connected the country in ways that had never been possible before, and created a shared national culture that transcended regional differences. Most importantly, it had shown Americans that they could reinvent themselves, that they could reject the limitations of the past and create something entirely new. That lesson would prove invaluable in the decades to come as the country faced the challenges of depression, war, and social transformation. The Roaring Twenties evoked a vision of immense prosperity and boundless possibilities. It was excessive, unsustainable, and ultimately destructive. But it was also creative, liberating, and genuinely enjoyable. It was a time when Americans learned they could be more than they ever thought, even if they couldn't keep it up. As you drifted off to sleep, you may have realised that the 1920s' true legacy was the confidence they gave Americans to believe anything was possible, not the crash that ended them. That confidence would be tested in the years to come, but it would never be completely broken, and that perhaps was the most important lesson of all. The music had stopped, but the memory of the dance would last forever. Alexander Hamilton was born around January 11th, 1755, or 1757, given conflicting records, in Nevis, a small island in the Caribbean's leeward chain. His father, James Hamilton, hailed from Scotland and drifted financially, while his mother, Rachel Fawcett, was estranged from a prior marriage. Social stigma dogged the family, as Hamilton was deemed illegitimate. Childhood brought precarious living conditions amid the sugar-based economy reliant on enslaved labour. Still, the bright Caribbean sun and bustle of island trade shaped his early impressions of commerce and hierarchy. By the time Hamilton reached adolescence, familial hardships worsened. His father left, compounding the family's instability. Then a fever claimed his mother when he was around 11. Orphaned, Hamilton found refuge with local merchants who recognised a keen mind behind the boy's formal but urgent letters. He took a clerking job at Beekman and Kruger's trading firm, absorbing the mechanics of shipping manifests, currency exchange, and negotiation. Observers noted a precocious skill in accountancy and a calm under pressure when storms disrupted cargo arrivals. This apprenticeship would lay the groundwork for Hamilton's later mastery of financial systems. A crucial moment arrived when Hamilton penned a vivid letter describing a hurricane's devastation. His prose, published in a local paper, so impressed leading citizens that they raised funds to send him to mainland colonies for education. The budding writer set sail, eventually landing in British North America, though precisely how he arranged further schooling remains partly obscure. By the time he stepped onto mainland soil, Hamilton possessed an unshakable resolve to escape the constraints of colonial class prejudice and prove his intellect in a broader arena. He enrolled at King's College, later Columbia University in New York City. Political tensions soared as Britain imposed new taxes and cracked down on colonial resistance. Hamilton, originally cautious, soon found himself stirred by pamphlets on natural rights. He contributed anonymous essays defending colonial protest, revealing a knack for polemical writing. Despite his youthful status, readers found his arguments crisp, blending logic with moral fervour. However, the outbreak of open conflict at Lexington and Concord disrupted studies at King's College. Hamilton, though short of stature, was physically active and spirited. He joined a volunteer artillery company, drilling near city squares. Even as shots from British ships threatened Manhattan, he balanced academics with preparing for possible war. In 1776, amid the swirl of confusion over independence, Hamilton left formal schooling to commit fully to the patriot cause. Some peers found him bold to do so, but Hamilton believed in forging a new order that might reward merit over birth. After forming an artillery unit, Hamilton exhibited discipline and quick strategic thinking. At the disastrous Battle of Long Island, his unit helped secure a retreat. The next months, through near collapses, he drew the notice of key figures. During the harsh winter of 1776 to 1777, with the army battered, Hamilton's diligence in orchestrating supplies and maintaining morale stood out. General George Washington recognised these talents, inviting Hamilton to serve as an aide-de-camp, an assignment that, while staff-bound, gave Hamilton unprecedented exposure to high-level decision-making in Washington's camp. Hamilton became indispensable, drafting letters, shaping policy briefs, and forging alliances with other officers. He gleaned leadership lessons from the general's balancing of caution and daring, yet Hamilton, always seeking direct action, occasionally chafed at staff duties. He yearned to lead troops on the battlefield. Tensions with senior officers sometimes flared. Once, Hamilton fell out with Washington for a perceived slight over tardiness, but they eventually reconciled. Despite these brief spats, the synergy between them grew, anchored in mutual respect for diligence and strategy. Throughout 1777 to 1778, Hamilton's writing skill extended to political commentary. He published essays advocating for a stronger central authority to unify the war effort. The rickety Continental Congress, lacking stable finance and overshadowed by state autonomy, troubled him. He believed only a robust national structure could defeat Britain. This conviction would later inform his championing of a federal constitution. Meanwhile, in the immediacies of war, he juggled mission after mission for Washington, coordinating intelligence, planning for combined Franco-American operations, and refining supply requests. By 1779, Hamilton stood at the intersection of military and political realms, forging the identity of an intellect who saw national success hinged upon structure and cohesive governance. In early 1780, Alexander Hamilton encountered Elizabeth Schuyler, daughter of General Philip Schuyler, a prominent New York family patriarch. Their courtship blossomed swiftly. Elizabeth, often called Eliza, shared Hamilton's patriotic fervour and admired his restless intellect. They married in December 1780, forging a partnership that would steady Hamilton through tumultuous times. The Schuyler connection also raised his social standing, giving him a link to one of the colony's influential clans. Some whispered that Hamilton, a once penniless immigrant, had upped, but he dismissed such insinuations, cherishing Eliza's steadfast support. Meanwhile, Hamilton's yearning for field command lingered. He finally saw the action at the Siege of Yorktown in 1781, leading a night assault on British redoubts. This bold foray, though brief, gave him the battlefield credibility he had long craved. After Yorktown's success, the war's momentum shifted. Peace negotiations advanced, culminating in Britain's formal acknowledgement of American independence. With the conflict winding down, Hamilton resigned from Washington's staff. Now, his energies turned to the new nation's post-war reconstruction. He recognised that independence alone didn't guarantee prosperity. A more cohesive union was necessary. Back in civilian life, Hamilton studied law intensively, passing the bar in 1782. Settling in New York, he found a city grappling with war debts, local factionalism, and tension between wealthy merchants and populist artisans. Hamilton opened a law practice specialising in commercial disputes, revealing a knack for clarifying intricate financial matters. Through these cases, he saw firsthand how the Articles of Confederation left the national government too weak to regulate trade or impose taxes, leaving states in disarray and stifling economic growth. He started writing articles calling for a stronger central authority, overshadowing the patchwork of state-based solutions. In 1786, Shays' Rebellion in western Massachusetts alarmed many national figures, including Hamilton. That revolt by indebted farmers demonstrated that unchecked local unrest could threaten broader stability. Hamilton used it as fodder to argue that the current Confederation risked fracturing under internal stress. He joined with others, such as James Madison, to push for a convention that would revise the Articles. Although the Annapolis Convention of 1786 was sparsely attended, it led to the more definitive Philadelphia Convention of 1787. Hamilton arrived in Philadelphia with well-honed convictions. He believed the new government needed robust powers, the capacity to tax, regulate commerce, maintain an army, and ensure domestic peace. Yet he faced considerable scepticism from delegates who feared monarchy. Indeed, Hamilton's personal proposal at the convention, favouring lifetime terms for executives and senators, seemed too close to monarchy for many. Realising the group's mood, Hamilton set aside those extremes. He worked to broker compromises. Although overshadowed by Madison's systematic plan, Hamilton's rhetorical skill and one-on-one lobbying helped shape the final constitution. After 4 taxing months, the constitution was signed in September 1787, yet ratification required each state's approval. Sensing a fierce debate, Hamilton collaborated with Madison and John Jay to pen the Federalist Papers under the pseudonym Publius. Hamilton wrote the majority, dissecting proposed structures like the presidency, senate, and judiciary, and addressing anti-federalists' fears. His essays emphasised checks and balances, the necessity of a central authority to manage commerce and defence, and the improbability of tyranny under the new system. These Federalist essays profoundly influenced the ratification discourse, marking Hamilton as a top-tier constitutional interpreter. With the Constitution ratified in 1788, Hamilton eyed a new challenge, forging actual governance. When George Washington became the first president, he tapped Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. Hamilton, embracing the role, discovered an untapped opportunity to establish a national financial system. He inherited a war debt that threatened the new nation's credit. In a flurry of reports to Congress, he proposed the federal assumption of state debts, the issuance of new government bonds, and the creation of a national bank. These measures aimed to unify finances, spurring economic confidence. However, they ignited fierce opposition led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, who deemed them expansions of federal power to the detriment of state autonomy. Despite pushback, Hamilton's financial plan largely prevailed in Congress. He carefully negotiated with Southerners, trading the idea of placing the national capital on the Potomac for their backing on debt assumption. The Bank of the United States, authorized in 1791, consolidated federal financial might and fostered stable currency. This forging of a national economy was overshadowed by ideological splits, what some labelled Hamilton's acceptance of consolidated authority, even quasi-monarchical forms. But Hamilton believed it was essential for a dynamic republic. By the early 1790s, he had become a central figure in Washington's cabinet, driving a vision of an industrial, commercially robust America. Rivalries with Jefferson, however, would soon erupt, shaping the political landscape for years to come. As Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton found himself entwined in ideological showdowns with Thomas Jefferson, then Secretary of State. Jefferson envisaged an agrarian republic of independent farmers, with limited federal intrusion. Hamilton, conversely, believed commerce, industry, and robust national structures would anchor the nation's progress. Both men recognised George Washington as a stabilising presence, yet their friction fuelled early factional lines. Federalists rallied around Hamilton, while Jefferson's faction, later the Democratic Republicans, grew around his agrarian limited government stance. Foreign policy stoked further tension. The French Revolution, launched in 1789, escalated into European war by the early 1790s. France pressed for US assistance, citing the 1778 alliance. Hamilton, mindful of Britain as a crucial trading partner and believing the US lacked resources, urged neutrality. Jefferson, more sympathetic to revolutionary ideals, favoured measured support for France. Washington adopted a policy of official neutrality in 1793, endorsing Hamilton's pragmatic approach. This decision outraged ardent Francophiles and the public, but secured commercial ties with Britain. Meanwhile, Hamilton advanced domestic policies that integrated states deeper into the federal system. He introduced excise taxes, including one on whiskey, aiming to bolster federal revenue. In 1794, this whiskey tax incited unrest among frontier farmers in western Pennsylvania, culminating in the so-called Whiskey Rebellion. Hamilton urged Washington to assert national authority, and the president dispatched militia to quell the revolt. The rebellious farmers dispersed without major bloodshed. Hamilton's critics, though, branded him a tyrant, accusing him of trampling local freedoms. Hamilton argued that only firm enforcement proved the Constitution's viability over the old, feeble Articles of Confederation. Clashes over the Bank of the United States further deepened the Hamilton-Jefferson divide. Jefferson viewed the bank as constitutionally suspect, not enumerated in the founding document. Hamilton invoked the Constitution's necessary and proper clause, contending that the bank was an implied power vital for the government's financial operations. Washington sided with Hamilton, signing the bank bill into law. This incident set a precedent for broad constitutional interpretation, to Jefferson's alarm. The dispute laid the ideological foundation for the two-party system, with Hamilton's Federalists championing implied federal powers and Jefferson's Republicans insisting on narrower interpretations. By 1795, Hamilton, having established a stable financial footing, resigned as Treasury Secretary, returning to New York City's legal sphere. He continued to provide discreet advice to Washington, drafting speeches and shaping policy directions. In 1796, Washington's farewell address, partly authored by Hamilton, warned against partisan entanglements and foreign alliances. Ironically, Hamilton himself was a prime architect of partisan lines. The presidential election that year saw John Adams, a Federalist, defeat Jefferson. Hamilton, who harboured doubts about Adams, endeavoured to exert influence on the administration from a hidden position. But friction with Adams soon spiralled, culminating in an irreparable rift. During Adams's presidency, the US found itself in a quasi-war with revolutionary France. Hamilton, who believed in a robust defence, spurred the creation of a provisional army with himself as an influential major general. He hoped to unify Federalist power, but Adams, seeking to maintain peace, eventually negotiated with France. This scotched Hamilton's ambitions for an expanded military role. The Federalist Party thus split between Adams' loyalists and Hamilton's faction. Meanwhile, the Alien and Sedition Acts, championed by some Federalists, stifled free speech and outraged Republicans. Hamilton had mixed feelings, recognising the acts as overreaching but not vigorously condemning them. The controversies fueled Jefferson's eventual victory in the 1800 election. That election turned bitter. Hamilton disliked both Jefferson and his party's candidate, Aaron Burr, whom he deemed unprincipled. When the Electoral College produced a tie between Jefferson and Burr, the House of Representatives had to choose. Hamilton lobbied for Jefferson, feeling he was at least consistent while Burr was dangerously opportunistic. Jefferson's win ended the Federalist grip on power. Despite undermining his nominal ally Burr, Hamilton saw it as the less harmful option. The feud with Burr was set to escalate. Post-1800, Hamilton retreated partially from national politics. He resumed law, founded the New York Evening Post to promote Federalist ideals, and wrote fervent editorials criticising Jefferson's presidency. He also scolded John Adams in a notorious pamphlet, fracturing Federalist unity further. Meanwhile, tensions with Burr simmered. In 1804, Burr, by then Vice President, ran for governor of New York. Hamilton openly opposed Burr's bid, claiming he was unfit. Burr lost, blaming Hamilton for scurrilous remarks that cost him the election. Their acrimony peaked in personal insults, culminating in demands for an apology that Hamilton shrugged off. The stage was set for a final confrontation, a duel that would reverberate across the nation's consciousness. Thus, by 1803 to 1804, Hamilton's storied career encompassed the forging of national finance, the creation of a stable federal government, deep personal rivalries, and the impetus for fractious party politics. While overshadowed by his feud with Burr, his broader impact on shaping early American governance was vast. The looming conflict with Burr in a Weehawken duel might overshadow many achievements, but it also exemplified the period's intense code of honour, revealing how personal pride could overshadow reason in the early Republic. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr met at a dueling ground in Weehawken, New Jersey, perched above the Hudson River. Duels were technically illegal in both New York and New Jersey, but Weehawken was a known neutral ground. The tradition demanded formal rituals, seconds oversaw loaded pistols, ensuring fairness. Hamilton, though an accomplished marksman in the Revolutionary War, harboured moral qualms about duelling. In letters to confidants, he expressed an intention not to fire at Burr but to throw away his shot, hoping to meet the code of honour without a lethal outcome. Burr, vexed by Hamilton's public slights, approached the confrontation more aggressively. As accounts differ on the precise sequence, we rely on the seconds' conflicting recollections. One shot rang out, then another. Hamilton was struck in the lower abdomen, the bullet lodging near his spine. Burr, apparently unharmed, realised Hamilton was fatally wounded. Hamilton was carried back across the river, delirious and in agony. By the next afternoon, July 12th, he died at a friend's house. News spread swiftly, overshadowing Burr with accusations of murder. Even many of Burr's allies found his act reprehensible. Shock reverberated nationwide. Hamilton was just 47, a founding father, the chief architect of federal finance, and a voice for a strong union. That he fell in a personal duel seemed tragic, borderline barbaric. Burr faced immediate scorn, and though indicted for murder, he slipped away. His political career never recovered. The duel also propelled a re-evaluation of such honour-bound traditions. Public condemnation swelled, though duelling remained embedded in certain subcultures for decades to come. In the immediate aftermath, Hamilton's family faced financial insecurity. His estate was less robust than many assumed, reflecting that Hamilton had poured resources into speculative deals and lifestyle. Mourning Federalists championed him as a martyr to principle, ignoring the messy politics that led him to that fateful ground. Eulogies praised his brilliance, managerial acumen, and unwavering patriotism. Critics, while acknowledging his achievements, pointed out how his ambition and personal feuds shaped a harsh style that fanned party rancour. Nonetheless, the sense of a towering figure losing too soon overshadowed those critiques in the short term. His funeral in New York drew massive crowds. Processions in black, with the city's shipping at half-mast, showcased Hamilton's local significance. People recalled his rise from impoverished Caribbean youth to key founding statesman. A hush fell over the city's usual clamour. This wave of sorrow ironically softened some of the political vitriol that had dogged him in life. Over time, though, party lines continued to shift, and the nation turned to new challenges, from the War of 1812 to expansions west. Hamilton's memory lodged in history as the brilliant but intense figure overshadowed by the final duel. In that gloom, an essential question remained: how to interpret Hamilton's lasting impact. As the immediate swirl of grief eased, intellectuals examined his extensive writings, reports on public credit, the Federalist essays, and personal letters. They recognised that the federal government's stable finances owed much to Hamilton's early frameworks. The Constitution's broad interpretation that spurred the Bank of the United States shaped future developments in federal authority. The tension he introduced with Jefferson over implied powers would remain a fixture in legal debates for centuries. At the personal level, Hamilton's family endured heartbreak. Eliza Hamilton survived decades longer, dedicating herself to preserving his papers and championing philanthropic work. She co-founded charitable societies, including an orphanage in New York, perhaps reflecting her empathy for fatherless children, mindful of Hamilton's own orphaned beginnings. Over time, Eliza's curation of Hamilton's letters and manuscripts ensured that his role in founding the nation wouldn't fade. Without her stewardship, many of his insights might have been lost, overshadowed by the swirl of other founding figures. Meanwhile, Aaron Burr slunk from public life, although he briefly re-emerged in conspiratorial escapades in the West, culminating in a high-profile treason trial. That fiasco further tarnished his name. Over the 19th century, Burr's memory was entwined with villainy, while Hamilton became the heroic victim. This moral narrative, though oversimplified, found resonance in society seeking tidy lessons about the cost of personal feuds among statesmen. Hence, the duel's tragedy overshadowed Hamilton's final years of potential. He left behind partial drafts of essays, a life cut short, and a legacy that historians would piece together. The subsequent swirl of politics saw the Federalist Party fade, overshadowed by Jeffersonian and Jacksonian movements. Yet as the new republic faced wars and expansions, Hamilton's institutional frameworks endured, shaping how the Union financed conflicts and integrated new territories. Over time, the memory of Hamilton grew from the dust of partisan fights into a near legend of the unsilenceable voice for a strong Union, a testament to how brilliance can shine even after tragic demise. Hamilton's reputation experienced both highs and lows as the 19th century unfolded. Early in the 1800s, supporters who revered his Federalist vision championed him as an intellectual giant, while Jeffersonian loyalists found him dangerously elitist. The War of 1812 underscored the value of robust federal finances, an echo of Hamilton's arguments. However, the rising tide of Jacksonian democracy in the 1820s and 30s resurrected negative images of Hamilton as the father of a financial aristocracy. His preference for a central bank and industrial growth clashed with the agrarian populism that saw big government as suspect. In historical writing of the mid-1800s, Hamilton was overshadowed by Washington's soldierly aura, Jefferson's philosophical romance, and the dramatic expansion shaping the continent. His ideas about manufacturing, shaped by the reading Adam Smith's works, found fresh appreciation in some northern states pushing early industrialization, but the memory of his direct political battles had receded. Meanwhile, his widow Eliza persistently championed her husband's memory, carefully organizing his letters. She lived until 1854, bridging eras from the founding to the eve of sectional crises over slavery. As the Civil War approached, some northern intellectuals rediscovered Hamilton's emphasis on a strong union, seeing him as a prophet of national authority. They noted that had Hamilton's brand of federal cohesion fully blossomed, perhaps states' rights doctrines fueling secession might have been curtailed earlier. Writers evoked Hamilton as the founder who best grasped the necessity of a controlling centre that could override local fractiousness. Opponents of such interpretations pointed out that Hamilton's frameworks never explicitly addressed the moral contradiction of slavery. Indeed, Hamilton personally opposed enslavement but parted from radical anti-slavery moves, his stance overshadowed by political pragmatism. After the Civil War, industrial capitalism boomed, prompting new appreciation for Hamilton's foresight about manufacturing. Gilded Age financiers admired him as the original champion of a stable currency and big business. Critics, including agrarian populists, in turn damned him for setting a pattern favouring capital over farmers. Debates over monetary policy frequently referenced Hamilton's original central bank, especially regarding gold versus silver standards in the late 19th century. Some saw him as the father of stable credit, others as the father of corporate overreach. This relit his legacy, fueling a fresh wave of scholarly interest. In the 20th century, historians systematically uncovered more of Hamilton's personal writings. They found a figure often overshadowed by his own towering intensity, riven by internal anxieties about identity and acceptance. Born illegitimate and lacking wealth, he soared through brilliance alone. That personal dimension gave a new angle. Hamilton wasn't merely an aloof elitist, but a man forging personal progress in a world dominated by landed aristocracy. Simultaneously, the renewed scholarship dissected how the Federalist Papers shaped the Supreme Court's approach to constitutional interpretation. Cultural depictions varied. In some plays, Hamilton was the stiff, proud foil to the warm Jefferson, In textbooks, he's appeared as the founder of the American financial system, overshadowing the fact that he also practiced law with fervour, championed reforms in local governance, and penned scathing critiques of political adversaries. Hollywood took scant interest, overshadowed by the flamboyant stories of the War of Independence or the Civil War. Hamilton's presence mostly stuck to academic circles until the wave of musicals or pop culture references in the 21st century suddenly catapulted him back into mainstream conversation. In that modern reimagining, a more complex portrait emerges, the visionary who overcame humble origins, shaped institutions, but self-destructed in a lethal feud. This dual narrative resonates with a public intrigued by underdog success stories and cautionary tales about ambition. Meanwhile, historians continue unravelling his personal letters for glimpses of how he wrestled with his private identity, overshadowing any single label like nationalist or elitist. They see in him the deep tension between moral convictions and the messy realm of real-world politics. Consequently, Hamilton's legacy stands as a testament to a founder whose brilliance forged the frameworks of American finance, ushering in a strong union that could handle crises from 1812 to beyond. His life, truncated by a bullet in a duel, exemplifies the era's precarious norms of honour. Yet the institutional frameworks he championed endured, overshadowing ephemeral partisan feuds. As American commerce and governance matured, many of his ideas about credit-out systems, minted currency, and regulated trade blossomed. Therefore, though overshadowed in certain historical arcs, Hamilton's imprint remains, woven into the fabric of the modern American state, bridging the intangible line from rebellious colony to global economic power. Alexander Hamilton's journey might echo as one of unstoppable curiosity and drive. Born into adversity, he harnessed his intellect to climb political and financial summits. His story underscores how relentless learning and a willingness to challenge entrenched norms can yield transformative results. And yet, it also warns of how personal vendettas and impulsive decisions, like the final duel, can overshadow even the grandest achievements. The interplay of success and tragedy in Hamilton's life offers a cautionary dimension about letting rivalry overshadow reason. One dimension often overlooked is Hamilton's approach to social mobility. He believed in meritocracy, that talent, not lineage, should define one's station. His views clashed with the prevailing aristocratic mores that granted advantage to established families. In championing a strong central government, Hamilton believed it would break local oligarchies, allowing new men of skill to advance. That conviction shaped his financial blueprint, ensuring that the nation's credit system extended beyond a handful of wealthy planters. Yet it also invited accusations of favouritism toward banking elites, ironically suggesting that merit still found expression primarily among well-connected city financiers. Another lesser-known angle is how Hamilton viewed foreign policy. He favoured commerce-based alliances, but distrusted entangling the US in ideological battles. While acknowledging Britain as a trade partner, despite the rancour left from the Revolution, he saw stable trade routes as essential for revenue and global standing. Jefferson and Madison criticised the strategy as an over-cosy approach with a recent foe, but Hamilton saw post-war British power as a practical anchor for commercial expansion. In this sense, his realism overshadowed older resentments. That stance was a harbinger for how modern states weigh economic ties against historic grievances. Additionally, Hamilton's personal style at social gatherings and in daily interactions reveals a man who could be both charmingly eloquent and abrasively direct. Contemporaries described him as intense, with a quick mind that occasionally battered conversation partners. He thrived on intellectual debate. Some say he embraced confrontation to refine ideas, yet this habit might have contributed to the accumulation of enemies, culminating in the fateful spat with Burr. In an era where honour was a cornerstone of social standing, Hamilton's cutting wit proved a dangerous asset. At home, Hamilton and Eliza raised a growing family. Though tragedies struck, the death of their son Philip in a duel reminiscent of his father's fierce approach to personal disputes. This sorrow weighed heavily on Hamilton, intensifying his reflection on the code of honour. Paradoxically, he still ended up abiding by that same code, accepting Burr's challenge. The duality of a brilliant mind trapped by the period's social norms emerges starkly in these personal heartbreaks. For modern readers, the scenario underscores how societal expectations can override individual caution, even for a pragmatic statesman. Examining Hamilton's religious evolution is another nuanced topic. Late in life, particularly after Philip's death, he re-engaged with spiritual considerations. While not as devout as John Jay or Patrick Henry Hamilton expressed his belief that moral frameworks were crucial to stable governance, some scholars see a near return to Christian orthodoxy in his final years, overshadowing the earlier secular aura. This dimension of moral or religious introspection is overshadowed in many popular accounts that focus on battles of finance or partisanship. Lastly, the robust myth-making around Hamilton in the 21st century, particularly following a certain successful musical, reflects how malleable historical figures can become, for decades overshadowed in public memory. Hamilton found new admirers enthralled by his underdog narrative. The musical drew from historical sources, but adapted them for modern audiences, highlighting themes of immigration, ambition, and the forging of identity. Meanwhile, professional historians maintain a more measured stance, acknowledging the genius behind the Bank and the Federalist Papers, but also the moral complexities, involvement in a scandalous Reynolds affair, the backing of harsh policies like the Alien and Sedition Acts, and the overshadowed complicity in a system that tolerated slavery. Hence, Hamilton's life embodies many contradictions. Hamilton was a brilliant champion of American finance, an immigrant success story, and a defender of robust national institutions, yet he was also entangled in political vendettas, personal heartbreak, and moral ambiguities. The lethal code of personal honour of the era brought him down from the pinnacle of policy influence. Contemporary observers can glean from his saga how vision, intellect, and determination can reshape a society, while cautioning that untempered ambition and rivalry risk overshadowing even the grandest legacies. In the modern mosaic of American history, Alexander Hamilton occupies a unique niche, straddling realms of finance, politics, and personal drama. Behind the scenes, he shaped the national domain by delivering pragmatic solutions to fundamental questions about governance and economy. Yet his flamboyant final act, the duel with Aaron Burr, long overshadowed the breadth of his achievements. Over the past 2 centuries, the perception of Hamilton has fluctuated between critical wariness and near-heroic adulation, leading to a re-examination that highlights his full complexity. For many decades, Hamilton served as a reference point for strong central governance. In debates about tariffs, internal improvements, and the role of a national bank, legislators invoked his name. The Hamiltonian vision signified a dynamic, industrializing America that invests in large-scale infrastructure and cultivates a robust bond market. Opponents retorted that such policies undercut local autonomy, echoing Jeffersonian concerns about overreach. This cyclical debate recurs whenever the nation confronts a crisis or looks to expand federal influence, be it in responding to economic depressions or modern financial bailouts. Among scholars, Hamilton's contribution to the Federalist remains a crowning literary feat. Essays like Federalist No. 78 shape the judiciary's conceptual role, championing judicial independence and the power of constitutional review. Federalist No. 84 argued that enumerating rights might risk constraining them, though ironically, the Bill of Rights was soon appended to the Constitution anyway. Such works left a lasting intellectual deposit, frequently cited in Supreme Court decisions. The interplay between Hamilton's preference for strong federal courts and modern jurisprudence reveals the longevity of his influence. Public interest soared anew in the 21st century, with a popular musical recasting Hamilton as a hip, scrappy immigrant shaping the nation's destiny. That retelling, blending hip-hop and historical references, stoked fresh curiosity about details of his Caribbean youth, the heartbreak of losing his mother, and the unexpected mentorship from merchants. It also reintroduced figures like John Laurens, Hercules Mulligan, or Elizabeth Schuyler to mainstream conversation. This phenomenon demonstrates how historical figures can be revived and reinterpreted to speak to current cultural dialogues about immigration, representation, and the forging of American identity. That said, the musical's creative liberties overshadow certain complexities. For instance, the deeper tensions around slavery, or Hamilton's relationship with Haitian independence. Yet it undeniably catapulted him back into the public eye. Critically, modern reflection contends with Hamilton's stance on slavery. Though personally not an owner of large plantations, he married into a family that benefited from enslaved labour. He opposed the international slave trade, but was less vocal about immediate abolition. Some historians see him as moderately anti-slavery in principle, yet overshadowed by the era's political constraints. This mild stance differs from the fervour of an abolitionist, highlighting that even bright minds can compromise on pressing moral issues for perceived political necessity. Another puzzle is how Hamilton would respond to the subsequent expansions. He died before industrialisation truly took flight or the question of slavery overtook national politics. Would he have advocated for federal solutions to keep the Union intact in the 1850s? Or would he have favoured more localised, pragmatic deals? The counterfactual is tantalising but unanswerable. Like many founders, his ideas formed the skeleton for future developments, but subsequent generations moulded them to new contexts. Finally, Hamilton's personal letters, uncovered in archives over time, reveal the emotional complexity behind the confident public persona. He could be warm, witty, or scathing, anxious about respect and standing. The spectre of orphanhood never fully left him. A sense of precariousness pervaded his ambition. He engaged in verbal battles with the press, establishing a partisan strategy. The Reynolds affair, in which he admitted to an extramarital relationship, tarnished his moral standing yet underscored his willingness to publicly confess in a swirl of political blackmail. All these episodes illustrate a founder who was no pristine statue, but a flawed participant in the messy birth of a republic. In sum, Alexander Hamilton's Odyssey stands as an emblem of America's early audacity, someone forging national frameworks with unstoppable fervour, bridging personal adversity and political upheaval. He hammered out financial machinery that stabilised a precarious union, wrote constitutional commentaries that guided centuries of legal thought, and valiantly served in war, only to be undone by personal vendetta in a misguided duel. This story resonates with the universal themes of ambition, principle, rivalry, and the subtle interplay of personal and public realms. Hamilton's imprint endures in the institutions he shaped, the arguments he advanced, and the persistent puzzle of how a brilliant mind can fall victim to a bullet summoned by the code of honour with confusing reasoning. Picture yourself settling into a wooden chair by your hearth on a crisp autumn evening in the year 1066. You've just finished your barley soup and dark bread, and the fire crackles with that particular satisfaction that comes from a belly that's finally full after a long day of back-breaking work. Your bones ache in that familiar way, the kind that reminds you that you've earned your rest. You step outside to check on the chickens one last time, and that's when you see it. A blazing sword hangs in the western sky, its fiery tail streaming behind it like the banner of some celestial army. Your heart pauses, not because you're witnessing one of nature's most spectacular shows, but because you know, with the certainty that comes from a lifetime of sermons and warnings, that this thing in the sky means trouble. See, you don't live in a world where comets are chunks of ice and rock following predictable orbits of the sun. You live in a world where the heavens are God's own theatre, and when something unusual appears up there, it's not astronomy, it's a divine telegram. And this particular message looks pretty ominous. Your medieval brain doesn't think, oh, fascinating, a celestial visitor from the outer reaches of our solar system. Instead, it thinks something more along the lines of, well, that's it then. Someone's about to die, probably horribly, and it might just be me. The thing is, you're not being irrational, not by the standards of your time anyway. You live in an age where the line between the natural and supernatural is as blurry as your vision after too much ale. Angels and demons are as real as your neighbour's cow, and the sky serves as God's bulletin board, announcing his disapproval of humanity's latest misdeeds. You know the stories. Everyone knows the stories. How a blazing star appeared before Jerusalem fell to the Romans. How strange that lights in the sky preceded the death of emperors and the fall of kingdoms. Your grandfather told you about the time a comet appeared just before the terrible famine that killed half the village. For you, these stories are more than mere entertainment. They serve as historical records. And here's the thing that makes it even worse. You can't just shrug and go back inside. Everyone else in your village has also witnessed it, and their thoughts align with yours. Tomorrow there'll be worried whispers at the well and anxious glances toward the manor house. The priest will have that particular expression. That means he's about to deliver some very unwelcome news from the pulpit. You pull your woolen cloak tighter around your shoulders and try to remember if you've been particularly sinful lately. Did you take that extra turnip from the Lord's field? Were you uncharitable toward your neighbour when his pig got into your garden? These things matter now because clearly the Almighty is paying attention and he's not happy about something. The comet hangs there like a cosmic reproach, and you can't help but wonder what fresh disaster it's announcing. Do you think the Normans will eventually follow through on their threats to invade? Will there be another plague? Will your Lord decide to raise the taxes again? In your world, bad news swiftly spreads across the night sky with a fiery tail. You stand there for what feels like hours but is probably only minutes, watching this unwelcome visitor. You want to appreciate its awful beauty, but mostly you want it to leave with the disaster it's advertising. If there's one thing you've learned in your hard-scrabble medieval life, it's usually not the kind of show you want front row seats for. The next morning arrives with all the subtlety of a mule kick to the head. You wake to the sound of church bells, not the regular call to morning prayers, but the urgent, irregular clanging that means Father Benedict has something important to announce. And judging by the frantic quality of the ringing, it's probably not good news about the harvest festival. You stumble out of your cottage, still pulling on your boots, to find half the village already gathered in the square. Everyone looks like they've seen a ghost, which in a way they have. It's the celestial ghost of impending doom, complete with a fiery tail and a profoundly negative outlook on humanity's moral state. Father Benedict stands on the church steps, his expression as troubled as everyone else's. His usually neat tonsure is dishevelled, and he's clutching his prayer book like it might sprout wings and carry him away from this mess. When he speaks, his voice has that particular tremor that suggests he's been up all night wrestling with theological implications. "My dear children," he begins, and you know immediately that whatever follows is going to be the opposite of reassuring. "The Lord has sent us a sign in the heavens, a reminder of his divine displeasure with the sins of this world." Now, here's where medieval logic gets particularly intriguing. In your time, everything happens for a reason, and that reason is usually either God rewarding the faithful or God punishing the wicked. There are no random cosmic events or natural phenomena that occur simply due to the laws of physics. When a comet appears, it's because God grabbed it by the tail and flung it across the sky like a cosmic javelin, aimed directly at whatever kingdom, village or individual has been getting too big for their britches. The mathematics of this system are beautifully simple and absolutely terrifying. Bad things happen because someone, somewhere, has offended the Almighty. The bigger the wicked thing, the bigger the sin that caused it. And a comet? A comet is not just any ordinary bad thing. That's the cosmic equivalent of God taking a serious stance. You glance around at your neighbours, all of whom are doing their own moral inventory. There's Thomas the miller, who you're pretty sure has been watering down the flour. Margaret the baker undoubtedly overcharges for bread and likely fabricates the weight. Old Henrik is known by everyone to poach rabbits from the Lord's forest, but he is clever enough to avoid getting caught. In fact, upon reflection, your village resembles a catalogue of petty sins and moral compromises. A flaming harbinger of divine justice suddenly casts a shadow over your village, making it seem less amusing and more like a poor strategic decision. Father Benedict continues his sermon, explaining how comets have historically appeared before great disasters. The medieval catastrophes, which included the destruction of cities, the deaths of kings, famines, plagues and invasions, were all preceded by fiery visitors from the afterlife. Father Benedict provides detailed explanations for most of his points, supplemented by insightful quotes from various saints who shared their perspectives on celestial phenomena. The truly maddening part is that this system of cosmic cause and effect actually makes sense within the medieval worldview. If God is all-powerful and all-knowing, then nothing happens without his permission. If something dramatic happens in the heavens, it's because he put it there. And if he put it there, it's because he's trying to tell you something. The only question is if you possess the intelligence to decipher that message before it's too late. You find yourself nodding in agreement with the priest's explanation, despite a part of your mind resisting the overwhelming unfairness of it all. After all, you've been a reasonably decent person. You go to church, you don't murder anyone, you only steal when you're really hungry, and you've never coveted your neighbour's ox with any serious intent. But apparently, the cosmic justice system operates on a collective guilt principle, and your village's moral credit rating has just been downgraded to pray for your souls. As Father Benedict wraps up his impromptu sermon with a call for increased piety, and possibly some emergency donations to the church roof fund, you can't help but stare up at the morning sky. The comet isn't visible now, but you know it's still there, lurking behind the sun like a cosmic bill collector waiting to serve papers. By midday, your village has descended into a state of organised hysteria. It's remarkable, really, how quickly a community can pivot from mundane concerns about grain storage and pig breeding to full-scale apocalyptic anxiety. Everyone becomes an expert on divine wrath and celestial omens after witnessing a fiery visitor in the night sky. While you attempt to carry out your daily tasks, such as feeding the chickens and fixing the leaky thatch in your cottage, it becomes difficult to focus when half of your neighbours are convinced that the world is on the verge of a catastrophic end, and the other half are debating the specifics of this end. The blacksmith has become convinced that the comet is specifically targeting smiths because he once made a horseshoe on a Sunday. The baker thinks it's about bread prices, which honestly might not be wrong given what she charges for a decent loaf. Young William from the mill is certain it's because he's been having impure thoughts about the merchant's daughter, though frankly, half the village has been having impure thoughts about the merchant's daughter, so if God punished every lustful glance with cosmic fireworks, the sky would look like a continuous celebration. What's fascinating is how everyone's personal guilt is suddenly cosmic in scope. Do you remember the apple you stole from your neighbour's tree last autumn? Clearly grounds for divine retribution via a flaming celestial messenger. The occasion when you informed your supervisor that you were too ill to work, even though you simply wished to sleep in. This is undoubtedly the type of moral transgression that necessitates a correction from a higher power. You're sitting on your doorstep trying to patch a hole in your boot and listening to the increasingly creative theories about what the comet means, when old Martha shuffles over. She's the village's unofficial historian, the keeper of all the local disasters and their supposed celestial announcements. If anyone knows about comets and their terrible implications, it's Martha. "Saw one just like it 40 years ago," she says, settling onto the wooden bench beside your door with the careful precision of joints that complain about everything. It was the same colour, the same terrible brightness. You know what happened next. You're not sure you want to know, but Martha is going to tell you anyway. There's a gleam in her eye indicating that she's about to reveal a particularly juicy piece of historical catastrophe. The great sickness came through. The sickness claimed the lives of every third person in the village, including my first husband. God rest his soul. Though between you and me, she leans closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Harold had it coming. Man never met a commandment he couldn't find a way around. This is the thing about medieval life that makes comet fear so perfectly reasonable. Bad things really do happen with alarming regularity. Plagues, famines, wars, floods, droughts, fires, invasions. It's like living in a cosmic pinball machine where you're the ball and disaster is every bumper. When your baseline existence includes regular encounters with death, disease and destruction, the appearance of something unusual in the sky isn't just superstition, it's pattern recognition. Martha continues her catalogue of comet-related disasters, and you start to understand why your ancestors developed such a healthy fear of celestial visitors. In a world where medical science consists largely of bloodletting and prayer, where crop failure means starvation, and where political stability is whatever mood the local lord happens to be in that day, any advance warning of trouble is valuable, even if that warning comes in the form of astronomical phenomena that won't be properly understood for another few hundred years. The truly clever thing about comet fear is that it's almost impossible to disprove. Something bad always happens eventually. That's just the nature of medieval life. When a calamity occurs, everyone recalls the comet and reverently acknowledges the divine warnings and cosmic justice. The fact that bad things also happen when there aren't any comets around is conveniently forgotten in favour of the much more satisfying narrative of celestial cause and effect. As the day progresses, you observe that the panic begins to assume a distinctly practical aspect. People are checking their food stores, making sure their tools are in good repair, settling old debts, and being unusually nice to people they normally can't stand. If a calamity is imminent, it's crucial to prepare thoroughly, and the last thing you want is to confront divine wrath while in debt to your neighbour or harbouring resentment towards the miller. Evening comes again, and with it, the return of your unwelcome celestial visitor. The comet hangs in the western sky like a cosmic sword of Damocles, and you're beginning to understand why your medieval ancestors developed such elaborate theories about what these things meant. When you don't have telescopes or orbital mechanics or any real understanding of what's happening beyond the atmosphere, pattern matching becomes your primary scientific method. You must admit, the patterns are quite compelling. Comets appear, bad things happen. Sometimes the timing is remarkably coincidental, like the comet everyone still talks about that showed up just weeks before the terrible winter when the rivers froze solid and half the livestock died. Occasionally the connection is more general. A comet appears, and then sometime in the following months or years there's a war or plague or famine or political upheaval. Of course, given that wars, plagues, famines and political upheavals are basically the background noise of medieval existence, connecting them to any unusual celestial event isn't exactly a stretch. It's like predicting that sometime after you see a strange cloud, it will rain. In medieval Europe, the analogous prediction would be that upon witnessing a comet, a calamitous event would inevitably befall someone, and this prediction would almost always prove accurate. You're contemplating this prediction while sitting outside your cottage, sharing a cup of weak ale with your neighbour Edmund. He's been unusually thoughtful all day, which is notable because Edmund's usual approach to complex problems is to ignore them until they either go away or become someone else's responsibility. "Been thinking about that thing up there," he says, gesturing toward the comet with his cup. "Wondering if maybe we're looking at this all wrong." The subject is intriguing. Edmund having an original thought is like seeing a comet, unusual enough to merit attention. "How do you mean?" you ask. "Well," Edmund continues, warming to his theme, "what if it's not a warning about something that's going to happen? Could it be a warning about something currently occurring that we have not yet observed? This interpretation of cosmic messaging theory is surprisingly sophisticated. Rather than the comet serving as a foreshadowing of future events, it's akin to God gently reminding you to take notice of a situation that has been unfolding while you've been preoccupied with other matters. This interpretation has the advantage of being almost impossible to argue with. Is there political tension brewing between neighbouring lords? Has there been an unusual number of sick cattle lately? Are the crops looking a bit too good this year, setting up for complacency and eventual disaster? Any of these could be the something that the comet is highlighting. Edmund's theory also explains why comets seem to precede disasters rather than directly cause them. They're not cosmic artillery shells fired by an upset deity. They're more like divine highlighter markers, drawing attention to problems that were already in the works. You find the idea oddly comforting. It suggests that maybe, just maybe, there's still time to address whatever issue the comet is pointing out, if you can figure out what it is anyway. The two of you sit in companionable silence, watching the comet and sipping your ale. Around the village, other people are doing the same thing, standing in doorways, sitting on benches and gathering in small groups to stare at the sky and speculate about meaning. It's like the entire community has become a philosophical society dedicated to the interpretation of celestial phenomena. The funny thing is, all this comet watching and disaster theorizing is actually bringing people together. Shared anxiety has a way of dissolving petty grievances and social barriers. The miller, who usually can't be bothered to acknowledge your existence, nods gravely when you pass him on the road. The Lord Steward, normally as approachable as a rabid badger, actually stops to ask your opinion about what the comet might signify. You realise that fear serves as a powerful equaliser. When everyone's worried about the same cosmic threat, suddenly the normal hierarchies and social divisions seem less important. Everyone, rich or poor, noble or peasant, has the same view of the troubling visitor in the western sky, and the same questions about what it means and what to do. This communal aspect of comet fear is probably one of its most valuable functions in medieval society. It provides a shared experience that transcends individual concerns and creates a sense of common purpose. Everyone is on the same cosmic journey, collectively rowing towards an uncertain yet potentially disastrous destination. As the evening deepens and the comet becomes more visible against the darkening sky, you can't help but appreciate the elegant simplicity of medieval cosmology. Everything has meaning, everything is connected, and everything ultimately serves a divine purpose. It's a worldview that leaves no room for chance or meaningless coincidence, which means it also leaves no room for the kind of existential anxiety that comes from living in an apparently purposeless universe. Within 3 days of the comet crisis, your village has established an advanced system of apocalyptic management. It's impressive, really, how quickly a community can organise itself around the shared belief that the sky is trying to tell them something important and probably unpleasant. The blacksmith has taken on the role of the village's spiritual audit committee, conducting door-to-door assessments to identify everyone's recent transgressions and recommend suitable penances. The baker has started giving away day-old bread to the poor, apparently reasoning that excessive charity might offset whatever cosmic imbalance has attracted divine attention. Even the Lord Steward has been unusually lenient about tax collection, which is either a sign of genuine piety or evidence that he's just as worried as everyone else. You're beginning to understand that medieval comet fear isn't just about superstition or ignorance. It's actually a pretty sophisticated social technology for dealing with uncertainty and managing collective anxiety. When faced with something potentially threatening but fundamentally incomprehensible, the community has instinctively developed a response that serves multiple practical functions. First, it creates social cohesion. Everyone's focused on the same problem, which means everyone's pulling in the same direction. The usual village feuds and petty grievances have been temporarily set aside in favour of more pressing cosmic concerns. When you're all potentially facing divine judgment together, it's easier to forgive your neighbour for letting his pigs root through your garden. Second, it encourages moral reflection and behavioural improvement. The prospect of celestial retribution effectively prompts individuals to reconsider their recent ethical decisions. The village has become noticeably more civil, more generous, and more cooperative since the comet appeared. If divine threats can achieve what sermons and social pressure couldn't, perhaps a little cosmic anxiety holds merit. Third, it provides a framework for collective action. Instead of everyone panicking individually, the community has organised its worry into productive channels. Food stores are being checked and consolidated, tools are being repaired, debts are being settled, relationships are being mended. If disaster is coming, at least everyone will face it together and prepared. You're pondering these sociological insights while helping Edmund repair his roof, a task he's been putting off for months, but suddenly considers urgent given the current celestial circumstances. It's remarkable how the possibility of divine displeasure can motivate home maintenance projects. "You know what I find interesting?" Edmund says, pausing in his hammering to gesture toward the sky where the comet will soon become visible. "How come we never get good comets? Comets that mean prosperity and favourable harvests and peaceful relations with our neighbours." This query is actually a profound question about the nature of divine communication through astronomical phenomena. Why are comets always harbingers of doom? Why can't they be harbingers of exceptional wine vintages or unusually cooperative weather patterns instead? You consider this while handing Edmund another nail. Maybe because good things don't need warnings, you suggest. If God wanted to send us prosperity, he'd just send it. But if trouble's coming, we need time to prepare, Edmund nods thoughtfully. So comets are like divine early warning systems? Exactly. God's way of saying, heads up, things are about to get complicated. This interpretation has the advantage of making comet fear seem not just reasonable, but practically wise. Of course, you should be worried when unusual celestial phenomena appear. They're not just random cosmic events, they're intelligence briefings from the highest possible authority, delivered via the most dramatic communication medium available. The more you think about it, the more you appreciate the elegant efficiency of the system. Complex bureaucracies or elaborate communication networks are not necessary. Just grab a convenient chunk of ice and rock, set it on a spectacular trajectory through the inner solar system, and let human pattern recognition instincts do the rest. Every culture on Earth will see it. Everyone will understand that it means something significant, and everyone will start taking appropriate precautions. As evening approaches and the comet becomes visible again, you and Edmund climb down from the roof to join the usual community comet watching session. It's become a nightly ritual now, this collective observation and interpretation of your unwelcome celestial visitor. People bring cups of ale or weak wine, share theories about what the comet might signify, and generally turn astronomical anxiety into a social event. Tonight, Father Benedict has joined the group, which adds a certain official theological weight to the proceedings. He's been consulting various religious texts about comets and their meanings, and he has some intriguing insights to share about the historical relationship between celestial phenomena and earthly events. "The thing about divine warnings," he explains, settling onto a wooden stool that someone has thoughtfully provided, "is that they're not just about predicting the future. They're about giving us the opportunity to change it. A week has passed since your celestial visitor first appeared, and you're beginning to suspect that medieval comet interpretation might be more art than science. The village has now generated approximately 17 different theories about what the comet means, ranging from Father Benedict's scholarly assessment that it represents divine displeasure with moral laxity, to young William's conviction that it's specifically about his lustful thoughts regarding the merchant's daughter. The most creative interpretation so far has come from old Henrik, who believes the comet is actually a beneficial sign, God's way of burning away evil influences so that righteousness can flourish. This theory is notably popular with people who consider themselves generally righteous and would prefer cosmic events to work in their favour for once. You're sitting by your hearth, mending a torn shirt, and contemplating the remarkable human capacity to find meaning in random events when there's a knock at your door. It's Margaret from the bakehouse, looking unusually flustered and carrying what appears to be an entire loaf of her best bread. "I need to talk to someone," she says, settling into your spare chair without waiting for an invitation. "About the comet, about what it might really mean." You set aside your mending and give her your full attention. Margaret rarely indulges in fanciful or theological speculation. If she's worried about cosmic implications, there's probably a good practical reason. "I've been thinking about timing," she continues, breaking off a piece of bread and offering it to you. "When exactly the comet appeared, and what was happening right around then. And I think I might have figured something out." This line is intriguing. Margaret has apparently been conducting her own investigation into comet-related causation, while everyone else has been focusing on moral inventory and spiritual preparation. Remember how Lord Geoffrey's son came back from his travels just 2 days before the comet showed up? And how did he bring all those strangers with him? The ones who've been staying at the manor house. You do remember, there had been quite a bit of village gossip about the young lord's companions. Foreign-looking men with expensive clothes and secretive conversations. The general consensus was that they were probably merchants of some sort, though nobody seemed quite sure what they were selling. "Well," Margaret continues, lowering her voice even though you're alone in your cottage, "I heard from Alice, who heard from the cook at the manor house, that those aren't merchants at all, they're soldiers, mercenaries, and they've been asking many questions about the local roads and the best routes to the neighbouring lordships." Suddenly the comet takes on an entirely different significance. If Margaret is right, then your celestial visitor isn't warning about divine displeasure with moral failing. It's a warning about human plans for very earthly conflict. The cosmic telegram isn't about spiritual concerns, it's about political ones. This revelation is both relieving and terrifying. This revelation is both relieving and terrifying, as it implies that mere improvements in piety and charitable giving may not be sufficient to address the issues the comet is announcing. Terrifying because it suggests that your village might be about to become involved in the kind of armed conflict that tends to leave places looking significantly less village-like than they did before. So, what do we do, you ask? Margaret shrugs with the practical fatalism of someone who has survived several decades of medieval uncertainty. Same thing we'd do if it was about divine wrath. Prepare for potential difficulties, maintain optimism, and avoid becoming entangled in the impending chaos. You spend the rest of the evening discussing practical preparations for potential conflict, and you realise that the village's response to the comet has actually been pretty sensible, regardless of what the comet actually means. Food stores checked and consolidated, tools repaired and sharpened, debts settled, relationships mended. All of these things are just as useful for surviving human-caused disasters as divine ones. The next morning, you share Margaret's theory with Edmund, who receives it with the thoughtful consideration he's been applying to all comet-related intelligence. After some discussion, you both agree that it doesn't really matter whether the comet is warning about spiritual crisis or political conflict. The appropriate response is pretty much the same. Get ready for trouble and hope you're wrong about how awful it's going to be. This insight into the practical wisdom of comet fear is oddly comforting. Your medieval ancestors weren't just superstitious primitives jumping at shadows in the sky. They were people living in genuinely dangerous and unpredictable circumstances, and they developed a system for interpreting unusual events that encouraged useful precautionary behaviour, regardless of the specific nature of the threat. Whether the comet means divine wrath, political upheaval, natural disaster, or just cosmic coincidence, the response is the same. Pay attention, prepare for difficulties, work together, and try to be the kind of person you'd want to be if you knew the world was watching. As evening approaches and the comet becomes visible once again, you find yourself looking at it with something approaching appreciation. Not because you're happy it's there, but because you're beginning to understand the elegant simplicity of a worldview that treats every unusual event as potentially meaningful, and every bit of meaning as a call to appropriate action. 2 weeks after your cosmic visitor first appeared, Lord Geoffrey's son makes his announcement. There will indeed be a military campaign, though he has the diplomatic courtesy to call it a defensive expedition to secure regional stability. The mercenaries Margaret spotted were advanced scouts, and the young lord has been planning what amounts to a small-scale invasion of his neighbour's territory over a disputed claim to some particularly fertile farmland. The comet, it turns out, was neither a divine warning nor a celestial coincidence. It was just excellent timing, a cosmic spotlight illuminating a very earthly drama that was about to unfold whether the heavens cooperated or not. But here's the thing about comet fear that you're beginning to truly appreciate. It doesn't actually matter whether the comet caused the crisis or just happened to show up for it. What matters is that its appearance motivated your community to prepare for trouble, and that preparation is about to prove extremely valuable. The village is in better shape than it's been in years. Food stores are organised and adequate. Tools are repaired and ready. People have settled their debts and mended their relationships. The community is more cohesive and cooperative than anyone can remember. When Lord Geoffrey's steward comes around to requisition supplies for the campaign, your village is able to contribute without facing starvation. When he demands men for military service, the community is unified enough to negotiate reasonable terms instead of just accepting whatever conscription he imposes. Most importantly, when the inevitable refugees start arriving from the disputed territory, families fleeing the advancing soldiers and the chaos that always accompanies armed conflict, your village is prepared to help. Not only does your village provide material assistance, but it also provides social and emotional support. The comet has reminded everyone that we're all vulnerable to forces beyond our control, and that mutual support is the best defence against uncertainty. You're helping to distribute blankets to the refugee families when old Martha shuffles over, wearing the satisfied expression of someone whose theories have been validated by events. "Told you that comet meant something," she says, settling beside you on the bench outside the church. "Maybe not exactly what we thought, but something important all the same." "So you think the comet actually caused all this?" you ask, genuinely curious about her perspective. Martha considers this with the careful deliberation of someone who has seen enough history to understand its complexity. Maybe yes, maybe no, but does it matter? The comet got us ready for what was coming, whether it knew what was coming or not. That certainly holds significance. This is the final wisdom of medieval comet fear. It's not really about understanding cosmic causation or predicting specific disasters. It's about maintaining the kind of adaptive alertness that helps communities survive in genuinely uncertain circumstances. The comet reminds us that the future is uncertain, that we should prepare, and that we're all in this together. As you settle into bed that night, you step outside one last time to look at your celestial visitor. It's noticeably dimmer now, beginning its long journey back toward the outer darkness, where comets spend most of their time. In a few more weeks, it will fade from visibility entirely, leaving your village to deal with the earthly consequences of Lord Geoffrey's territorial ambitions. But the comet's real work is already done. It appeared at exactly the right moment to motivate exactly the right kind of preparation for exactly the right kind of crisis. Whether this event was divine providence, cosmic coincidence, or just the inevitable intersection of astronomical mechanics and human foolishness doesn't really matter. What matters is that when unusual things appear in the sky, it's probably wise to pay attention. This is not because the sky is attempting to convey a message, but rather because observing unusual occurrences often serves as an effective survival tactic. The universe is full of surprises, some of which require preparation, cooperation, and the wisdom to distinguish between the things you can control and the things you can't. Your medieval ancestors understood these facts instinctively. They lived in a world where unexpected events could be fatal, and preparation often made the difference between survival and disaster. They developed comet fear not because they were superstitious primitives, but because they were practical people dealing with practical problems using the best information available to them. As you drift off to sleep in your cottage, listening to the familiar sounds of your village settle into the night, you find yourself oddly grateful for your cosmic visitor. The experience taught you valuable lessons about community, preparation, and the importance of taking unusual events seriously, even if you don't fully understand them. The comet blazes on through the darkness, carrying its tail of fire toward distant appointments with other worlds and civilizations who will look up at it and wonder what it means and what they should do about it. Perhaps if they are wise, they will follow the same path as your village, brace for challenges, hold on to optimism, And keep in mind that we are all merely transitory occupants of a small planet, orbiting a common star in a universe brimming with both wonders and dangers. Sometimes the sky catches fire, and sometimes that's exactly what we need to see. Picture, if you will, the year 1564 in Stratford-upon-Avon, where the River Avon meanders like a drunken playwright searching for his next line. Here, in a timber-framed house that creaks like old bones, young William Shakespeare draws his first breath into a world that will spend the next 4 centuries arguing about whether he actually existed. The irony, dear listeners, is that existing was precisely his problem. Born to John Shakespeare, a glover whose hands shaped leather, but whose dreams shaped disappointment, William inherited more than just his father's trade aspirations. He inherited the crushing weight of middle-class respectability in an age when stepping outside your designated social box was like performing Hamlet without a script. John, you see, wasn't content with merely crafting gloves. He harboured municipal ambitions, becoming an alderman and eventually bailiff of Stratford. Success, however, proved as slippery as wet leather, and by the time young Will reached adolescence, the family's fortunes had tumbled faster than a poorly rehearsed death scene. The Shakespeare household echoed with the peculiar tension of fallen gentility, that special kind of misery reserved for families who remember better times while counting their remaining coins. John's financial troubles weren't merely about money, they were about identity. In Elizabethan England, your worth was measured not just by your purse, but by your position, and John's declining fortunes meant the family name carried the particular stigma of ambitious failure. Young William, blessed with what we now recognise as genius but what his contemporaries might have called dangerous imagination, found himself trapped between his father's expectations and his own impossible dreams. Grammar school provided him with Latin, rhetoric, and a dangerous taste for stories that transported him far beyond Stratford's suffocating boundaries. However, the dual nature of education only served to stifle his provincial life, akin to attempting to encapsulate the vastness of the ocean within a tiny teacup. The boy who had become England's greatest writer spent his formative years watching his father's dreams crumble, while his own grew increasingly impossible. In a society where most people died within 20 miles of where they were born, William's imagination roamed freely through the ancient Rome, mythical Athens, and magical islands that existed nowhere but in his restless mind. This disconnect between inner vastness and outer limitation would haunt him throughout his life, the eternal struggle of the artist born into the wrong circumstances. But perhaps most cruelly, young Shakespeare possessed something that made his situation unbearable: talent. His talent was not the comfortable mediocrity that would have enabled him to follow his father's trade with contentment, but a blazing, undeniable gift that made ordinary life feel like wearing clothes several sizes too small. He could see the poetry in everyday speech, hear the music in casual conversation, and feel the dramatic potential in the mundane interactions of provincial life. This sensitivity, this capacity to elevate the ordinary to the extraordinary, served as both his greatest gift and his most enduring curse. The Stratford of Shakespeare's youth was a place where dreams were luxuries few could afford. Market days brought temporary excitement, travelling players occasionally provided glimpses of the wider world, but mostly life moved with the inexorable rhythm of seasonal agriculture and traditional expectations. For most residents, this predictability provided comfort. For young William, it felt like a gradual suffocation. He was born into a coop of contented chickens, and everyone wondered why he couldn't simply be satisfied with the available seeds. At 18, our future bard found himself ensnared in life's most common trap: biology. Anne Hathaway, 8 years his senior and already showing signs of their impending child, represented both salvation and imprisonment for young Shakespeare. The marriage, hastily arranged in November 1582, solved one immediate problem while creating a dozen others, like using a beautiful bandage to cover a gaping wound. Anne, daughter of a prosperous Shottery farmer, brought to the union everything William lacked: maturity, practical knowledge, and the grounding influence of someone who understood that life required more than pretty words and soaring imagination. She also brought pregnancy, which in Elizabethan England meant marriage wasn't a choice but a moral imperative wrapped in social necessity. The wedding, conducted with unseemly haste, whispered of scandal in a society where reputation was currency and shame was bankruptcy. Within 2 years, the couple had 3 children: Susanna, followed by twins Hamlet and Judith. Suddenly, the dreamy young man who had spent his youth crafting sonnets in his head found himself responsible for 4 mouths to feed and a household to maintain. Fatherhood, that magnificent destroyer of artistic pretensions, descended upon Shakespeare like a plague of locusts, consuming his time, energy, and the luxury of self-contemplation. The irony was exquisite. The man who would write the most psychologically complex characters in literature found himself trapped in the most conventional of plots. Morning brought not inspiration, but the demands of crying babies. Evening arrived with exhaustion instead of creative energy, and the night hours that should have belonged to his muse were claimed by the basic requirements of survival. Anne, practical and patient, managed the household with competent efficiency, while William struggled to reconcile his soaring ambitions with the grinding reality of domestic responsibility. Money, that eternal antagonist in the drama of artistic aspiration, became an obsessive concern. Teaching, his most obvious career path, offered meagre compensation and a soul-crushing routine. The law, another possibility, required connections and capital he didn't possess. His father's glove-making trade promised steady income and social respectability, but the thought of spending his days shaping leather while his imagination withered felt like creative suicide. The young father found himself caught in the classic bind of the dreamer made practical. Every moment spent earning money was time stolen from his art. Yet without money, his family would starve and his dreams would become irrelevant luxuries. Anne, growing more practical with each passing day, began to view her husband's artistic inclinations with the barely concealed impatience of someone who understood that poetry didn't pay rent or put food on the table. Stratford, once merely confining, now felt like a velvet-lined coffin. The familiar streets that had nurtured his boyhood imagination now seemed to mock his trapped condition. He knew every face, every story, every possibility for advancement, and none of them included becoming the greatest writer in the English language. The provinces, he was learning, were designed for raising families and maintaining traditions, not for nurturing revolutionary genius. Yet amid this domestic imprisonment, something unexpected began to emerge. The very constraints that seemed to strangle his creativity began to teach him about human nature in ways his bachelor freedom never could. Watching his wife manage their household, observing his children develop their distinct personalities, and struggling with the daily negotiations of marriage, provided him with insights into character and a motivation that would later inform his greatest works. Forced to live among, understand, and depend upon real people, he was learning to write about them. Between 1585 and 1592, William Shakespeare vanished from historical record like a magician's assistant stepping behind a curtain, leaving scholars to debate his whereabouts with the fervour of theologians arguing about angels and pinheads. These lost years represent perhaps the most crucial period of his development, when the provincial family man somehow transformed into London's most promising playwright. The transformation, however, came at a cost that would echo through every subsequent triumph. The decision to leave Stratford required courage that bordered on madness. In the 1580s, London was a tumultuous mix of ambition, disease, creativity, and violence, a city where people made and lost fortunes on a daily basis, where geniuses and charlatans interacted, and where the difference between success and destitution was measured in single performances. For a married man with 3 children, abandoning the security of provincial life for the uncertainties of the theatre world wasn't a romantic adventure, it was a potential catastrophe. Yet London's theatrical scene beckoned with irresistible allure. The playhouses, the theatre, the Curtain and the Rose were revolutionising entertainment, transforming drama from religious instruction into popular art. Here, writers like Christopher Marlowe were crafting plays that made audiences gasp with recognition and terror, while actors achieved fame that rivaled nobility. For Shakespeare, whose imagination had been cramped by the Stratford's limitations, London's theatres represented liberation from everything that had constrained his artistic development. The practical challenges were staggering. London's population had swollen to nearly 200,000, making it one of Europe's largest cities and certainly its most chaotic. Housing was scarce and expensive, food was often contaminated, and disease spread through crowded neighbourhoods with devastating efficiency. The plague, that recurring nightmare of Elizabethan life, could shut down theatres for months, leaving actors and writers without income and audiences without entertainment. Success required not just talent but survival, and survival demanded adaptability that few possessed. Shakespeare's entry into London's theatrical world likely began at the bottom, perhaps as a prompter, possibly as an actor in minor roles, certainly as someone willing to perform whatever tasks kept him near the creative energy he craved. The established playwrights, university-educated men like Marlowe, Greene and Nash, initially regarded this provincial interloper with suspicion and condescension. They possessed classical education, aristocratic connections, and the intellectual arrogance that comes from believing oneself naturally superior to one's competitors. The famous attack by Robert Greene, calling Shakespeare an upstart crow, revealed the complex social dynamics of Elizabethan theatre. Greene, dying in poverty despite his university education and literary reputation, resented Shakespeare's rapid rise through sheer talent and commercial instinct. The insult stung not because it was unfair, but because it contained an uncomfortable truth. Shakespeare was indeed an outsider, someone who had achieved through merit what others claimed by birthright. Yet this very outsider status became Shakespeare's greatest advantage. While his university-educated competitors wrote for their intellectual peers, Shakespeare understood ordinary audiences because he came from ordinary circumstances. He could craft entertainment that satisfied both groundlings and aristocrats because he possessed the rare ability to see human nature from multiple perspectives simultaneously. His provincial background, rather than limiting his vision, had taught him to observe and understand the full spectrum of human behaviour. The separation from his family, however, created wounds that never fully healed. Anne and the children remained in Stratford, supported by whatever money William could send from London's uncertain theatrical economy. Letters travelled slowly, visits were infrequent, and the growing distance between husband and wife extended far beyond mere geography. Anne was raising their children essentially as a single mother, while William was becoming someone she barely recognised, successful, celebrated, but increasingly foreign to the man she had married. London's theatres in the 1590s operated under constant threat of closure, not from artistic failure but from biological catastrophe. The plague, that medieval horseman who refused to acknowledge the Renaissance, stalked Elizabethan England with particular fondness for crowded spaces where people gathered for entertainment. When death rates climbed, authorities shuttered playhouses faster than a negative review could close a modern production, leaving everyone connected to the theatre industry suddenly unemployed and searching for alternative income. Shakespeare experienced these closures as artistic and financial disasters that tested his commitment to theatrical life. During the prolonged closure of 1593 to 1594, when the plague killed over 10,000 Londoners, he turned to poetry as both a creative outlet and a potential income source. Venus and Adonis, his first published work, became the literary sensation of its time, establishing his reputation among educated readers who might never have attended his plays. Yet success in poetry, while gratifying, couldn't replace the immediate income and collaborative energy that theatre provided. The competitive landscape of Elizabethan drama was ruthlessly Darwinian. Playwrights stole plots, characters, and even entire speeches from each other with casual efficiency, creating an environment where originality was less important than effective adaptation. Shakespeare, who would later be criticised for borrowing most of his plots, was simply following industry practice. The real challenge wasn't finding source material but transforming it into something commercially viable and artistically satisfying. The task required not just literary skill but practical understanding of what audiences wanted and actors could deliver. Christopher Marlowe's death in 1593 removed Shakespeare's most formidable rival while creating a cautionary tale about the dangers of literary ambition. Marlowe, whose plays like Dr. Faustus and Tamburlaine had redefined dramatic possibility, died under mysterious circumstances involving government spies, religious controversy, and tavern violence. His fate illustrated the precarious position of writers who attracted both fame and suspicion, particularly those whose works challenged established authority or explored dangerous ideas. Shakespeare's response to Marlowe's death revealed his practical wisdom. Rather than attempting to match Marlowe's rebellious intensity, he developed a more subtle approach that allowed him to explore controversial themes without attracting fatal attention. His villains became psychologically complex rather than theologically dangerous, and his political commentary remained sufficiently ambiguous to avoid treasonous interpretation. This careful navigation between artistic ambition and personal safety required constant vigilance and occasional artistic compromise, The formation of the Lord Chamberlain's Men in 1594 provided Shakespeare with the stability he had been seeking since arriving in London. As both shareholder and principal playwright for the company, he finally achieved the financial security that had eluded him throughout his youth. Yet this security came with its pressures. The company needed new plays regularly, audiences expected consistent quality, and competitors were always ready to steal successful innovations. Shakespeare found himself ensnared in a creative cycle that required constant output, all the while upholding artistic standards that escalated with each triumph. The Blackfriars Theatre controversy of 1596 demonstrated how quickly theatrical success could become a political liability. The company's attempt to establish an indoor theatre in a fashionable neighbourhood met fierce resistance from residents who considered actors morally contaminating influences. Legal battles and social criticism reminded Shakespeare that, despite his growing fame and fortune, society still regarded his profession with suspicion. He might write plays that entertained royalty, but he remained essentially a glorified vagabond in the eyes of respectable citizens. Personal tragedy struck in 1596 with the death of his son Hamlet, whose name would later echo through his father's greatest tragedy. The loss devastated Shakespeare in ways that his subsequent masterpieces only partially revealed. Hamlet's death represented not just parental grief but the collapse of dynastic hopes. In an age when family continuity depended on male heirs, losing his only son meant that all Shakespeare's success would ultimately prove ephemeral, his name surviving only through his artistic works rather than through living descendants. By 1600, William Shakespeare had achieved what few artists ever experience: recognition of his genius during his own lifetime. Hamlet, which premiered that year, established him not merely as a successful playwright, but as someone who had fundamentally changed what drama could accomplish. Yet success, that false friend of artists everywhere, brought complications that provincial obscurity had never threatened. Fame made him a target for criticism, envy, and the particularly vicious attacks reserved for those who rise above their supposed station. The weight of expectation became overwhelming. Every new play was measured against his previous achievements, and every innovation was scrutinized for signs of decline or betrayal of his established style. Audiences arrived at his premieres with predetermined judgments, and critics sharpened their quills for reviews that would either confirm or challenge his reputation. The spontaneous joy of creation, which had sustained him through his early struggles, became contaminated by awareness of his public role as England's premier dramatist. Financial success, while solving many practical problems, created new anxieties. Shakespeare's investments in property, his share in the Globe Theatre, and his growing wealth required management and protection. He found himself spending time on legal documents, property disputes, and business negotiations that had nothing to do with writing, but everything to do with preserving what his writing had earned. The artist who had once written purely for creative fulfillment now wrote partly to maintain an increasingly complex financial empire. The relationship with his family grew more strained with each passing year. Anne and the surviving children, Susanna and Judith, lived comfortable lives thanks to his success. But comfort couldn't bridge the emotional distance that his prolonged absences had created. He had become a stranger to his household, someone who visited rather than inhabited the domestic life he was supporting. His daughters grew up knowing their father primarily through his reputation and the money he sent, rather than through daily interaction and shared experience. London's social scene offered compensations, but also temptations that complicated his personal life. The theatre world provided intellectual stimulation and artistic collaboration, but it also exposed him to relationships and possibilities that couldn't be easily reconciled with his family obligations. The mysterious dark lady of his sonnets, whether real or fictional, represented the kind of passionate connection that his practical marriage had never provided. These relationships, whether consummated or merely imagined, created guilt and longing that enriched his art while complicating his life. The political climate under James I proved both more and less dangerous than under Elizabeth. The new king's fascination with witchcraft and Scottish history provided Shakespeare with material for Macbeth, while his interest in the theatre led to royal patronage that elevated the company's status. However, James's authoritarian tendencies and sensitivity to criticism required playwrights to navigate a more delicate balance between entertainment and sedition. The Gunpowder Plot of 1605 created an atmosphere of suspicion that made any political commentary potentially dangerous. Shakespeare's response to these pressures was to retreat into increasingly complex artistic visions that satisfied his creative ambitions while maintaining his commercial viability. King Lear, Othello, and Macbeth represented the height of his tragic vision, plays that explored the darkest aspects of human nature while remaining sufficiently removed from contemporary politics to avoid censorship. Yet creating these masterpieces required emotional and psychological resources that left him increasingly drained. The artistic isolation that accompanied his success was perhaps the most difficult burden to bear. As his reputation grew, colleagues began treating him with a deference that made genuine collaboration difficult. Younger writers imitated his style rather than challenging his ideas, and actors sought his approval rather than offering creative input. The lonely authority of acknowledged mastery was replacing the collaborative spirit that had made theatre exciting. Recognition of his genius, while gratifying, also brought unwanted attention to his personal life and background. Critics questioned his education, scholars debated his sources, and rivals attacked his humble origins. Every aspect of his biography was scrutinised for evidence that might explain or diminish his achievements. The privacy he had once taken for granted became a luxury that his fame had permanently destroyed. Shakespeare, having written approximately 37 plays, gained widespread recognition as the greatest English dramatist of his generation by the year 1610. This recognition, however, came with the peculiar burden that haunts all artists who achieve legendary status during their lifetime: the impossible pressure to surpass their own previous achievements while maintaining the very qualities that made those achievements possible. Each new work was inevitably compared not just to contemporary competitors, but to his own masterpieces, creating a critical standard that grew more demanding with every success. The physical strain of continuous writing started to wear him out. Creating 2 plays annually, while maintaining his acting responsibilities and managing his business interests, required an output that would exhaust writers half his age. Once flowing with natural ease, the composition process became increasingly laborious as he struggled to find fresh approaches to familiar themes. The well of inspiration that had seemed inexhaustible during his 30s began showing signs of depletion as he approached 50. His later plays, The Winter's Tale, Cymbeline, and The Tempest, reflected this creative fatigue while simultaneously representing new artistic directions. These works, often called romances, combined elements of comedy and tragedy in ways that suggested either experimental boldness or diminished certainty about dramatic form. Contemporary audiences, expecting the clear generic boundaries of his earlier work, often responded with confusion rather than appreciation. Critics debated whether these plays represented artistic evolution or decline, a question that would persist for centuries. The relationship with his acting company grew increasingly complicated as younger performers and writers challenged his authority. The Lord Chamberlain's Men, renamed the King's Men under James I, had evolved from a collaborative enterprise into an institution where Shakespeare's preferences carried disproportionate weight. This power, while professionally advantageous, isolated him from the creative friction that had previously stimulated his best work. Collaboration became consultation, discussion became deference, and the democratic chaos of theatrical creation was replaced by the ordered but sterile hierarchy of established success. Personal relationships suffered under the weight of his public persona. Friends approached him differently, aware that casual conversation might later appear in his plays. Enemies multiplied as his success created resentment among those who felt overlooked or undervalued. Even his closest relationships became complicated by awareness of his fame and the potential benefits or dangers of association with him. The spontaneous human connections that had once nourished his understanding of character became increasingly artificial and self-conscious. The question of retirement began haunting his thoughts with growing insistence. Unlike modern artists who can live comfortably on royalties and residuals, Elizabethan playwrights earned money only through continued productivity. Stopping work meant accepting financial decline, yet continuing work was becoming increasingly difficult both physically and creatively. The prospect of returning permanently to Stratford offered rest and family reconciliation, but also threatened the artistic stimulation that had become essential to his identity. His health, never robust, began showing the effects of decades of London living. His constitution had suffered due to the city's polluted air, contaminated water, and periodic plague outbreaks. Contemporary medical knowledge offered little beyond bloodletting and herbal remedies. while the stress of constant productivity exacerbated whatever underlying conditions were developing. He began experiencing symptoms that modern doctors might recognise as heart disease or diabetes, but that Elizabethan physicians could neither diagnose nor treat effectively. The irony of his situation was exquisite. Having achieved everything he had dreamed of as a young man in Stratford, he found that success had created new forms of suffering that obscurity had never threatened. Fame brought scrutiny, wealth brought anxiety, artistic achievement brought creative pressure, and recognition brought isolation. The provincial boy who had fled Stratford to escape limitations discovered that success created different but equally confining constraints. His final complete play, The Tempest, served as both artistic summation and personal farewell to the theatrical world that had defined his adult life. Prospero's renunciation of magic seemed to mirror Shakespeare's own preparation for retirement from the stage, while the play's themes of forgiveness and reconciliation suggested his growing desire to resolve the conflicts that had shaped his career. The famous epilogue, asking the audience for their applause to set the magician free, carried obvious autobiographical resonance for a playwright contemplating his own liberation from the demands of public performance. William Shakespeare's return to Stratford in 1613 should have represented triumph, the provincial boy made good, coming home to enjoy the fruits of unprecedented literary success. Instead, it marked the beginning of his final act, a period marked by declining health, family tensions, and the peculiar melancholy that often accompanies the achievement of one's deepest ambitions. The man who had conquered London's theatrical world found himself struggling with questions that success couldn't answer and fame couldn't resolve. New Place, the grand house he had purchased to symbolise his risen status, felt more like a museum than a home. The rooms echoed with the absence of shared memories, their elegance a constant reminder of the years he'd spent away from those he was supposed to love most. Anne, now in her late 50s, had grown into a formidable household manager who ran their domestic affairs with efficient independence. The marriage that had begun with passion and continued through financial necessity had evolved into a polite arrangement between virtual strangers who happened to share a legal bond and 2 surviving daughters. His daughters, Susanna and Judith, represented both his greatest joy and his deepest disappointment. Susanna, the elder, had married well and produced the granddaughter who might carry forward something of his legacy. However, his awareness that female descendants couldn't preserve family names or inherit theatrical companies in their society complicated this comfort. Judith, who remained unmarried well into spinsterhood by Elizabethan standards, seemed to regard her famous father with a mixture of pride and resentment that he could never fully understand. His reputation followed him to Stratford, akin to a faithful yet burdensome dog. Visitors arrived regularly, seeking audiences with England's greatest playwright, turning his retirement into a series of performances that exhausted him more than his professional obligations ever had. Local dignitaries who had once ignored the Glover's son now competed for his attention and approval. The transformation from local boy to returning celebrity created a social dynamic that satisfied no one completely, least of all Shakespeare himself. His final collaborations with John Fletcher on Henry VIII and The Two Noble Kinsmen suggested both his ongoing creative vitality and his growing awareness of artistic mortality. Working with a younger playwright forced him to confront changes in theatrical taste and technique that his own work had helped inspire. Fletcher represented the next generation of dramatists who had learned from Shakespeare's innovations while developing their own approaches to character and language. The collaboration was professionally successful but personally difficult, reminding Shakespeare that even his artistic authority was ultimately temporary. The legal complications surrounding his will revealed the complex web of relationships and resentments that success had created. Decisions about property distribution became tests of family loyalty and social obligation. The famous bequest of his second-best bed to Anne has puzzled scholars for centuries, but it perfectly captured the mixture of affection, duty and distance that characterised their long partnership. Whether intended as insult or intimate gesture, the legacy reflected the ambiguous nature of their relationship and the impossibility of reducing complex human connections to simple legal formulas. His health deteriorated rapidly during the winter of 1615 to 1616, though the exact nature of his illness remains mysterious. Contemporary accounts suggest fever and weakness, symptoms that could indicate anything from influenza to heart disease to the various infections that regularly claimed Elizabethan lives. Modern medical speculation has proposed everything from syphilis to brain tumours, But the diagnosis matters less than the irony of England's greatest writer dying, while still at the height of his creative powers. The final weeks brought visitors seeking wisdom, benedictions, or simply the bragging rights of having spoken with the famous playwright. Shakespeare received them with diminishing energy but characteristic grace, offering insights into his craft while carefully avoiding the kind of personal revelations that might compromise his meticulously constructed public image. Even approaching death, he remained conscious of his reputation and concerned about how his legacy would be interpreted by future generations. He died on April the 23rd, 1616, possibly on his 52nd birthday, though Elizabethan record-keeping makes precise dating impossible. The date itself appeared appropriate, for a man whose life had been characterised by dramatic timing and poetic coincidence. His passing prompted immediate elegies from fellow writers who recognised that English literature had lost its greatest practitioner, while also creating space for new voices to emerge from his enormous shadow. The inscription on his tomb in Stratford's Holy Trinity Church, "Good friend, for Jesus' sake, forbear to dig the dust enclosed here," reflected his final concern about privacy and posthumous dignity. The curse against grave robbers, whether composed by Shakespeare himself or by someone who knew his fears, proved remarkably effective. His remains stayed undisturbed while his reputation grew to proportions that would have astonished and possibly horrified the man who had simply wanted to write good plays and support his family. The true tragedy of William Shakespeare's life wasn't that he failed to achieve his dreams, but that achieving them revealed how insufficient even the greatest success could be when measured against human longing for connection, understanding and lasting meaning. He became immortal through his words while remaining painfully mortal in his need for love, recognition, and the simple satisfactions of domestic happiness. His genius elevated him above his contemporaries while isolating him from the very human experiences that had inspired his greatest works. In the end, Shakespeare's life embodied the central paradox of artistic achievement. The qualities that made him a brilliant writer, sensitivity, imagination, emotional depth, and intellectual curiosity, also made ordinary life extraordinarily difficult. He achieved success beyond all reasonable expectations, yet the consequences of his success haunted him. His plays have outlived the civilization that produced them, but the man who wrote them, Shakespeare, experienced the same struggles with love, death, ambition, and disappointment that define human experience across all centuries. The boy from Stratford, who dreamed of escaping provincial limitations, succeeded beyond his wildest imagination, only to discover that success created its own forms of imprisonment. His victory over obscurity was complete, but the triumph, as his tragedies consistently demonstrated, often proves indistinguishable from defeat. William Shakespeare achieved his aspirations and discovered, regrettably, that achieving what he desired often marked the beginning rather than the conclusion of life's most challenging issues. Perhaps that's why his works continue to resonate. Not because he found answers to life's essential questions, but because he lived those questions so completely that his art became an eternal meditation on the beautiful impossibility of human satisfaction. He sucked at being William Shakespeare precisely because he turned out to be humanly impossible, and in that impossibility, he created something genuinely immortal. Picture this. You wake up tomorrow morning, but instead of reaching for your phone to check the weather, you're reaching for a wooden bucket to collect rainwater from the leaky thatch above your head. Congratulations, you've just been transported to rural Ireland in 1847, right in the midst of what historians politely refer to as the Great Famine, although the locals have more colourful names for it. You stretch, expecting your usual morning aches, but instead you're greeted by a hollow gnawing in your stomach that feels like you've swallowed a particularly angry badger. The pain isn't your "I skipped breakfast" hunger. This is your "I haven't had a proper meal in 3 weeks" hunger, and your body is starting to send some very stern memos to your brain about the situation. Probably, your initial reaction is to head to the kitchen to check what's in the fridge. Unsurprisingly, there's no fridge in sight. There's barely a kitchen. What you've got is a single room with a dirt floor, stone walls that seem to specialise in letting in the cold, and a fireplace that's more optimistic than functional. The pantry consists of a wooden shelf that's looking as empty as a politician's promise. Now you might be thinking, how bad could it really be? People survived famines throughout history, and you're right, some did. But here's the thing, you're not just dealing with a little food shortage. You're dealing with a perfect storm of agricultural disaster, economic exploitation, and social upheaval that would make your worst Monday at the office look like a spa day. The potato, yes, that humble tuber you probably take for granted in your French fries, was literally the difference between life and death for most Irish families. We're not talking about potatoes as a side dish here. We're talking about potatoes for breakfast, potatoes for lunch, potatoes for dinner, and if you were really lucky, maybe some buttermilk to wash them down. A typical Irish labourer ate between 12 and 14 pounds of potatoes per day. That's like eating 46 medium potatoes. This amount was consumed on a daily basis. But here's where the real trouble starts. The potatoes have vanished. The potatoes have not only become scarce, but have completely disappeared. A microscopic fungus called Phytophthora infestans, which sounds like a spell from Harry Potter but is actually far more deadly than any dark magic, has rotted the potatoes in the ground. Stepping outside your small cottage, you harbour a faint hope that perhaps, just possibly, you overlooked a healthy patch of potatoes the previous day. Instead, fields akin to a botanical apocalypse greet you. The plants are black, slimy, and they smell like death decide to take up gardening. Your stomach rumbles again, this time loud enough that you're pretty sure the neighbours heard it. By the way, the neighbours are in the same situation as you, so no one is likely to drop by with a casserole anytime soon. In fact, if you had a casserole, you'd probably have to post armed guards around it. You decide to take inventory of your resources, because surely there must be something edible around here. Let's examine your possessions. You have a few worn-out clothes, some rough furniture, and, well, that's about it. You have no savings account, no credit cards, and no DoorDash app. Your wealth was literally growing in the ground, and now it's a stinking mess of plant matter that would make a compost pile weep. The truly maddening part, there's food in Ireland. There is an abundance of grain, cattle, and dairy products available in Ireland. The issue lies in the fact that landlords in England, who have never set foot on Irish soil, are receiving it all as rent. It's like watching a loaded grocery truck drive past your house every day while you're starving, except the truck belongs to someone who thinks you're not quite human enough to deserve what's on it. So here you are, facing your first full day in famine-era Ireland, and you're starting to realise that your greatest challenge isn't just finding food, it's finding food that won't kill you. When you're desperate enough, you'll eat just about anything, and nature has a twisted sense of humour about what looks edible versus what actually is. Your grandmother, bless her heart, has been experimenting with what the locals euphemistically call famine foods. This morning she's preparing a delightful breakfast of nettles, dandelions, and something she insists is grass soup. Though you're pretty sure grass is supposed to be left to the cows, she's also managed to find some tree bark, which she's grinding into flour with the kind of determination usually reserved for Olympic athletes. Now, you might think, how bad could tree bark be? Let me illustrate the situation for you. Imagine chewing on a wooden coffee stirrer, only to find it bitter and fibrous, leaving your digestive system unsure of how to handle it. Your stomach, already confused and angry about the whole situation, decides to stage a full-scale revolt. The ensuing cramps prompt you to question whether your modern life's food waste is punishing you. But wait, there's more. Your well-meaning neighbour has heard about something called yellow meal. Cornmeal sent as relief from America. Sounds promising, right? Wrong. The preparation of cornmeal is beyond the comprehension of anyone in Ireland. The instructions might as well be written in ancient Sumerian. So what do people do? They mix it with water and eat it raw, which results in digestive issues that would make a medical textbook blush. It's like someone shipped over 1,000 pounds of concrete mix and told everyone it was food. Speaking of your digestive system, let's talk about something truly horrifying. Your body is starting to eat itself. When you don't consume enough calories, and right now you're consuming about as many calories as a small bird, your body begins breaking down muscle tissue for energy. You'll notice that climbing the small hill to the well feels like summiting Mount Everest. Your legs shake, your vision gets spotty, and you find yourself taking breaks every 10 steps like you're 90 years old. The psychological effects are almost worse than the physical ones. Your brain, running on fumes and whatever nutrients it can scavenge from that questionable bark soup, starts playing tricks on you. You find yourself having elaborate fantasies about food, not just any food, but specific foods. You can practically taste that ham sandwich you had 3 months ago. You dream about apples so vividly that you wake up chewing on your sleeve. Then there's the social aspect of starving, which nobody really prepares you for. Hunger doesn't bring out the best in people. That friendly neighbour who used to chat about the weather, now he's eyeing your family's cooking pot with the intensity of a hawk watching a mouse. Trust turns into an inaccessible luxury. You find yourself hiding the few scraps you manage to find, even from your family, because the animal part of your brain has taken over the rational part. Your daily routine now revolves entirely around the search for anything remotely edible. You spend hours picking through ditches, looking for forgotten turnips or overlooked grain. You examine every plant, every root, every suspicious-looking fungus, trying to remember if your grandmother ever mentioned whether it was safe to eat. The answer is usually no, but desperation makes you consider it anyway. What's the most concerning aspect? You're starting to understand why people are abandoning their homes and walking to the nearest port town, hoping to catch a ship to anywhere else. The problem is that walking to the port requires energy you don't have, and ship passage costs money you definitely don't have. It's like being trapped in the world's most depressing escape room, except the only way out is through a door that might not even exist. You've likely come to the realization that obtaining food is only half the struggle. The other half is finding clean water, and in 1847 Ireland, clean water is about as common as a unicorn with a college degree. Given that it rains in Ireland approximately every 12 minutes, you might assume that finding clean water would be easy. However, this is where your modern sensibilities could potentially lead you into serious trouble. That beautiful babbling brook behind your cottage? It's essentially an open sewer, not because people are intentionally polluting it, but because when you're starving and sick, sanitation becomes a luxury you can't afford. Your village uses the same water source for drinking, cooking, washing, and, well, everything else. Your stomach, already upset about the bark soup situation, is about to become absolutely furious. You fill your wooden bucket from the stream's cleanest looking part, trying not to think of what might be in it. Back in your time, you'd boil this water without a second thought, but fuel is precious here. You need every scrap of turf and wood for cooking what little food you can find. You must make a difficult decision, consume potentially contaminated water or risk dehydration in the midst of starvation. It's like choosing between being attacked by a bear or a wolf. Within a day of drinking the local water, you discover something that historical accounts politely refer to as the flux, though your ancestors had much more colourful terms for it. Your digestive system, already confused by the unconventional menu, decides to evacuate everything with the urgency of a fire drill. This scenario wouldn't just be uncomfortable, it would be life-threatening. Every time your body expels fluids, you're losing precious nutrients and salt that you can't afford to lose. The cruel irony is that you need water to survive, but the water available might kill you faster than dehydration would. Imagine receiving a glass of water in the desert, only to discover that it could potentially harbour cholera. Your ancestors didn't know about bacteria and viruses, but they knew that certain water sources made people sick. The problem is, when you're desperate enough, you'll drink from anywhere. Let's discuss typhus. Not because it's nice, but because you need to know what you're facing. Typhus is transmitted by lice, and during a famine, maintaining personal hygiene becomes nearly impossible. You can't afford soap, you can't heat enough water for regular bathing, and you're probably sharing living space with more people than the room was designed for. Lice become as common as breathing, and with them comes typhus. The fever starts slowly. You might mistake it for just being tired from hunger. But then it escalates. Your temperature soars, you develop a rash that looks like someone splattered red paint across your body, and your head feels like someone's using it as a drum. In your weakened state, typhus isn't just dangerous, it's often fatal. The graveyards are filling up with people who survived months of hunger, only to be killed by tiny insects they couldn't even see. However, even if you manage to avoid typhus, you still face the threat of dysentery, cholera, and a variety of other waterborne diseases that could frighten even a medieval plague doctor. Your immune system, already compromised by malnutrition, can't fight off infections that a healthy person might shake off in a few days. The psychological toll of constant illness is almost worse than the physical effects. You wake up each morning not knowing if today's the day your body finally gives up. Every stomach cramp could be the beginning of the end. Every fever could be your last. You find yourself making morbid calculations. If I drink from the well, I might get sick. But if I don't drink anything, I'll definitely die of thirst. If you possess any modern medical knowledge, it turns into a burden rather than a benefit. You know how dangerous your situation is, but you can't get any of the treatments that could help. It's like being a mechanic trapped in a broken down car without any tools. Now let's talk about money. Or rather, your complete and utter lack of it. In your modern life, being broke might mean skipping a few restaurant meals or putting off that vacation. In 1847 Ireland, being broke means watching your family die slowly, while there's food literally all around you that you can't afford to buy. Here's how the economics work in this delightful situation. You're probably a tenant farmer, which means you don't own the land you work. You pay rent to a landlord who may or may not live in Ireland, and that rent is due whether your crops succeed or fail. The potato crop that just rotted, that was your rent money, your food, and your entire economic foundation all rolled into one tuber. Your landlord, meanwhile, is having his own financial troubles. The famine has made his Irish properties worthless, and he's got debts to pay in London. His solution? Evict the tenants who can't pay rent and convert the land to cattle grazing, which is more profitable. So not only are you starving, but you're also facing the very real possibility of being thrown out of your home. The eviction process in famine-era Ireland is particularly brutal. The landlord sends men to physically remove you and your family from the property. Then they knock down your house so you can't come back. They don't just put your stuff on the curb, they destroy your shelter entirely. You're left standing in the rain with whatever you could carry, watching the only home you've ever known get reduced to a pile of stones. Now you might think, surely there's some kind of government assistance? Oh, there is. Sort of. The British government has set up workhouses and soup kitchens, but accessing them requires navigating a bureaucracy that would make the modern DMV look efficient. First, you have to prove you're truly destitute, which involves surrendering any remaining possessions. Then you have to travel to the workhouse, which might be days away on foot while you're already weak from hunger. The workhouses themselves are designed to be so unpleasant that only the truly desperate would enter them. They separate families, provide barely enough food to keep you alive, and require you to perform mind-numbing labour for 12 hours a day. It's like a prison, except your only crime was being poor during a famine. Many people choose to die rather than enter the workhouse, which tells you everything you need to know about conditions inside. Let's say you decide to try your luck in the job market. After all, surely someone needs workers, right? Wrong. The economy has collapsed along with the potato crop. The people who might normally hire labourers are either dead, emigrated, or broke themselves. Those few jobs that do exist pay wages that wouldn't buy enough food to sustain a sparrow, let alone a human being. You might consider selling your few remaining possessions, but here's the catch. Everyone else is trying to do the same thing. The market is flooded with desperate people selling everything they own. That family heirloom that might have been worth something in normal times, now it's competing with thousands of other family heirlooms from families just as desperate as yours. The psychological impact of economic helplessness is devastating. In your modern life, even if you're struggling financially, you probably have options. Credit cards, family members who could help, government assistance programs. Here you have none of that. There's no safety net, no bailout, no stimulus package. You're watching your family waste away, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it because the entire economic system has collapsed. The truly maddening part is that this isn't a natural disaster in the traditional sense. There's food in Ireland, lots of it, but it's being exported to pay debts and rents to English landlords. Ships loaded with grain leave Irish ports every day while Irish people starve on the docks. It's like watching ambulances drive past accident victims because the victims can't afford the ride to the hospital. By now you've probably noticed that society as you know it has completely broken down. What were the social norms and customs that united your community? They're dissolving faster than sugar in rain. When survival is at stake, civilization becomes a luxury that nobody can afford. Let's start with something that would shock your modern sensibilities: the abandonment of the elderly. In normal times, Irish families took care of their grandparents and ageing relatives. But when you're choosing between feeding your children or feeding your elderly parent, the choice becomes brutally simple. You find yourself participating in decisions that would have been unthinkable just months ago. Grandpa, once a storyteller by the fire, now serves as an additional source of sustenance in a household where food is scarce for everyone. The disintegration of family structures continues beyond this point. Parents are abandoning their children, not out of cruelty, but out of desperate hope that the children might have a better chance of survival on their own. The local workhouse is full of children whose parents are either dead or unable to care for them. These aren't orphans in the traditional sense. These are children whose families have been destroyed by circumstances beyond anyone's control. Your neighbours, who used to help with harvest and share tools, now eye each other with suspicion. Which family down the lane borrowed a cup of flour last spring? They're not giving it back, and you're not asking for it because you understand that asking for food back is essentially asking them to choose between your family's survival and their own. Trust, which took generations to build in rural communities, evaporates in a matter of weeks. The local church, which used to be the centre of community life, is overwhelmed. The priest is trying to minister to a congregation that's literally dying in front of him. Sunday services become increasingly grim affairs, where the main topic is who died during the week and who might be next. The collection plate, which used to help support the church and local charity, sits empty because nobody has anything to give. Crime, which was relatively rare in rural Irish communities, becomes commonplace. But we're not talking about sophisticated criminal enterprises here. We're talking about desperate people doing desperate things. Children steal turnips from fields. Adults break into houses seeking hidden food stores. People rob each other for resources that wouldn't have been worth stealing in normal times. A single potato becomes valuable enough to fight over. The most heartbreaking aspect of social breakdown is the loss of hope. In normal times, even during hardship, there was always the sense that things would eventually get better. Bad harvests happened, but they were followed by good harvests. Economic downturns occurred, but recovery usually followed. During the Great Famine, that optimism disappears entirely. People stop planning for the future because they're not sure there will be one. Marriage, births, and other celebrations that mark the passage of normal life virtually disappear. Who would plan a wedding when there isn't enough food for a celebration? Who's going to bring a child into a world where that child will likely starve? The normal rhythms of life that give meaning to human existence are replaced by the single, monotonous rhythm of searching for food. Education stops entirely. Children who might have been learning to read and write are instead scavenging for anything edible. Schools close because teachers can't survive on their salaries and students are too weak to attend. The transmission of knowledge from one generation to the next, one of the fundamental functions of human society, comes to a complete halt. Perhaps most disturbing of all is the normalization of death. In your modern life, death is relatively rare and always shocking. Death becomes so commonplace during the famine that people no longer react emotionally to it. Your emotional capacity overwhelms you as you walk past bodies on the road. Grief becomes a luxury you can't afford because you need all your emotional energy focused on staying alive. Let's discuss the rapid and horrifying physical deterioration your body's undergoing during this prolonged starvation. Your body, which you've probably taken for granted in your modern life, is about to demonstrate just how quickly it can turn from a reliable machine into a collection of failing systems. After about 3 weeks of severe malnutrition, your body enters what medical professionals call starvation mode, though your ancestors had more descriptive terms for it. Your metabolism slows down dramatically as your body tries to conserve energy. This phase sounds like it might be helpful, but it actually makes you feel terrible. You're cold all the time. Not just chilly, but bone-deep cold that no amount of layering can fix. You shiver all the time because your body no longer generates enough heat to keep you warm, burning even more of the calories you don't have. Your muscles are literally disappearing. Your body, desperate for protein, starts breaking down muscle tissue to feed your vital organs. You'll notice the change first in your arms and legs, which become so weak that tasks you could do easily before, like carrying water from the well, become monumental challenges. Your hands shake constantly, not from nervousness, but because your muscles no longer have the strength to remain steady. But here's where it gets really disturbing. Your body starts consuming itself in a specific order. It goes after fat first, then muscle, and finally, when there's nothing else left, it starts breaking down your organs. Your heart, already straining to pump blood through a depleted system, starts to contract. Your liver, kidneys, and other vital organs start failing as they're literally digested by your body to keep you alive for a few more days. Your skin takes on a particular appearance that people of the time could recognize from a distance. It becomes thin and translucent, stretched tight over bones that are increasingly visible. You develop what looks like an elderly person's skin. regardless of your actual age. Your hair falls out in clumps, and what remains becomes brittle and colourless. Your teeth become loose in your gums, and a distinct sweet, sickly smell develops in your breath, indicating that your body is breaking down proteins in a desperate attempt to survive. The swelling is perhaps the most deceptive symptom. Your legs, feet, and face begin to swell with fluid, which might make you think you're getting better. You're not. This phenomenon is called kwashiorkor, and it's a sign that your body's protein reserves are completely depleted. The swelling makes you look less skeletal, but it's actually a sign that you're closer to death, not farther from it. Your mental state deteriorates along with your physical condition. If you could understand what was happening to you, severe malnutrition would terrify you. You become irritable, apathetic, then confused. Simple decisions become impossible. You might stand in front of your door for several minutes, unable to remember whether you were going inside or outside. Hallucinations become common as your brain, starved of glucose and essential nutrients, begins to malfunction. You might see food that isn't there, hear voices calling your name, or experience vivid dreams that feel more real than reality. Your ancestors thought these symptoms were caused by supernatural forces because they didn't know the brain is just another organ that fails without nutrients. Sleep becomes both elusive and your only escape. You're constantly exhausted, but actual sleep is difficult because your body is in a state of high alert, desperately searching for resources. When you do sleep, you dream almost exclusively about food. Not just any food, but specific meals you remember from better times. You wake up feeling worse than when you went to sleep because the dream was so different from reality. Your immune system, already compromised, stops functioning entirely. Minor cuts refuse to heal and often become infected. A simple cold, which might have been a minor inconvenience in your modern life, becomes life-threatening. Your body has no resources left to fight off even the most basic infections. The final stage is something called terminal starvation, and it's exactly as pleasant as it sounds. Your body temperature drops to dangerous levels, your heart rate becomes irregular, and you slip in and out of consciousness. At this point, even if food suddenly became available, your digestive system might not be able to process it. People who survived until the very end of the famine sometimes died from refeeding syndrome. Their bodies couldn't handle the shock of suddenly having adequate nutrition again. So here you are, having survived longer than you probably should have in this historical nightmare, and you're beginning to understand something that statistics and history books can't really convey. The Great Famine wasn't just a period of food shortage, it was a complete collapse of human society, a breakdown of everything that makes life worth living, and a demonstration of how quickly civilization can disappear when survival becomes the only priority. You've learned that starvation isn't just about being hungry. It's about watching your body consume itself while your mind slowly disconnects from reality. You've discovered that thirst can be more dangerous than hunger when clean water doesn't exist. You've experienced the horror of economic helplessness in a system designed to extract wealth from the poorest people during their most vulnerable moments. Perhaps most importantly, you've witnessed the complete breakdown of social structures that took centuries to develop. You've seen families torn apart, communities destroyed, and individuals reduced to their most basic survival instincts. You've participated in decisions that would have been morally unthinkable in normal times, and you've understood that morality itself becomes a luxury during existential crises. The truly disturbing realization is that nothing about your situation was inevitable. Throughout the famine, food remained in Ireland, destined for export to cover rents and debts owed to English landlords. Ships loaded with grain left Irish ports, while Irish people starved on the docks. The British government had the resources to provide adequate relief, but chose not to because of ideological beliefs about free markets and Irish racial inferiority. Your suffering wasn't caused by natural disaster alone. It was the result of human decisions made by people who could have chosen differently. This incident brings up uncomfortable questions about your own time period. How many preventable disasters are happening right now, while people with the power to help choose not to? If people with adequate resources made different choices, how many famines, epidemics, and social collapses could we prevent? The Great Famine wasn't an ancient tragedy. It happened in the modern era, during the Industrial Revolution, in one of the wealthiest empires in human history. You've also learned something about human resilience that's both inspiring and terrifying. Some people survive conditions that should have been fatal. They endured months of starvation, disease, social breakdown, and psychological trauma, then somehow found the strength to rebuild their lives. The fact that you're reading this story means that at least some of your ancestors survived famines, plagues, wars, and other disasters that killed millions of their contemporaries, but survival came at a cost that's difficult to calculate. The trauma of the Great Famine was passed down through generations. Families that survived developed behaviours and attitudes about food, money and security that persisted for decades. The famine destroyed social trust, which took generations to rebuild. The economic systems that failed during the crisis were replaced by new systems that carried their forms of injustice and vulnerability. The emigration that resulted from the famine changed the world. Millions of Irish emigrants took their skills and trauma to America, Australia and elsewhere. Irish-American culture, with its emphasis on family loyalty, political organisation and suspicion of authority, was shaped by the famine experience. The global Irish diaspora exists because staying in Ireland meant death for many families. As you contemplate your hypothetical day during the Great Famine, you might wonder what lessons apply to your actual life. Perhaps it's an appreciation for the fragility of the systems that keep you fed, housed, and healthy. Perhaps it's an understanding that individual survival often depends on social cooperation and mutual aid. Perhaps it's a recognition that government policies and economic systems have life and death consequences for ordinary people. Or perhaps the lesson is simpler, that human beings are capable of enduring almost unimaginable hardship, but they shouldn't have to. Many of the calamities occurring in the world today could have been avoided, just as the Great Famine was. The difference between catastrophe and recovery often comes down to whether people with power choose to help or to ignore the suffering of others. Your day during the Great Famine is over, and you can return to your modern life with its refrigerators, clean water, social safety nets, and medical care. But somewhere in the world, people are still facing the choice between impossible options, still watching their children go hungry, while food exists that they can't afford to buy, still struggling against systems designed to extract wealth from those who have the least. The Great Famine ended, but the conditions that made it possible, extreme inequality, colonial exploitation, and ideological blindness to human suffering, did not disappear from the world. Your hypothetical day in 1847 is over, but for millions of people around the world that day continues. How do you plan to address this issue? Picture this. You're settling into your favourite chair after a long day, maybe with a warm cup of tea steaming beside you. Now imagine if, instead of relaxing, your feet suddenly decided they had other plans entirely. Not just a little restless leg syndrome, mind you, but full-blown can't stop, won't stop dancing. That's essentially what happened to the good people of Strasbourg in July 1518, though they didn't have the luxury of calling it quirky. It started with Frau Troffea, a woman whose name has echoed through history for all the wrong reasons. On a perfectly ordinary summer morning, she stepped out of her half-timbered house onto the cobblestones of Strasbourg and began to dance. Her dancing was not the kind you might do at a wedding after a few glasses of wine, but an urgent, desperate kind of movement that seemed to possess her entire being. You have to understand, this wasn't Renaissance flash mob material. Frau Troffea danced as if her life relied on it, and in fact, it did. Her feet moved in patterns that made no musical sense, and her arms flailed in rhythms that belonged to no earthly song. The townspeople gathered around her, initially amused. After all, who doesn't enjoy a bit of unexpected street entertainment? But as the hours ticked by, their smiles began to fade like paint in the rain. Frau Troffea kept dancing. During the midday heat, when sensible people sought shade and cool drinks, Frau Troffea continued to dance. During the dinner hour, the aroma of roasted meat and fresh bread should have beckoned any sensible individual home. During the evening, her feet should have been expressing gratitude for her decision to finally sit down. The cobblestones beneath her feet told their story, worn smooth by centuries of cartwheels and horse hooves, now witness to this strange new rhythm. You can almost hear them, those ancient stones whispering among themselves about this peculiar turn of events. They'd seen plague and war, feast and famine, but never anything quite like this. By nightfall, Frau Troffea was still moving, though her dance had transformed from something almost graceful into something more akin to a marionette with tangled strings. Her neighbours brought her water, which she drank without stopping her movement. They offered food, which she barely managed to consume between steps. They pleaded with her to rest, but she seemed as unable to stop as you might be unable to stop breathing. The local authorities scratched their heads and consulted their limited medical knowledge. Perhaps it was a fever, they reasoned. Fevers could make people act strangely. But Frau Troffea showed no signs of illness beyond this compulsive movement. Her skin wasn't flushed, her eyes weren't glassy. She simply could not stop dancing. As you lie there tonight, comfortable in your bed, imagine the bewilderment of those medieval minds trying to process this impossibility. They lived in a world where everything had a place and a purpose. Cows gave milk, chickens laid eggs, and people danced only when there was music and merriment. But here was Frau Troffea, defying the natural order with every unwilling step. The night watchman took turns observing her, partly out of concern and partly out of morbid fascination. They'd seen plenty of odd things during their midnight rounds, drunken revelries that lasted too long, lovers' quarrels that spilled into the streets, and the occasional sleepwalker stumbling about in their nightclothes. But nothing had prepared them for the sight of a middle-aged woman dancing alone under the stars, her shadow performing an endless, exhausting ballet on the moonlit stones. As dawn approached, bringing with it the promise of a new day, Frau Troffea was still dancing. Her movements had slowed, but they hadn't stopped. It was as if some invisible puppeteer had taken control of her strings and forgotten how to let go. Now you might assume that the sensible citizens of Strasbourg would have shunned Frau Troffea after witnessing her bizarre predicament for a full day and night. You'd be wrong, of course, because people have always been magnetically drawn to the inexplicable, like moths to a particularly puzzling flame. Instead of backing away, small crowds began to gather regularly around Frau Troffea. They brought their morning bread and ate it while watching her dance. They discussed her condition over their midday meals, gesturing with chicken legs and chunks of cheese. They turned her suffering into a form of communal entertainment, although none of them would have openly acknowledged it in those exact terms. This is where the story takes a turn that would make even the most creative screenwriter pause and reconsider. Within a week of Frau Troffea's first involuntary step, others began to join her. Not voluntarily, you understand. These weren't copycat dancers or attention seekers. These were ordinary people who suddenly found their feet betraying them in the most extraordinary way. Hans the baker was kneading dough when it started. His hands, which had shaped thousands of loaves with methodical precision, suddenly began moving to a different rhythm. Before he knew it, his whole body had joined the dance, leaving behind a kitchen full of half-formed bread and a wife who thought he'd finally succumbed to the summer heat. Greta, the weaver, abandoned her loom mid-thread when her feet decided they had more important things to do than operate the pedals in their usual measured way. The half-finished cloth remained stretched on the frame for weeks, a testament to the moment when normal life simply stopped making sense. You can picture the scene, can't you? The town square that had once been a place of orderly commerce, vendors hawking their wares, children playing simple games, merchants negotiating deals, transformed into something resembling a fever dream. Except the fever seemed to be catching, spreading from person to person like a yawn in a worn-out congregation. The dancing wasn't beautiful, mind you. This wasn't some spontaneous celebration of life and joy. The dancers moved with a desperate urgency, their faces etched with exhaustion and confusion. Their clothes became tattered from the constant motion. Their shoes wore thin against the unforgiving cobblestones. Some danced until their feet bled, leaving small red marks on the stones like some macabre breadcrumb trail. The local physicians were summoned, naturally. These learned men arrived with their leather satchels full of mysterious remedies, and their heads full of medieval medical wisdom. They observed the dancers with the same intensity you might observe a puzzle that's missing several crucial pieces. They took notes, they consulted their texts, and they stroked their beards thoughtfully. Their diagnosis, when it came, reflected the medical understanding of the time. They declared that the dancers had a condition known as hot blood. Therefore the solution was to encourage more dancing until the heat dissipated from their systems. It was rather like suggesting that someone with hiccups should hiccup more vigorously until they stopped, but it seemed logical within the framework of 16th century medicine. Therefore, the authorities, guided by their immense wisdom, chose to combat the issue head-on. They hired musicians to play for the dancers, reasoning that proper music might help regulate their chaotic movements. They cleared larger spaces for the dancing, moving market stalls and redirecting cart traffic. They even built a stage, thinking that perhaps the dancers would feel more dignified performing on an elevated platform. The irony would have been delicious if it weren't so tragic. Instead of curing the dancers, the music and attention seemed to attract more victims. The dancing seemed to have transformed into a seductive melody, appealing to a profound, concealed fragility within the human soul. By the end of the second week, nearly 40 people were dancing in the streets of Strasbourg, their individual rhythms creating a chaotic symphony of movement. The families of the dancers tried everything they could think of. They brought favourite foods, hoping to tempt their loved ones to stop and eat properly. They carried chairs and stools, placing them hopefully in the dancers' paths. They also brought pillows and blankets, believing that if they could persuade the dancers to take a moment's rest, the spell might be broken. But nothing worked. The dancers danced on day and night, their movements becoming more frantic as their bodies grew weaker. It was like watching people slowly drown in air, struggling against an invisible current that only they could feel. By the third week of this peculiar epidemic, the city of Strasbourg had transformed into something unrecognisable. You know how a familiar room can suddenly feel strange when you move just one piece of furniture? Well, imagine an entire city where the fundamental rules of human behaviour had been rewritten overnight. The marketplace, which had operated according to centuries-old rhythms of buying and selling, now resembled something between a medical ward and a carnival. Even in the face of impossibility, vendors still set up their stalls each morning, but their attention was divided between their wares and the growing number of dancers who wove between the displays like exhausted ghosts. Children, who had initially found the whole spectacle entertaining, began to grow frightened. There's something unsettling about seeing adults lose control, especially when those adults include your neighbours, your teacher, or your aunt, who always remembered your birthday. The dancing had crossed the line from curious novelty to something darker and more threatening. The dancers themselves had begun to show serious signs of wear. Their clothes hung in tatters, their faces gaunt from exhaustion and irregular eating. Some had collapsed and been carried home, only to rise and begin dancing again as soon as they regained consciousness. It was as if rest only stored up energy for more frantic movement. Maria, the seamstress, developed a particularly heartbreaking pattern. She would dance for hours, then suddenly stop mid-step and look around with clear, confused eyes, as if waking from a dream. She would recognise her surroundings, call out to friends and family, and even sit down for a few minutes to drink water or nibble bread. Then, just as suddenly, the compulsion would return, and she would leap to her feet and resume her endless dance. These moments of clarity made the condition even more disturbing. It wasn't madness in any traditional sense. The dancers knew what was happening to them. They simply couldn't stop it. Imagine being trapped in your own body, watching yourself perform actions you never chose to perform, like being a passenger in a vehicle whose steering wheel you can't reach. The city's records, kept by meticulous scribes who documented everything from grain prices to weather patterns, began to read like something from a fever dream. Item, the dancing sickness continues. Item, Johann the Cooper joined the dancers this morning. Item, the musicians have been paid for another week of playing. Item, 3 more dancers collapsed today but resumed upon waking. You have to admire those record keepers, really. Faced with something completely outside their experience, they did what bureaucrats have always done. They wrote it down carefully and hoped someone else would figure out what it all meant. The religious authorities, meanwhile, were having theological debates that would have been fascinating if they weren't so urgent. Was this divine punishment for some collective sin? A test of faith? Was this a manifestation of malevolent spirits? Different priests offered different interpretations, and their congregations split accordingly. Some organised prayer vigils, others called for public confessions, and a few suggested that perhaps God was simply enjoying some cosmic entertainment at human expense. The dancers themselves became unwilling celebrities. People travelled from neighbouring towns to witness the phenomenon, turning Strasbourg into an accidental tourist destination. Merchants arrived to sell food and trinkets to the crowds. Street performers came to compete for attention, though their conventional acts seemed almost quaint compared to the desperate dancing happening all around them. However, the locals were growing tired of the novelty. Living in the middle of an ongoing crisis has a way of exhausting even the most patient communities. Families were disrupted, businesses struggled to function normally, and everyone walked around with the nervous energy of people waiting for the other shoe to drop. except in this case, the shoes never stopped moving. The dancers' families organised themselves into an informal support network. They took turns bringing food and water, alternated in watching over their afflicted relatives, and shared the burden of worry that comes from loving someone who is slowly wearing themselves down. It was community care born from desperation, but it was beautiful in its way. Some of the dancers had begun to develop their own individual styles. Otto the blacksmith danced with heavy rhythmic movements that echoed his hammering motions at the forge. Liesel, the baker's daughter, spun and twisted as if kneading invisible dough. Their bodies, even in the grip of this strange compulsion, remembered their daily work and transformed it into movement. By now, the city authorities were beginning to panic. What had started as a curious local phenomenon was threatening to become a complete breakdown of civil order. More importantly, people were starting to die. Death, when it finally came to the dancers, arrived not with drama but with a kind of merciful exhaustion. Similar to a candle nearing its end, the dancers struggled to maintain the constant energy their bodies required. It was Klaus the miller who went first, collapsing in the middle of what had been a particularly vigorous sequence of spins and somehow failing to rise again. The sight of Klaus lying still on those worn cobblestones created a strange silence in the square. Even the other dancers seemed to pause, as if some invisible conductor had finally given them permission for a moment's rest. However, only a brief moment passed before the surviving dancers resumed their endless movement, carefully stepping around their fallen friend as if he were merely another obstacle in their path. You might wonder what goes through a community's mind when the impossible becomes deadly. The people of Strasbourg were experiencing something that challenged every assumption they'd ever made about how the world worked. They were practical people, accustomed to practical problems with practical solutions. Crop failures could be endured, diseases could be treated or at least understood, and wars could be fought and ended. But this dancing plague defied every category they had for making sense of suffering. The physicians, those learned men with their impressive collections of books and instruments, were beginning to admit privately that their hot blood theory might need some adjustment. Several had observed the dancers closely enough to notice that they weren't sweating excessively. Despite their constant motion, their skin remained relatively cool, and their breathing wasn't as laboured as it should have been given their activity level. Their bodies appeared to function under entirely different rules. Dr. Hermann, the most respected physician in the region, spent 3 full days and nights observing the dancers. He took careful notes about their movements, their eating and drinking patterns, and their brief moments of rest. What he discovered puzzled him even more than the original phenomenon. The dancers seemed to be in a state that was neither fully conscious nor unconscious, neither sick nor healthy, and neither voluntary nor completely involuntary. It is, he wrote in his journal, as if they are sleepwalking while awake, or perhaps awakening while they sleep. They respond to their names and can speak coherently when directly addressed, yet they cannot choose to stop moving. It is as though some part of their will has been borrowed by an unknown force. The families of the dancers were developing their own expertise born from desperate necessity. They learned to anticipate when their loved ones were most likely to collapse from exhaustion. They discovered which foods the dancers could manage to eat while moving, and they developed techniques for helping them drink water without breaking their rhythm. They became amateur medical attendants, though no medical school could have prepared them for this particular curriculum. Anna, whose husband had been dancing for nearly a month, described the experience in terms that still echo across the centuries. He is there and not there. His body dances, yet his eyes gaze at me with a profound sadness, as if he finds himself imprisoned behind glass. Occasionally I think he's trying to tell me something with his movements, but I cannot understand the language his feet are speaking. The community was starting to feel the effects of the constant music, which they had initially perceived as beneficial. The hired musicians were exhausted from playing for weeks on end, and their melodies had taken on a repetitive, almost hypnotic quality that seemed to make some listeners feel dizzy. Several people reported feeling an uncomfortable urge to move their feet in time with the music, though they managed to resist the compulsion. The dancing itself was evolving. What had started as individual, isolated movements was becoming something more coordinated. The dancers seemed to be responding to each other, creating patterns and formations without any apparent conscious intent. They would form circles, then lines, scatter and reform in different configurations. It was like watching a flock of birds or a school of fish. except these were human beings who should have been making deliberate choices about their movements. Some of the dancers had begun to show signs of what we might now recognise as trance states. Their eyes would roll back, their breathing would become shallow and rapid, and they would move with an intensity that seemed to come from somewhere outside themselves. During these episodes, they appeared completely unreachable, as if they had temporarily left their bodies behind entirely. The religious community was fracturing under the weight of competing interpretations. Father Wilhelm preached that the dancing was a form of divine ecstasy, similar to what mystics experienced during prayer. Father Johann argued it was clearly demonic possession and called for exorcisms. Father Klaus, the city's oldest priest, suggested that God was teaching them about the nature of human will and the body's relationship to the soul. The debates were becoming increasingly heated, and the congregation was choosing sides based as much on their fears as on their faith. It's remarkable how quickly theological certainty can crumble when faced with something that doesn't fit neatly into existing categories of understanding. Meanwhile, the dancers danced on, their numbers fluctuating as some collapsed and others were mysteriously called to join them. The city had become a living laboratory for questions that nobody knew how to ask, let alone answer. When faced with the inexplicable, humans have a tendency to multiply explanations rather than admit ignorance. By the fourth week of the dancing plague, Strasbourg had attracted more experts than a modern medical conference, each arriving with their own pet theories and proposed solutions. Master Johann from the University of Basel brought an impressive collection of astrological charts and announced that the dancing was clearly the result of planetary malalignment. Mercury, he explained with considerable authority, was in an unfortunate conjunction with Mars, creating an excess of kinetic energy in susceptible individuals. His solution involved complex calculations of when the planets would return to a more harmonious configuration, roughly 6 months hence. Brother Augustine from the monastery at Molsheim had a different interpretation entirely. He arrived with a cart full of holy relics and proclaimed that the dancers were experiencing a form of religious ecstasy, like what St. Vitus himself had experienced. The solution, he insisted, was pilgrimage to the shrine of St. Vitus, where the dancers could channel their divinely inspired movement into proper worship. You can imagine the scene: learned men with their scrolls and instruments, religious authorities with their crosses and holy water, all standing around debating the finer points of their theories while 40 exhausted people continued their endless dance mere feet away. It was like convening a panel of experts to discuss the nature of rain while standing in the middle of a thunderstorm. The city council, meanwhile, was dealing with increasingly practical concerns. The dancing had disrupted commerce, attracted unwanted attention from neighbouring regions, and was beginning to strain the city's resources. They needed solutions, not theories. But every expert who arrived seemed to bring more questions than answers. Dr. Paracelsus, who would later become famous for his revolutionary medical ideas, made a brief appearance during this period. His assessment was characteristically blunt. These learned men speak of hot blood and planetary influences while people die before their eyes. Perhaps the sickness is not in the dancers' bodies, but in our understanding of what bodies can do. He was particularly critical of the decision to provide music for the dancers. You might as well give wine to a drunkard and call it medicine, he observed. The music feeds the compulsion rather than curing it. Occasionally the kindest treatment is to remove what seems helpful but proves harmful. His words carried weight, and a faction began to form around the idea of trying complete silence instead of constant music. It was a radical departure from the established treatment, but then again, the existing treatment wasn't working particularly well. The families of the dancers were developing their own theories based on intimate observation. They noticed that their loved ones seemed to dance more frantically when crowds gathered, as if performing for an audience they couldn't see. They observed that certain types of music triggered more intense movements, while others seemed to calm the dancers slightly. They discovered that the dancers' movements sometimes echoed their daily work routines, a pattern that none of the learned experts had bothered to document. Elizabeth, whose teenage daughter had been dancing for 3 weeks, made a particularly astute observation. She dances like she's trying to escape from something, but also like she's trying to reach something. Her movements aren't random, they're searching. But I cannot tell what she's searching for. This idea of the dance as a form of searching resonated with other families. They began to notice that their dancers appeared to be moving either towards something or away from it, although the nature of that something remained invisible to everyone else. It was as if the dancers could see a landscape that existed only for them. The younger members of the community were having their reactions to the prolonged crisis. Children who had initially been fascinated were now having nightmares about being unable to stop moving. Teenagers were avoiding the areas where dancers congregated, afraid that the compulsion might somehow reach out and grab them too. Young adults were leaving the city entirely, unwilling to risk being caught up in whatever was happening. But perhaps most tellingly, some people were beginning to report feeling a strange sympathy with the dancers. They would watch the endless movement and find their feet tapping involuntarily. They would dream of dancing and wake up with their legs tangled in bedsheets. A few even reported brief moments of feeling an almost irresistible urge to join the dancers, though they managed to fight off the compulsion. Their experiences raised disturbing questions about the nature of the condition. Was it truly random, or were some people more susceptible than others? Was it a hidden contagion, or a dormant part of the human psyche? Dr. Herman, who had been observing the dancers since the beginning, was developing a theory that was both simpler and more complex than the others being proposed. He suspected that the dancing might be a physical expression of something psychological, a kind of breaking point where individual human will simply give up trying to maintain control over an increasingly uncontrollable world. Perhaps, he wrote in his private notes, the dancers are not sick, but rather more honest than the rest of us. They are showing us what it looks like when the human spirit can no longer pretend that it has mastery over the body it inhabits. It was a radical idea for its time, suggesting that the boundary between mind and body might be more porous than anyone had imagined. Sometimes the most profound shifts happen not with dramatic revelations, but with quiet observations made by exhausted people who have run out of clever theories. It was Frau Bertha, the baker's wife, who had been caring for 3 different dancers, who first noticed the pattern that would eventually lead to the plague's resolution. She observed that the dancers seemed calmer, though they never stopped moving entirely when they were in smaller groups, away from the crowds and the constant music. More importantly, she noticed that they danced differently in the early morning hours, before the city fully awakened. Their movements were still compulsive, but they seemed less frantic, more like people walking in their sleep than people fleeing from invisible demons. "It's the watching," she told Dr. Herman one morning after a particularly long night of observation. "They dance harder when people watch them, not because they want attention, but because something about being watched makes the dancing worse." This insight led to a quiet experiment. A few families began taking their dancing relatives to more secluded locations, quiet courtyards, gardens outside the city walls, even private homes with large rooms. The results were subtle but unmistakable. Away from audiences and musicians, the dancers' movements became less violent, less desperate. Dr. Herman documented these changes carefully. The dancers still couldn't stop moving, but their movements became more flowing, less like convulsions and more like a strange form of sleepwalking. Some even began to show brief moments of genuine rest, not collapse from exhaustion, but actual pauses in their movement. The religious authorities were initially resistant to this approach. Brother Augustine argued that removing the dancers from public view was tantamount to hiding God's work from the faithful. But Father Klaus, the elderly priest who had been quietly observing throughout the crisis, supported the experiment. Perhaps, he suggested, what these souls need is not more attention, but more peace. The city council, pragmatic as always, was simply relieved to have the disruption moved away from the main commercial areas. They officially sanctioned the creation of quiet spaces where dancers could be cared for away from crowds, though they were careful not to call it a cure. Gradually, as they relocated the dancers to more peaceful environments, an unexpected event occurred. Without the stimulation of constant music and crowds, their individual personalities began to reassert themselves. Maria, the seamstress, started incorporating recognizable gestures from her work into her dance. Not the frantic mimicry that had characterized her earlier movements, but something more like a conversation between her conscious and unconscious minds. Otto, the blacksmith's movements began to follow the rhythm of breathing rather than some internal drumbeat that no one else could hear. His dance became less about desperate energy and more about a kind of patient endurance, as if he were waiting for something to finish cooling in his forge. The families caring for the dancers developed new routines based on these observations. They created spaces that were comfortable but not stimulating, provided simple foods at regular intervals, and most importantly, they learned to be present without being intrusive. They discovered that the dancers seemed to respond to quiet companionship in ways they hadn't responded to medical interventions or religious ceremonies. Anna, whose husband had been dancing for over a month, described the change. He still moves constantly, but now it's like he's dancing with something instead of fighting against something. I can see him in there, behind his eyes, waiting. This sense of waiting became a common theme in how families described their dancing relatives. The dancers appeared to be in a state of flux, neither fully present nor fully absent, and neither completely sick nor completely well. Dr. Herman began to theorize that the dancing might represent a form of healing instead of being merely a sign of sickness, though he couldn't specify what it was healing from. Perhaps, he wrote, there are injuries to the human spirit that can only be mended through movement, just as there are injuries to the body that can only be healed through rest. The idea was revolutionary, that the dancing might be a cure rather than a disease, a necessary process rather than a pathological condition. It suggested that the dancers' bodies might possess a wisdom that their conscious minds couldn't access. As word of the quieter approach spread, some of the original experts began to reconsider their theories. Master Johann from Basel admitted that his planetary calculations might need to account for environmental factors. Brother Augustine suggested that perhaps the saint was working through peaceful contemplation rather than public demonstration. Even Paracelsus, in his final notes on the case, acknowledged that the solution had come not from learned intervention, but from careful observation by people who cared more about helping than about being right. The families discovered what we experts missed, he wrote. Sometimes healing requires not doing more, but doing less. The number of new cases had already begun to slow, though whether the decline was due to the changed approach or simply the natural progression of the phenomenon remained unclear. What was clear was that the desperate, frantic quality of the dancing was gradually giving way to something that looked more like a strange form of prayer or meditation. The city itself was slowly returning to something resembling normal life, though the experience had changed everyone who lived through it. People walked more carefully, as if testing whether their feet would obey their intentions. They looked at each other differently, with a new awareness of how little control any of them really had over their own bodies and minds. You know how some storms end. Not with a dramatic crash of thunder, but with a gradual lessening of wind and rain until you suddenly realise the silence has returned. The dancing plague of Strasbourg ended in much the same way, so gradually that nobody could say exactly when it stopped being an emergency and started being a memory. Frau Trophäa, who had started it all with her first involuntary step, was among the last to find stillness. For 6 weeks she had been the unwilling pioneer of this strange territory, where human will met its mysterious limits. When she finally stopped moving, it wasn't with collapse or drama, but with a simple pause that gradually extended into rest. She was sitting in the garden behind the baker's house, where her family had moved her to escape the crowds and the constant music. The morning sun was filtering through apple leaves, and she'd been moving in slow, gentle circles for hours. Then, as naturally as a person might stop humming a tune, she simply sat down on a wooden bench and stayed there. Her sister, who had been watching anxiously from the kitchen window, almost didn't believe it at first. She waited several minutes before approaching, afraid that any attention might restart the compulsive movement. But Frau Trophäa remained seated, looking around the garden with clear, present eyes, as if she were seeing it for the first time in weeks. "I'm tired," she said simply, and her sister began to weep with relief. Over the following days, the other dancers found their ways back to stillness. Some stopped during sleep and simply didn't resume when they woke. Others came to rest gradually, their movements slowing like music boxes winding down. A few experienced their final dance as something beautiful rather than desperate, a kind of celebration or completion that left them exhausted but oddly peaceful. Not everyone survived the experience. The official records show that several dancers died from exhaustion or related complications, though the exact number was never precisely documented. Those who lived carried the memory of those weeks in their bodies for the rest of their lives. They walked differently afterward, with a kind of conscious gratitude for their ability to choose when and how to move. Dr. Herman spent months interviewing the recovered dancers, trying to understand what they had experienced during their weeks of compulsive movement. Their descriptions were remarkably consistent in some ways, and completely individual in others. Most remembered feeling trapped in their bodies, aware of what was happening but unable to control it. But they also described odd moments of peace, as if dancing had taken them to places they couldn't reach on purpose. It was like being carried by a river, Maria the seamstress told him. Frightening because I couldn't swim to shore, but also sometimes beautiful because I could see things from the water that I never would have seen from the bank. Otto the blacksmith had a different metaphor. It was like being a piece of metal on my anvil, being shaped by hammers I couldn't see. It hurt, but something in me knew the hammering was necessary. These interviews revealed that the dancers had maintained more awareness than anyone had suspected. They had been conscious of their family's care, grateful for the quiet spaces, and aware of the changes in their movement patterns. They'd simply been powerless to communicate this awareness while the dancing continued. The city of Strasbourg gradually returned to its normal rhythms, though the memory of those summer weeks left permanent changes. The authorities developed better protocols for caring for people in crisis, emphasising comfort and observation over dramatic interventions. The physicians incorporated new ideas about the relationship between mind and body into their practice. The religious community developed a more complex conception of how the sacred might manifest in human experience. But perhaps the most lasting change was in how the people of Strasbourg understood the nature of human control and human vulnerability. They had witnessed something that challenged fundamental assumptions about how much power individuals have over their bodies and choices. They had learned that sometimes the most caring response to someone's crisis is not to try to fix them, but to stay present while they work through whatever healing process their more profound wisdom has initiated. The cobblestones in the town square still bear faint marks from those weeks of endless dancing, though you'd have to know where to look to see them. Local guides sometimes point them out to visitors, telling abbreviated versions of the story that emphasise the strangeness, while missing the deeper lessons about community care and the mystery of human resilience. Years later, when other communities experienced similar outbreaks of dancing mania, and there were several throughout medieval Europe, some remembered the lessons of Strasbourg. They learned to provide quiet spaces rather than public stages, to offer patient presence rather than dramatic cures, and to trust that sometimes healing looks different from what we expect. The dancing plague of 1518 remains one of history's most puzzling medical mysteries, but it's also a story about how communities can learn to care for members who are experiencing something beyond ordinary understanding. It reminds us that the human body and spirit are capable of experiences that exceed our ability to categorize or control them, and that sometimes the wisest response to mystery is not to solve it, but to honor it. As you drift towards sleep tonight, you might think about Frau Trofea and her fellow dancers, and about the families who learn to love them through their strange journey. You might contemplate the delicate boundary that sometimes exists between what we perceive as normal and what we perceive as impossible, and how much healing occurs not through expert intervention, but through the patient presence of individuals who care enough to remain and observe whatever unfolds. The dance is always there, just beneath the surface of our ordered lives, waiting to teach us something about surrender, about community, and about the beautiful, terrifying mystery of being human in a body that is never entirely under our control. The November wind of 1476 carried more than just the promise of winter across the Wallachian forests. It carried whispers of betrayal, of shifting alliances in a land perpetually caught between empires. Vlad Draculea, the 45-year-old prince known to history as the Impaler, rode at the head of a modest contingent of troops. His third reign as voivode of Wallachia had lasted barely 2 months, a shadow of his former glory, when his name alone had sent Ottoman scouts fleeing back across the Danube. The man who now traversed the forested mountains bore little resemblance to the conqueror celebrated in Muscovite chronicles. Years in Hungarian captivity had weathered him, the lines around his eyes deepening with each political manoeuvre required to reclaim his ancestral throne. Although Vlad remained formidable with blade and bow, his dark hair now had streaks of silver at the temples, and the wound in his left thigh, a memento from a skirmish near Giurgiu, had never properly healed, resulting in a slight limp that he worked diligently to conceal. "My lord," called Radu, his most trusted captain, and one of the few men who'd remained loyal through his Hungarian exile. "Ottoman scouts report movement in the valley ahead." Vlad's thin lips pressed into a grim line. Mehmed's forces could not have advanced this far north so quickly. This implied that the army of Basarab Laiota, his cousin, usurper, and most recent betrayer, was probably responsible. "How many?" Vlad asked, his voice steady despite the implications. "Several thousand. The Ottomans have provided him substantial reinforcements." Privately, Vlad recognized the bitter symmetry. He had once used Ottoman support to gain his throne before turning against them in spectacular fashion. Now another individual played the same game, with Vlad himself being used as the sacrifice. For 2 decades, Vlad had navigated the treacherous politics between Hungary, the Ottoman Empire, and his own boyars, the aristocratic landowners who viewed their prince as merely first among equals, to be replaced whenever convenient. His notorious impalement of 20,000 prisoners outside Targovishte had established his fearsome reputation, but even terror had its limitations as a governing strategy. That evening, Vlad withdrew to his tent while his men made camp in a sheltered depression surrounded by ancient beech trees. The persistent discomfort in his abdomen had worsened, a dull ache that had plagued him since midsummer. The court physician in Brasov had prescribed herbal remedies, valerian root and wormwood, but the pain persisted, occasionally flaring into something more concerning. Vlad had enough wounds to know when something was wrong, but with enemies closing in, he couldn't afford to be weak. He unfolded a map across his campaign table, the parchment illuminated by a single oil lamp. The mountains offered potential routes of escape toward Transylvania, where Matthias Corvinus of Hungary might again offer a reluctant sanctuary, but retreat meant abandoning Wallachia, again, and surrendering all he had fought to reclaim. "Enter," he called at the sound of approaching footsteps. His secretary Ion Gaspar ducked through the tent flap, his scholarly frame incongruous among warriors. "My prince, a message has arrived from Bucharest." He extended a sealed parchment bearing the insignia of Demetria Sturdza, one of the few boyars who had declared for Vlad's restoration. Breaking the seal, Vlad scanned the contents, his expression darkening. "Sturdza writes that the Ottoman commander has issued a proclamation throughout the southern provinces. They offer 10,000 axi for my head." Gaspar's face paled. "The sum is substantial." "Indeed," Vlad smiled thinly. "I should be flattered. During my previous reign, the bounty was merely half that amount." As night deepened, Vlad found himself unable to sleep, his mind calculating permutations of strategy, while the pain in his gut spread tendrils of fire through his midsection. Outside, the December snow began to fall, blanketing the camp in silence. His thoughts turned to his young wife in Brasov and the son he had rarely seen. Would the boy remember him if he fell in the coming days? Or would he know his father only through the exaggerated tales of cruelty that had spread throughout Christendom? History rarely captured the complexities of men who made difficult choices in impossible circumstances. Already, German pamphlets depicted him as a madman, drinking blood amid forests of impaled victims, convenient propaganda to unite Christians against the Ottoman threat. The irony was not lost on him. His extreme measures against the Turks had protected the same European powers that now vilified him. As dawn approached, Vlad made his decision. They would not retreat to Transylvania. They would push forward toward Bucharest, gathering what loyalists remained. They would make a final attempt to reclaim what was rightfully theirs by birthright. If he were to die, and increasingly he suspected he would not survive this winter, it would be on Wallachian soil, fighting for his principality. His secretary Ion Gaspar ducked through the tent flap, his scholarly frame incongruous among warriors. "My prince, a message has arrived from Bucharest." He extended a sealed parchment bearing the insignia of Demetria Sturdza, one of the few boyars who had declared for Vlad's restoration. Breaking the seal, Vlad scanned the contents, his expression darkening. "Sturdza writes that the Ottoman commander has issued a proclamation throughout the southern provinces. They offer 10,000 axi for my head." Gaspar's face paled. "The sum is substantial." "Indeed," Vlad smiled thinly. "I should be flattered. During my previous reign, the bounty was merely half that amount." As night deepened, Vlad found himself unable to sleep, his mind calculating permutations of strategy, while the pain in his gut spread tendrils of fire through his midsection. Outside, the December snow began to fall, blanketing the camp in silence. His thoughts turned to his young wife in Brasov and the son he had rarely seen. Would the boy remember him if he fell in the coming days? Or would he know his father only through the exaggerated tales of cruelty that had spread throughout Christendom? History rarely captured the complexities of men who made difficult choices in impossible circumstances. Already, German pamphlets depicted him as a madman, drinking blood amid forests of impaled victims, convenient propaganda to unite Christians against the Ottoman threat. The irony was not lost on him. His extreme measures against the Turks had protected the same European powers that now vilified him. As dawn approached, Vlad made his decision. They would not retreat to Transylvania. They would push forward toward Bucharest, gathering what loyalists remained. They would make a final attempt to reclaim what was rightfully theirs by birthright. If he were to die, and increasingly he suspected he would not survive this winter, it would be on Wallachian soil fighting for his principality. Despite Gaspar's protest that he was barely standing, Vlad insisted on mounting his horse when dawn broke. A prince of Wallachia does not travel in a litter like some Ottoman concubine, he asserted, despite the exertion of getting into the saddle leaving him drenched in perspiration. They diverted from their planned route, taking a treacherous goat path that wound through a series of limestone ravines. By midday, even Vlad recognised he could go no farther. They made camp in a defensible position overlooking a narrow valley, posting triple sentries despite their dwindling numbers. As twilight approached, Nikolai returned from a scouting expedition, his young face grave. "My prince, Basarab's forces have split into 3 columns. They searched the forest systematically. The nearest group is perhaps 2 hours behind us." Vlad nodded, resignation settling over him like the winter snow accumulating on the branches above. He had cheated death many times, survived assassination attempts, battlefield wounds, years of imprisonment. But now, with his body failing and betrayal lurking among his final loyal men, he recognised the approaching end. That night, as the others slept, Vlad penned letters, one to his wife instructing her to flee with their son to the Saxon stronghold of Sibiu, another to King Matthias of Hungary requesting protection for his family in exchange for intelligence on Ottoman military arrangements. The pain in his abdomen had become a constant companion, a burning coalescence of agony that radiated outward with each heartbeat. As he sealed the letters with wax, Vlad wondered whose version of his story would survive. The vengeance-obsessed tyrant, the brutal but effective bulwark against Ottoman expansion, or simply another fallen prince in the bloody tapestry of Balkan politics? Could it be all three, or none at all? He had learned that whoever remained to tell the story would write history. By December 20th, Vlad could no longer hide his deteriorating condition. The fever came in waves, leaving him alternately burning and shivering. More concerning was the progressive swelling and discoloration spreading across his abdomen, a purplish hue that Dragomir, with his battlefield medical experience, recognised as a harbinger of serious internal damage. "You've been poisoned, my prince," the old warrior stated bluntly as he examined Vlad in the privacy of his tent. "The pattern suggests arsenic, administered in small doses over months. It explains the gradual weakening, the pain, and the digestive disturbances you've hidden from us." Vlad's expression remained impassive, though his mind raced through possibilities. "Not months. The symptoms likely started after my return to Wallachia in October. The symptoms began shortly after my restoration feast. Who prepared your food during that time? Everyone and no one. I was surrounded by dozens of supposedly loyal boyars, all eager to demonstrate their renewed allegiance." Vlad laughed bitterly, triggering a coughing fit that left flecks of blood on his handkerchief. How fitting that my enemies finally discovered subtlety. Why face the Impaler in battle when patience and poison work just as effectively? That evening, as sleet pelted their makeshift camp, Vlad called his remaining confidants to his tent. Despite his weakened state, he sat upright, refusing to address them from a position of illness. The pain his actions caused remained hidden behind his characteristically impassive expression. "Tomorrow we reach a crossroads," he informed them. "Basarab's forces continue to close from the south and east. The western route toward Transylvania remains open, but snowfall has made the mountain passes treacherous." "My prince," Mihnea interjected, "we have received word that the garrison at Poenari remains loyal. If we can reach the fortress, we could withstand the siege until reinforcements arrive from your Hungarian allies." Vlad's gaze sharpened. "What reinforcements? Matthias Corvinus has made no promises. More likely he watches from Buda, waiting to see which corps to support after the battlefield is cleared." "Then perhaps it is time to consider terms with Basarab," suggested Gaspar cautiously. "Your life might be spared in exchange for formal renunciation of your claim." The silence that followed was broken only by the crackle of the brazier heating the tent. All present knew Vlad's history, how his father and elder brother had been murdered despite promises of safe conduct, how betrayal had been the constant companion of his family for generations. "My claim is my birthright," Vlad finally responded, his voice dangerously soft. "I would sooner feed my entrails to the crows than surrender it to a puppet dancing on Ottoman strings." He paused, studying each face. "But neither will I lead you all to certain death for my ambition. Each of you has demonstrated loyalty beyond what any prince deserves. At dawn, those who wish to seek terms with Basarab may depart with my blessing. I will continue to Poyanari." Although no one mentioned leaving, Vlad observed a brief flicker in Nicolay's youthful eyes, not out of cowardice, but from the natural human desire to survive beyond the approaching days. Vlad did not begrudge him this instinct. Unlike the boyars, who had repeatedly betrayed him throughout his reigns, these men had proven their worth. Later, alone except for Radu standing guard outside, Vlad examined the progression of the poison's work in the polished metal mirror he carried. The sclera of his eyes had yellowed, and the veins visible beneath his increasingly translucent skin carried a darker hue than normal. An experienced physician, one with knowledge beyond the limitations of contemporary Wallachian medicine, must intervene, or his prognosis will be clear. He had perhaps 2 weeks, possibly less if the physical exertion of evading Basarab's forces accelerated the poison's spread. He might not have enough time to reclaim his throne, but he might have enough to ensure his legacy was carried on through his young son. More immediately concerning was the progressive weakness that would soon render him unable to ride or fight, a vulnerability he could not afford with enemies drawing closer by the hour. That night, he drafted coded instructions and sewed them into the lining of Nicolay's cloak, directions to a cache of gold and documents hidden during his previous reign, resources that would prove valuable to his heirs if properly secured. The young man's nervous energy made him the most likely to slip through enemy lines successfully if their situation deteriorated further. By morning, fresh snowfall had covered their tracks, providing temporary concealment as they moved northwest toward the Argesh River Valley. Vlad rode at the centre of their formation rather than in the lead, a concession to his condition that required no verbalization. During the day's journey, he nearly lost consciousness twice, and was saved from falling only by Dragomir's vigilance as he rode beside him. They set up camp in a limestone cave overlooking the river, where the natural formation not only provided shelter, but also limited the possible approaches. As Minea and Nikolai hunted for fresh meat to supplement their dwindling provisions, Vlad spread maps across a flat stone, strategizing alternative routes should their primary path to Poyanari be compromised. "The poison progresses quickly," Dragomir observed quietly, joining him at the makeshift table. "You need rest, my prince, not more planning." "Rest awaits in the grave," Vlad replied without looking up. "Until then, we move forward." "Forward to what end?" "Even if we reach Poyanari, your condition—" "My condition is not your concern," Vlad interrupted sharply. Then relenting slightly, "I have survived Hungarian dungeons, Ottoman pursuers, and countless assassination attempts. This current difficulty is merely another obstacle." But both men recognized the hollow optimism in his words. The poison now coursing through his veins was an enemy that could not be impaled, beheaded, or outmaneuvered. It advanced with the inexorable patience of death itself, a worthy opponent for a man who had made violence an art form in defense of his troubled principality. On December the 23rd, with Basarab's forces closing from multiple directions, Vlad and his dwindling company sought shelter in an unexpected sanctuary. Deep in the forested foothills of the Fagarash Mountains stood a hunting lodge that had belonged to Vlad's family for generations, a simple structure of stone and timber, unremarkable except for what lay beneath it. "Few remember this place exists," Vlad explained as Radu forced the weathered door open. "My grandfather built it not for hunting game, but for hunting men." Inside, beneath rotting floorboards that Minea and Dragomir pried away, stone steps descended into darkness. The narrow staircase opened into a subterranean chamber carved directly into the bedrock, a room perhaps 30 feet square, with smaller cells branching off the central space. Ancient manacles hung from the walls, and channels carved into the stone floor converged at a central drain. The faint, lingering smell of old death permeated the air despite the decades since its last use. "The House of Bone," Dragomir murmured, with recognition. "I heard tales from the old veterans who served your grandfather. They claimed he extracted confessions from Hungarian spies here during the campaigns of the 1420s. "More than confessions," Vlad replied, lowering himself carefully onto a stone bench, each movement now causing waves of pain to radiate from his poisoned core. Information, alliance structures, military dispositions, my grandfather understood that properly applied pain yields knowledge, and understanding is the true currency of power in our position. While Nikolai and Gaspar secured the perimeter of the hunting lodge, Minnaert inventoried their remaining supplies. The situation was grim. Food for perhaps 3 more days at half rations, minimal medical supplies, and ammunition for only a brief defence should they be discovered. That evening, as a heavy snowfall provided temporary concealment from pursuers, Vlad's condition deteriorated sharply. The fever that had been intermittent now burned constantly, and the pain in his abdomen had become so severe that even breathing shallowly caused spasms of agony. Increasingly frequent bouts of vomiting brought up dark blood, and his urine carried an alarming reddish tint. The poison attacks the liver and kidneys, Dragomir explained to the others while Vlad slept fitfully in an adjacent chamber. Without proper treatment, medicines available perhaps in Constantinople or Venice, but not here in the wilderness. The progress is irreversible. "How long?" asked Radu, his weathered face betraying rare emotion. "Days, not weeks," the old warrior replied, "and his suffering will increase as systems fail." "Then we must reach help," insisted Gaspar. "Perhaps if we sent Nikolai to Brasov, Basarab's men control all approaches to the Saxon cities," Minnaert interrupted. "And even if a messenger could pass, what physician would risk coming? To treat the prince would be tantamount to treason against the new regime." In the stone chamber where Vlad rested, the flickering oil lamp cast monstrous shadows across walls that had witnessed generations of suffering. During a moment of lucidity, he beckoned Radu closer. "I need parchment and ink," he whispered, his once commanding voice now ragged. When the materials were brought, Vlad's trembling hand produced a map and accompanying instructions, the location of his personal treasury, hidden during his second reign and known only to him. Not the official treasury of Wallachia, which had been depleted by successive wars and regime changes, but his private accumulation of gold, jewels, and portable wealth. "This will secure my son's future," he explained to Radu. "Ensure it reaches him when he's of age. Until then, the Saxons of Sibiu will protect him and my wife if properly compensated." That night, as the others strategized their next movements above, Vlad remained alone in the ancient torture chamber, surrounded by the implements his ancestors had used to maintain their tenuous grip on power. The symmetry was not lost on him. The man known throughout Europe as history's great torturer was now suffering his own prolonged and agonizing end. In his delirium, the shadows took shape, the faces of those he had impaled, beheaded, and dismembered during his campaigns. Not just Ottoman soldiers and officials, but Wallachian boyars who had betrayed him, Saxon merchants who had defied his economic policies, and peasants who had collaborated with his enemies. The brutal calculus of maintaining independence in a region contested by empires had required unprecedented terror, and Vlad had applied it methodically, without passion or cruelty, but with the precise logic of a mathematician. "I protected Wallachia," he told the shadows. "Everything I did served that purpose." The accusatory silence from the gathered spirits offered no absolution. Dawn brought new complications. Nikolai, returning from scouting the perimeter, reported movement in the valley below, not Basarab's main force, but a smaller contingent tracking their path through the fresh snow. 30 men, perhaps 40, the young fighter reported. "Moving cautiously. They found traces of our passage despite the snowfall." Radu's expression darkened. "They should not have found this trail. It's known to few outside the prince's inner circle." "The traitor among us has sent signals," Vlad stated from the stairway entrance, where he stood leaning heavily against the stone wall. Despite his deteriorating physical condition, his mind remained razor-sharp. "Light 3 fires on the eastern slope, arranged in a triangle." Minnaert looked confused. "My prince, that would reveal our position." "Precisely." Vlad's fevered eyes gleamed with the strategic intellect that had kept him alive through decades of intrigue. "But not to whom they expect." Hours later, as twilight approached, the distinctive thunder of Hungarian cavalry echoed through the forested valley. King Matthias had not abandoned his former prisoner entirely. A contingent of his border troops, perhaps 50 strong, had been patrolling the Transylvanian frontier. The 3 fires, arranged in the pattern Vlad had specified, represented an old signal between him and the Hungarian monarch from their years of uneasy alliance. The resulting skirmish between Basarab's tracking party and the Hungarian cavalry provided brief respite, and more importantly, confusion about Vlad's true location and condition. By nightfall, when the Hungarians had driven off the Wallachian pursuers, their commander approached the hunting lodge alone, following Radu's guidance through concealed paths. "Prince Vlad," the Hungarian captain said, bowing stiffly upon entering the subterranean chamber where Vlad rested. "King Matthias sends his regards and offers sanctuary across the border in Transylvania." "How generous," Vlad replied, with characteristic dryness. "And what does the king request in exchange for this sudden remembrance of our alliance?" The Hungarian shifted uncomfortably. "In the current circumstances, my lord believes your expertise regarding Ottoman military dispositions would prove valuable." A bitter laugh escaped Vlad's cracked lips. "Of course, not sanctuary for an ally, but intelligence from a dying man." He gestured toward a stone bench. "Sit, Captain. I will provide what Matthias seeks, though I doubt I shall live to collect whatever payment he might offer." Christmas Eve dawned over the hunting lodge, the pristine snowfall masking the violence that had occurred in the valley below. The Hungarian cavalry contingent had established a defensive perimeter around the structure, their presence temporarily deterring Basarab's scouts from approaching. Inside, an impromptu war council had assembled in the main chamber above the subterranean cells. Captain Tibor Bathory of the Hungarian border forces sat opposite Vlad, who had insisted on being carried upstairs rather than conducting business from what he darkly referred to as my deathbed below. Despite the prince's deteriorating condition, his jaundiced complexion and the visible tremors of the ear that occasionally seized his limbs, his mind remained focused on the strategic situation. "Basarab will not risk confrontation with Hungarian forces," Vlad stated, his voice weaker but still carrying the authoritative tone that had commanded armies. "Not without explicit Ottoman backing, which would take weeks to arrange in winter." "My orders are to escort you to Fagarash Castle," Bathory explained. "King Matthias has prepared secure quarters there. His personal physician awaits your arrival." The unspoken reality hung heavily in the room, that even with the immediate medical attention, Vlad's poisoning had progressed too far for recovery. This rescue was merely Matthias Corvinus ensuring that Vlad's considerable knowledge of Ottoman military structures and Wallachian politics wouldn't be lost with his passing. "And my men?" Vlad inquired, gesturing to his 5 remaining loyalists. "They will receive royal protection as well," Bathory confirmed, though King Matthias specifically requested that Secretary Gaspar bring all correspondence and documents in his possession. Vlad's gaze shifted briefly to Gaspar, noting the secretary's momentary discomfort. The Hungarian interest in his administrative papers suggested concerns beyond mere military intelligence, perhaps questions about Vlad's diplomatic outreach to Venice or his correspondence with rebellious elements in Ottoman Bulgaria. "We depart at first light tomorrow," Bathory continued. "The mountain pass remains navigable, but another snowstorm approaches from the west." After the Hungarian captain withdrew to consult his lieutenants, Vlad motioned for his inner circle to gather closer, his voice dropping to ensure privacy. "I will not reach Fagarash alive," he stated matter-of-factly. "The journey alone would finish what the poison has begun, and Matthias knows this. His concern is not my survival, but controlling the narrative of my death and whatever secrets I might reveal in my final hours." "Then we refuse Hungarian escort," Michnea suggested, his hand instinctively moving to his sword hilt. "Make our own way to Poyanari as planned." Vlad shook his head slowly. "The strategic situation has changed. Basarab's forces have likely blocked all approaches to Poyanari by now, and my condition," he gestured dismissively toward his swollen abdomen. "I cannot ride. I can barely walk. I could potentially pose a threat to your survival." A heavy silence settled over the group. For men who had defined their existence through loyalty to their prince, the prospect of abandoning him, even at his instruction, was nearly unthinkable. "There is another option," Vlad continued after a moment, "one that serves multiple purposes." His fevered eyes seemed to burn with renewed clarity. "Captain Bathory stated we depart at dawn. Radu, Michnea and Nikolai will accompany my litter with the Hungarians. Dragomir and Gaspar will disappear during the night, taking alternate routes to deliver messages and secure certain items of importance." He produced several sealed documents from within his doublet, documents he had been preparing during moments of lucidity over the past days. Dragomir will deliver this package to my wife in Brashov, along with instructions for reaching Saxon protection in Sibiu. Gaspar will take this second packet to the monastery at Snagov, where certain loyalists await direction. What remained unspoken was Vlad's suspicion that at least one among them had betrayed him, likely the same person who had facilitated his poisoning months earlier. By separating his remaining followers, he increased the chances that at least some of his final commands would be executed faithfully. As night deepened and the Hungarians maintained their watchful perimeter around the lodge, Vlad requested privacy in the subterranean chamber where he had spent the previous night. Only Radu remained nearby, standing guard at the top of the stone staircase. In the flickering lamplight, Vlad produced a small leather pouch from among his possessions. Inside lay a gold signet ring bearing the dragon emblem of the Order of the Dragon, the organisation his father had belonged to, and from which the family name Draculea derived. Alongside it rested a small Orthodox crucifix of Byzantine craftsmanship and a folded piece of parchment containing a prayer written in his mother's hand decades earlier. These personal effects, not the elaborate royal regalia that had been lost during his various exiles, but the modest items that connected him to his lineage, were all that remained of Vlad's personal legacy. He wrapped them carefully, adding a letter to his young son, and sealed the package with wax, impressed by his thumb rather than his official seal. When Radu descended the stairs later to check on his prince, he found Vlad kneeling in prayer before an improvised altar, the crucifix placed upon the same stone table where his grandfather had extracted confessions through methodical torture. The juxtaposition captured the contradiction that had defined the Draculeshti dynasty for generations. Devout Orthodox Christians who had employed shocking violence in defence of their faith and principality. "You should rest, my prince," Radu suggested quietly. "Tomorrow's journey will tax your strength." "Rest," Vlad repeated contemplatively. "There will be time enough for that soon." He struggled to his feet, accepting Radu's assistance without the pride that would have forbidden such help in earlier days. "Tell me honestly, old friend, how will history remember me?" Radu considered the question carefully. "As a defender of Christendom against the Ottoman advance, as a prince who held the line when others would have surrendered. And the impalements, the forest of stakes outside Targoviste that made the Sultan's army turn back?" "Necessary," Radu replied simply. "Those who haven't faced the decisions you faced cannot judge the methods you employed." Vlad nodded slowly. "Yet judge they will. Already the German printers spread their pamphlets depicting me as a monster who dines among forests of impaled victims. The Saxons, whose cities I protected from Ottoman raids, write of me as a bloodthirsty tyrant." A bitter smile crossed his pale features. Perhaps it is better to be remembered as a monster than forgotten entirely. As Christmas Eve gave way to Christmas morning, the Hungarian escort prepared for departure. Vlad was carefully placed in a litter that would be carried between two horses, an arrangement he accepted with grim resignation, understanding his body no longer permitted the dignity of riding upright. Before they departed, Dragomir and Gaspar disappeared as planned, ostensibly to scout the forward path, but in reality beginning their separate journeys to deliver Vlad's final communications. Nobody could have predicted that only one of these messages would reach its intended recipient, and that the other messenger harboured treachery that would shape the final chapter of Vlad's story. The journey toward the Transylvanian border proceeded slowly through deepening snow. By midday on Christmas, Vlad's condition had deteriorated sharply. The poison had progressed to his extremities, causing periodic muscle spasms that left him gasping for breath. Captain Bathory ordered a temporary halt in a sheltered ravine, allowing his men to establish a windbreak around Vlad's litter. "We should reach the border post by nightfall," the Hungarian officer informed Radu and Minna. "From there, we can obtain a proper wagon for transport to Fagarash." What remained unspoken was the increasing likelihood that they would be transporting a corpse rather than a living prince. Vlad had been unconscious for the past hour, his breathing shallow and irregular. Nikolai had been sent ahead to ensure the border garrison prepared appropriate accommodations, while the remaining Wallachians maintained a protective circle around their dying leader. As twilight approached, bringing with it plummeting temperatures, Vlad unexpectedly regained consciousness. His yellow eyes seemed to burn with unnatural clarity as he beckoned Radu closer. "Water," he rasped. After taking a small sip from the offered water skin, Vlad gripped Radu's wrist with surprising strength. "Do you have the package for my son secured?" Yes, my prince, hidden as you instructed. And Dragomir? Has there been word? None yet, but he knows the forest paths better than any man. He will reach Brashov safely. Vlad's expression tightened. He will not reach Brashov. He travels in the opposite direction. Radu's confusion was evident. But your instructions... We're a test, Vlad interrupted, his voice barely above a whisper. One I needed to confirm before death claims me. With tremendous effort, he raised himself slightly on one elbow, scanning the nearby figures, until he located Mihnea consulting maps with the Hungarian captain several yards away. My cousin has betrayed me, Vlad whispered. It was Mihnea who arranged for the poison. She has been sending intelligence to Basarab throughout our retreat. Radu's hand moved instinctively to his weapon. How can you be certain? The documents I gave to Dragomir and Gashbar contained different information. Location of treasuries, military dispositions, names of loyal agents. The packet for Dragomir contained accurate information about my wife's location. The packet for Gashbar contained false information, including the claim that Mihnea was my chosen successor. And you believe Gashbar is loyal while Dragomir... Dragomir served my father before me. His loyalty was never in question, Vlad explained. Each word clearly causing him pain. I sent him north because I knew Mihnea would expect me to send messages south. I suspected Gashbar maintained correspondence with Mihnea, so I gave him false information. Standing dawned on Radu's weathered face. The shepherd mentioned by Sturza's messenger. Gashbar was passing information through him. Indeed, and now Gashbar travels to rendezvous with Ottoman agents, carrying what he believes are vital state secrets. A ghost of Vlad's old calculating smile crossed his features. Instead, he delivers carefully crafted misinformation that will send Basarab's forces searching in the wrong direction for weeks. And Mihnea, Vlad's gaze hardened, watches me die by inches, believing himself the architect of my downfall, never suspecting I identified him months ago. He paused, struggling for breath. But I would not leave this earth without him knowing that his treachery was as transparent to me as the winter air. What would you have me do, my prince? Radu asked, the loyalty of decades evident in his voice. Nothing, old friend. The Hungarians will protect him as part of their agreement with Basarab, another betrayal by Matthias that I anticipated. Vlad's voice weakened further. Let Mihnea live with the knowledge that he did not deceive me, that even dying I remained one step ahead of his schemes. As night descended fully over the Carpathians, a small cavalcade reached the Hungarian border fortress. Vlad was transferred to a proper bed in the commander's quarters, though all present recognized that death approached swiftly. The poison had reached his extremities, turning his fingertips black, while the yellowing of his skin had deepened to an alarming bronze hue. Throughout the night, as Hungarian guards maintained vigil outside his chamber, Radu watched as Vlad drifted between consciousness and delirium. In his fevered state, the prince recited Byzantine military formations, debated theology with long-dead bishops, and issued commands to armies that had dissolved years earlier. Shortly before dawn on December 26, Vlad experienced a final moment of clarity. His eyes opened, focusing on Radu with unexpected sharpness. "My story ends here," he stated with surprising strength, "but Walachia's continues. We must protect my son until he can reclaim what is rightfully his." "I swear it," Radu promised. Vlad nodded slightly, satisfaction evident despite his pain. "History writes itself with blood, Radu. Mine has contributed its share to those pages." He paused, his breathing becoming more irregular. "I regret nothing. Every impalement, every execution, every brutal act preserved Walachia's independence one day longer against forces that would devour us." As the first light of dawn illuminated the eastern sky, Vlad Draculae, three-time Prince of Wallachia, closed his eyes for the final time. The man known throughout Christendom as the Impaler died not on a battlefield or by an assassin's blade, but from poison administered by a trusted kinsman, the most traditional death for a Balkan ruler. Captain Bathory entered the chamber an hour later, paying proper respects to the deceased prince before turning to practical matters. "King Matthias has ordered that Prince Vlad receive proper Christian burial at the monastery in Snagov," he informed Radu. "We depart as soon as arrangements can be made." Neither man mentioned that Matthias's sudden concern for Vlad's proper interment likely stemmed from political calculations rather than respect. A verifiable grave would prevent pretenders from claiming to be the resurrected Draculia in future years, a common occurrence with charismatic leaders whose deaths occurred under ambiguous circumstances. As Hungarian soldiers constructed a transportation bier, Radu noticed Mina watching from a distance, his expression unreadable. The cousin who had betrayed his prince now found himself in an uncertain position, neither fully trusted by the Hungarians nor able to return to Basarab's court without risking exposure of his double game. That evening, as the small procession prepared to depart for Snagov, Radu approached Mihnia in the fortress stables. "He knew," Radu stated simply. "He identified you as the traitor months ago." The colour drained from Mihnia's face. "Impossible. I was careful. I didn't exercise enough caution." His final words concerned you specifically. The story was not entirely true, but Radu considered the embellishment justified. He died knowing exactly who had poisoned him and why. As Mina struggled to respond, Radu continued, "The Hungarians may protect you for now, but eventually they'll recognise your true nature. Men who betray family rarely prove loyal to strangers." Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away, leaving Vlad's treacherous cousin alone with the consequences of his actions. The funeral procession travelled slowly through the winter landscape, carrying Vlad's body from the Hungarian border fortress to Snagov Monastery. Captain Bathory had assigned 20 of his best men as escort, ostensibly as a mark of respect, but primarily to ensure that the former prince was truly laid to rest rather than spirited away by loyalists who might use him as a rallying symbol. Radu and Nikolai rode directly behind the wagon, bearing Vlad's body, which had been prepared according to Orthodox tradition by monks who accompanied the procession. In death, with the tension released from his features, the fearsome ruler appeared surprisingly peaceful, an illusion that contrasted sharply with the violent reality of his life and reign. Mihnia had remained behind at the border fortress, his status now ambiguous. Without Vlad's direct accusation, there was insufficient evidence to charge him with regicide, yet his obvious complicity in Basarab's schemes made him untrustworthy to both Hungarian and Wallachian interests. Like many failed conspirators throughout history, he had created a precarious position for himself, useful to various powers temporarily but ultimately expendable to all. On January 3rd, 1477, as a heavy snowfall blanketed the countryside in purifying white, Vlad Draculea was laid to rest in the monastery church at Snagov. The ceremony combined the elaborate rituals of Orthodox tradition with the subdued atmosphere necessitated by political reality. No boyars from Basarab's court attended, though several sent representatives to verify the death of their former prince. Following tradition, the officiating priest delivered a eulogy that emphasized Vlad's defense of Christianity against Ottoman expansion while diplomatically avoiding mention of his more controversial methods. In the flickering candlelight of the monastery church, the contradiction that had defined Vlad's existence seemed temporarily resolved, with Byzantine icons gazing down from gilded walls, the warrior prince finally at peace. After the formal ceremony concluded, and the Hungarian escort withdrew to establish camp nearby, Radu remained alone in the church, maintaining vigil beside his prince's body. As night deepened and monks completed their evening prayers in adjacent chambers, a hooded figure slipped quietly through the side entrance. "I wasn't certain you would come," Radu commented, without looking up. Dragomir pushed back his hood, snow melting from his grizzled beard in the church's relative warmth. "I would not miss paying final respects, regardless of risk. Did you deliver the package as instructed?" The old warrior nodded. The princess and her son are safely established in Sibiu, under Saxon protection. The documents and gold will ensure their security for years to come. He paused, studying the peaceful face of his deceased master. So it was poison after all. "It was administered gradually over months," Radu confirmed, "likely beginning during the Restoration Feast in October. And the perpetrator? Mihnia, with Gashpar's assistance. The prince identified them both before the end." Dragomir's weathered face hardened. "Then justice must—" "The prince expressly forbade vengeance," Radu interrupted. His final concern was for his son's future, not retribution against his betrayers. The two veterans of countless campaigns stood in contemplative silence, their shared history with the dead man before them spanning decades of Wallachier's turbulent existence. Eventually, Dragomir spoke again. What happens now? To Wallachia? To his legacy? Basarab will rule until the Ottomans find him no longer useful. Hungary will maintain the pretense of opposing Ottoman influence while practically accommodating it. The cycle continues. Radu's voice carried the weariness of a man who had witnessed too many political transitions, too many betrayals. "And us?" Dragomir asked. "Nikolai will return to his family's lands near the western border. I've instructed him to maintain communication with certain loyal elements, but to avoid obvious political engagement. As for you and me," Radu paused, "our obligations now extend to the young prince. He will need protection and guidance when he eventually seeks to reclaim his father's throne." Outside the monastery walls, the January wind carried swirling snow across Lake Snugov, the frozen surface reflecting moonlight like polished silver. Within hours, official messengers would depart for Constantinople, Budapest and Venice, carrying formal notification of Vlad Draculea's death. Diplomats and spies throughout Europe would adjust their calculations accordingly, while ordinary citizens in villages from the Danube to the Rhine would tell increasingly elaborate stories about the bloodthirsty Wallachian prince. What none could have anticipated was how those stories would evolve over subsequent centuries, how the historical figure of Vlad the Impaler would gradually transform through German folk tales, Victorian literature, and eventually cinema, into the supernatural character of Count Dracula. The actual man, complex, brutal but effective, ultimately poisoned by his cousin, would fade behind the fictional vampire created by Bram Stoker 4 centuries later. Yet for those who had known him, who had fought alongside him in defence of Wallachian independence, Vlad remained neither monster nor myth, but a ruler shaped by the harsh realities of 15th century Balkan politics. His methods had been extreme, though his vengeance terrifying, but his fundamental objective, preserving his principality's autonomy between expanding empires, had been achieved repeatedly against overwhelming odds. In the years following Vlad's death, as Ottoman influence expanded throughout the region, many Wallachians would look back on his reign with complex nostalgia. The terror he had employed became, in cultural memory, a symbol of strength rather than cruelty, evidence that a small principality could temporarily halt the advance of empires through sheer force of will. The historical record would later become muddled regarding Vlad's final resting place. Some chronicles assert that the Sultan, who had once been his hostage, sent his head to Constantinople as proof of his death. Others maintained that loyalists secretly removed his body from Snagov to a more secure location to prevent desecration by enemies. Archaeological investigations in the 20th century would yield inconclusive results, adding further mystery to the ending of a life already shrouded in legend. What remained certain was that Vlad Draculea died as he had lived, surrounded by betrayal yet maintaining strategic clarity until his final breath. The poison that claimed his life represented the culmination of personal and political vendettas accumulated through 3 turbulent reigns. Yet even in death, through careful planning and the loyalty of men like Radu and Dragomir, he had established contingencies to protect his bloodline and legacy. On the morning following the funeral, as Hungarian escorts prepared to depart, Abbot Nectrier of Snugov approached Radu with a sealed manuscript. "The prince entrusted this item to our monastery during his second reign," the elderly cleric explained, with instructions that it be delivered to his successor when the time came. Radu accepted the document, recognizing Vlad's distinctive seal. "What does it contain?" "I do not know its contents," the abbot replied, but he called it his testament, not of material possessions, but of knowledge accumulated through years of rule. Later, examining the manuscript in private, Radu discovered a comprehensive analysis of Wallachian politics, Ottoman military strategies, and Hungarian diplomatic duplicity, effectively a guidebook for governance written by a prince who had navigated these treacherous waters for decades. The final page contained a personal message to Vlad's son, written in his hand. "Power maintains itself through fear when love is unavailable. I chose fear because our circumstances permitted no alternative. Perhaps your time will offer different possibilities. Rule as conditions require, not as sentiment prefers." The dragon's shadow protected Wallachia, when the dragon's claws could not. As spring gradually reclaimed the Carpathian landscape in 1477, the political situation stabilised into a new equilibrium. Basarab Laiota cemented his control over Wallachia with Ottoman support, while Hungarian influence concentrated on Transylvania. The border regions returned to their traditional state of uneasy coexistence, punctuated by occasional raids and diplomatic adjustments. The story of Vlad the Impaler, his extraordinary methods of maintaining power, his resistance against Ottoman expansion, and his ultimately unsuccessful struggle against internal betrayal, became gradually incorporated into the broader narrative of Eastern European resistance against imperial domination. His cultural afterlife eventually overshadowed his significant but temporary historical impact, serving as the inspiration for fictional vampirism. Yet for those who truly understood Balkan politics of the 15th century, Vlad represented something more complex than either hero or villain. He embodied the desperate measures required of small states caught between expanding empires. His poisoning by a trusted kinsman merely confirmed the dangerous reality he had navigated throughout his life, where family connections provided no immunity from betrayal. In the quiet monastery church at Snegov, where candles burned perpetually for his soul according to Orthodox tradition, Vlad Draculaea found a peace that had eluded him in life. Whether his physical remains actually rested beneath the stone floor became less important than the legacy of determined resistance he had established, a template for national identity that would resonate through Romanian consciousness for centuries to come. The mystery surrounding his final days and death, like many aspects of his controversial life, would still stimulate debate among historians, writers, and ordinary citizens fascinated by the man behind the mythology. The poisoning that led to his death was merely the final betrayal in a life characterized by treachery, which he overcame through strategic brilliance and calculated terror. Perhaps most fitting was that Vlad died not from a Turkish scimitar or Hungarian execution, but from poison administered by his blood relation. A death that embodied the Byzantine complexity of Balkan politics he had navigated throughout his remarkable life. In this, as in many aspects, the historical reality of Vlad the Impaler proved more nuanced and ultimately more intriguing than the supernatural fiction that would later bear his family name. Picture yourself settling into your favourite chair, maybe with a warm cup of tea, as we travel back to a time when America was a very different place. It's the late 1800s, and if you wanted to get somewhere, you'd better have a good pair of shoes, a reliable horse, or access to a train. The idea of every family owning their own personal transportation device, well, that was about as likely as having a computer in your pocket that could connect you to anyone in the world. Oh, wait. Our story begins with a young man named Henry Ford, born in 1863 on a farm in what's now Dearborn, Michigan. Now, Henry wasn't your typical farm boy. While other kids were content to milk cows and plant corn, Henry was the kind of kid who'd take apart the family's pocket watch just to see how it worked. His father probably wasn't thrilled about this habit, much like how you might feel if your teenager decided to fix your smartphone. Henry had what we'd call today a classic case of mechanical curiosity. He couldn't see a machine without wondering how it ticked, literally and figuratively. When Henry first laid eyes on a steam engine at the age of 13, it was an instant connection. Not the romantic kind of love, mind you, but the kind of obsession that makes you forget to eat dinner because you're too busy sketching gear ratios. By 16, Henry had left the farm for Detroit, which was already becoming a hub of American industry. He found work as a machinist's apprentice, earning $2.50 a week. To put that in perspective, that's about what you might spend on a fancy coffee drink today, except Henry had to live on it for 7 days. But he was learning, absorbing everything about how things worked, from steam engines to the newfangled electricity that was just beginning to light up cities. What made Henry different from other tinkerers of his time wasn't just his mechanical aptitude, it was his vision. While others saw machines as individual marvels, Henry began to see them as part of something bigger. He understood that the real magic wasn't just in making something work, but in making it work for everyone. The project wasn't just about building a better mousetrap, this was about reimagining how society itself could function. During these early years in Detroit, Henry worked for the Edison Illuminating Company, eventually becoming their chief engineer. Yes, that Edison, Thomas Edison himself. Working for the man who brought us the light bulb gave Henry front row seats to the biggest technological revolution of his time. He watched how Edison didn't just invent things, but created entire systems around them. The light bulb was useless without power plants, wiring and switches. Henry was taking notes, but Henry's real passion project was happening in his spare time in a little brick shed behind his house. He was building what he called a horseless carriage, basically a carriage without the horse, powered by a gasoline engine. The carriage wasn't a completely original idea. Other inventors were working on similar projects, but Henry had something different in mind. While others were creating expensive toys for the wealthy, Henry was already dreaming of something that ordinary people could afford. In 1896, at 2 a.m. on a June morning, Henry fired up his first successful automobile. There was just one problem. The car was wider than the door of his workshop, so what did he do? He took an axe to the brick wall. His wife Clara, watching from the doorway in her nightgown, probably wondered if she'd married a genius or a madman. Time would reveal that it was a combination of both genius and madness. That first car, the quadricycle as he called it, could reach the blazing speed of 20 miles per hour. To put that in perspective, that's slower than most people jog today, but it was fast enough to scare horses and create quite a stir in the neighbourhood. Henry had achieved a significant milestone. He'd proven that his vision wasn't just a dream, it was possible. As you drift off tonight, imagine that moment when Henry first drove his quadricycle down Detroit's dirt roads. The neighbours peered out their windows, wondering what that strange contraption was. Henry himself probably grinning from ear to ear, knowing that he'd just taken the first step toward changing not just how people got around, but how they lived, worked, and thought about the future. Now, you might think that after building his first car, Henry Ford would have immediately started mass-producing them. But here's where our story gets interesting, and where Henry shows he was more than just a good mechanic. He was a dreamer with a practical streak, and he understood something that many inventors miss. Building something once is engineering, but building it affordably for millions of people, that's revolution. Henry's early attempts at starting a car company were, to put it gently, learning experiences. His first company, the Detroit Automobile Company, folded faster than a cheap lawn chair. The cars were too expensive, too unreliable, and frankly too much like the luxury playthings that other manufacturers were making. Henry wanted something different, but he wasn't quite sure how to get there yet. This is where Henry's story becomes relatable to anyone who's ever had a big idea that seemed impossible. You know that feeling when you can see exactly what you want to accomplish, but every practical step seems to lead to another obstacle. That was Henry in the early 1900s. He could envision millions of Americans driving affordable cars, but the math just didn't add up. Cars were assembled by skilled craftsmen, one at a time, like handmade furniture. The result was beautiful but expensive, about $3,000 for a basic model, which was more than most people made in 2 years. But Henry was stubborn in the best possible way. Instead of giving up or settling for the luxury market, he became obsessed with a single question. How do you make something both good and cheap? It's the same question that would later drive entrepreneurs to create everything from affordable computers to budget airlines. Henry was researching cars at a time when most people considered them a fleeting trend. The breakthrough came when Henry started studying other industries. He spent time in slaughterhouses, not the most pleasant research locations, but bear with me here. He watched how they processed cattle, with each worker performing one specific task as the carcass moved along overhead rails. He visited flour mills and watched grain being processed in stages. He was seeing the power of breaking down complex tasks into simple, repeatable steps. The process wasn't just about efficiency, it was about democratization. You can only make a few of them, and they'll be expensive. But if you can teach someone to do one task well, you can make a lot of them, and they can be cheap. It's the same principle that makes your smartphone possible. Instead of one person handcrafting each phone, thousands of people each do one small part of the process. Henry's breakthrough occurred when he realised that instead of workers circling a stationary car, the car could move past these workers. Each person would install one component, then the car would move to the next station. It sounds simple now, but it was revolutionary then. It was like rearranging the entire world of manufacturing. But here's what made Henry different from other industrialists of his time. He didn't just want to make cars efficiently, he wanted to make them so efficiently that his own workers could afford to buy them. This wasn't just good business, it was visionary. He understood that the people who made the cars should also be able to enjoy them. It's a lesson that some modern companies are still learning. In 1903, Henry founded the Ford Motor Company with $28,000 in capital. That's roughly $850,000 in today's money. Significant, but not the billions we associate with major companies today. From the beginning, he was clear about his mission: I will build a car for the great multitude. He was not building a car for the wealthy or the elite, but for everyone. The first Ford Model A sold for $850, which was still expensive but considerably less than the competition. More importantly, Henry was already planning for the future. He knew that the present was just the beginning, that the real goal was to make cars as common as bicycles. His partners thought he was crazy. They wanted to focus on more expensive cars with higher profit margins per unit. But Henry had a different vision of profit. Instead of making a lot of money on a few cars, why not make a little money on many cars? As you settle in for the night, picture Henry in his office, sketching and calculating, surrounded by the noise and smoke of early Detroit industry. He's not just designing a car, he's designing a new way of life. He's imagining families taking Sunday drives, workers commuting to better jobs, and young people exploring the world beyond their neighborhoods. He's dreaming of an America where mobility isn't a privilege but a possibility for everyone. Let's talk about what might be the most important car ever built. A car so revolutionary that it changed not just transportation, but the entire fabric of American society. In 1908, Henry Ford introduced the Model T, and if you've ever heard someone jokingly say, "You can have any colour you want as long as it's black," you're hearing an echo of this moment in history. But here's the thing about that famous quote. It wasn't about Henry being stubborn or lacking imagination. It was about something much more profound. The power of standardization. By offering the Model T in just one colour, and it was actually dark green initially, but black dried faster, Henry could streamline production and keep costs down. It's the same principle that makes modern fast food possible. Limited options, but consistent quality and low prices. The Model T wasn't just affordable, it was practically indestructible. Henry understood that if you're going to sell cars to farmers, factory workers, and middle-class families, those cars better be able to handle whatever life throws at them. The Model T could drive through mud that would stop a modern SUV, and it was so simple that just about anyone could learn to repair it. It was the era's smartphone, not due to its complexity, but because it was easy to use. Now, imagine you're living in 1908. Your world is still largely organised around walking distance. You live near where you work, you shop at the stores in your neighbourhood, and if you want to visit family in the next town over, that's a major expedition requiring careful planning. The Model T changed all of that. Suddenly, distance became less important than time. You could live in one place and work in another. You could shop where prices were better, not just where things were closest. But here's where Henry's real genius shows. He didn't just build a car, he built a system. He understood that selling cars was useless if people couldn't get parts, fuel or repairs. So Ford created a network of dealerships across the country, trained mechanics, and standardized parts. When your Model T broke down in rural Kansas, you could fix it with Detroit parts and procedures. It's the same thinking that makes your phone work the same way whether you're in New York or Nebraska. The production innovations were just as revolutionary as the car itself. Henry's assembly line didn't just make cars faster, it made them consistently better. When each worker becomes an expert at one specific task, quality actually improves. It's like the difference between a home cook making one elaborate meal and a specialist making one perfect dish hundreds of times. In 1908, the Model T sold for $825. By 1925, the price had dropped to $290, even though the car had gotten better. That's the opposite of what usually happens with products. They typically get more expensive over time, not cheaper. Henry found the learning curve. The more you make something, the better you get at it, and the cheaper it is. But the real revolution was social. The Model T democratized mobility in a way that changed everything about how Americans lived. Young people could court someone from the next town over. Families could live in suburbs and commute to city jobs. Farmers could get their products to market faster and cheaper. It's hard to overstate how fundamentally these innovations changed daily life. The Model T also created something we take for granted today, the weekend road trip. Before cars, leisure travel was something only the wealthy could afford. But with a Model T, a middle-class family could pack up on the Saturday morning and explore places they had only heard about. This marked the start of America's passion for the open road. Extending from Route 66 to the interstate highway system, Henry's workers were among the first to benefit. In 1914, he made a decision that shocked the business world. He doubled his workers' wages to $5 a day. Other industrialists believed he had gone insane, but Henry understood something they didn't. If his workers could afford to buy the cars they were making, he'd have a whole new market. It wasn't just generosity, it was brilliant business strategy. The $5 day did more than boost sales. It created a new kind of middle class. Ford workers could afford not just cars, but homes, appliances, and education for their children. They became consumers, not just producers. This era was the beginning of the consumer economy that would define 20th century America. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the sound of a Model T puttering down a dirt road in 1915, perhaps carrying a family on their first real vacation, or a young entrepreneur heading to the city to start a business. That simple black car wasn't just transportation. It was possibility itself, rolling down American roads and into the future. Now we come to the most important part of our story, when Henry Ford changed how everything was made. The assembly line wasn't just a manufacturing technique, it was a complete rethinking of how work itself could be organised. Like many revolutionary ideas, it began with a simple observation and a willingness to challenge traditional methods. Picture the world of manufacturing before Henry's innovation. If you desired a car, a skilled craftsman would construct it from beginning to end. He'd be part mechanic, part artist, and part engineer. Each car was unique, like a handmade piece of furniture. It was beautiful in its way, because it was also slow, expensive, and required workers with years of training. It's like the difference between having a master chef prepare your meal from scratch versus having a kitchen staff where each person specialises in one aspect of the meal. Henry's breakthrough came from watching that slaughterhouse we mentioned earlier, but also from studying his workers. He noticed that when someone did the same task repeatedly, they got remarkably quick at it. They became not just slightly faster, but significantly faster. A worker who could install a dashboard in 20 minutes could do it in 5 minutes after doing it 100 times. The steep learning curve led to substantial improvements, but the real innovation was moving the work to the worker, instead of the worker to the work. Instead of craftsmen walking around a stationary car with their tools, the car would move along a line while workers stayed in one spot with their tools organised exactly how they needed them. It sounds obvious now, but it was revolutionary then. It's akin to the difference between a chef frantically gathering ingredients in a kitchen and having everything they need within easy reach. The first assembly line at Ford's Highland Park plant was almost comically simple. They used a rope and pulley system to drag car frames past workers onto a wooden floor. But it worked. The time to build a car dropped from 12 hours to 2.5 hours almost immediately. And this improvement was just the beginning. As they refined the process, adding conveyors and optimizing the workflow, the time kept dropping. But here's what made Henry's approach different from other industrialists. He obsessed over the details that made workers' lives better, not just more productive. He studied how high the conveyor belt should be, so workers didn't have to bend over or reach up. He figured out the optimal speed, fast enough to maintain efficiency, but not so fast that workers felt rushed or made mistakes. He was essentially inventing ergonomics, though that word wouldn't be coined for decades. The results were staggering. By 1914, Ford's Highland Park plant could produce more cars in a day than most manufacturers could make in a month. The Model T, which had taken 728 minutes to assemble in 1913, was taking just 93 minutes by 1914. That's not just improvement, that's transformation. But with this efficiency came new challenges. Repetitive work could be mind-numbing. Worker turnover was initially high as people found the work boring compared to the variety of traditional craftsmanship. Henry's solution was typically direct. He paid workers well enough that they wanted to stay. The famous $5 a day wasn't just about buying cars, it was about creating jobs that people actually wanted to keep. This is where Henry's philosophy really shines through. He understood that efficiency without humanity was ultimately self-defeating. Happy workers were productive workers. Well-paid workers were loyal workers. Workers who could afford the products they made were also customers. It was a virtuous cycle that benefited everyone. The assembly line also democratized skill. Previously, making cars required master craftsmen with years of training, but Henry's system could take someone with no experience and make them productive in days. The initiative wasn't about replacing skilled workers, it was about creating a new kind of skilled work. Workers became experts in their specific tasks, often innovating better ways to do their jobs. Other industries took notice. The assembly line principle spread to everything from appliances to electronics to food processing. Even today, when you unwrap a smartphone or open a packaged meal, you're benefiting from principles Henry Ford pioneered. The modern world of abundant, affordable goods traces back to that first rope and pulley system dragging car frames across a factory floor in Detroit. But perhaps the most important thing to understand is that Henry didn't just speed up production, he made it more predictable. Before the assembly line, you never knew exactly when a car would be finished. With the assembly line, you could plan production weeks in advance. This predictability made everything else possible: supply chains, dealer networks, even consumer financing. As you rest tonight, think about how many things in your daily life exist because of Henry's innovations. The device you're listening to this on, the car in your driveway, even the grocery store where you shop, they all owe something to that moment when Henry decided to move the work to the worker instead of the worker to the work. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how everything was made. January 5th, 1914 was a day that changed not just Ford Motor Company, but the entire relationship between workers and employers in America. On that day, Henry Ford announced something so radical that newspapers across the country struggled to believe it was real. He was going to pay his workers $5 a day. To understand why the news was so shocking, you need to know that the average industrial wage at the time was about $2.50 a day. Henry wasn't just raising wages, he was more than doubling them. Other business leaders believed Henry was insane. The Wall Street Journal called it an economic crime and predicted it would ruin Ford Motor Company. Competitors were furious, worried that they'd have to raise their wages to compete for workers. But Henry had done his math, and his reasoning was both simple and brilliant. If we pay our workers well, they'll be able to buy our cars. The immediate effect was chaos, but the good kind of chaos. The next morning, thousands of men lined up outside Ford's Highland Park plant, hoping for jobs. Police had to use fire hoses to control the crowds. Word spread that Ford was paying wages that could actually support a family, and workers came from across the country. It was like the gold rush, except instead of searching for gold, people were searching for good jobs. However, Henry's $5 day was not without its limitations. Workers had to meet certain standards, not just at work but in their personal lives. Ford created a sociological department that would visit workers' homes to ensure they were living properly. This meant no drinking, no gambling, keeping a clean house, and sending children to school. By modern standards, the arrangement seems intrusive and paternalistic, but in the context of 1914, many workers saw it as a fair trade, a middle-class wage in exchange for middle-class behaviour. The programme worked better than even Henry expected. Worker turnover dropped to under 20%, down from over 300% annually, meaning they had to hire 3 people for every job just to keep positions filled. Quality improved dramatically. Productivity soared. The workers who stayed were invested in their jobs in a way that had never been seen before in industrial America. But the real revolution was what happened after work. For the first time in American history, you had industrial workers who could afford more than just survival. They could buy homes, not just rent them. They could purchase appliances, furniture, and yes, cars. They could send their children to high school instead of putting them to work at age 14. They could plan for the future instead of just surviving the present day. Henry had essentially created a new social class, the industrial middle class. These weren't farmers or shopkeepers or professionals, they were factory workers who lived like middle-class people. The idea was revolutionary. Throughout history, people who worked with their hands had always been poor. Henry changed that equation. The ripple effects were enormous. When Ford workers could afford to buy homes, the construction industry boomed. When they could afford appliances, the appliance industry grew. When they could afford cars, the entire automotive industry expanded. Henry had discovered something that economists would later call the multiplier effect. When you put money in workers' pockets, they spend it, which creates more jobs, which creates more spending. Other companies slowly began to follow Ford's lead, not out of generosity, but out of necessity. They discovered what Henry had already figured out. Well-paid workers were more productive, more loyal, and more innovative. The idea that paying workers well could build a better business challenged the notion that paying them as little as possible would work. But the $5 day was about more than wages. It was about dignity. For the first time, industrial workers experienced a sense of partnership in the business, rather than being mere components. They had a stake in the company's success because that success directly affected their lives. When the Model T sold well, Ford workers benefited. When the company grew, their job security increased. Henry also understood something that many modern companies have forgotten. Training workers is an investment, not an impulse. The sociological department didn't just monitor workers' behaviour, it provided education and support. Workers could learn English, take classes in personal finance, and get help navigating the bureaucracy of home ownership. Ford was creating not just employees, but citizens. The program wasn't perfect. The intrusion into workers' private lives was problematic, and the standards were sometimes arbitrary and culturally biased. But the fundamental principle that workers should share in the prosperity they help create was revolutionary and remains relevant today. By 1915, Ford workers were buying Model Ts with their own paychecks. Henry's forecast had materialised. His employees had transformed into his clients. More than that, they had become tangible evidence that the American dream was achievable for individuals who employed their hands, not just their minds. As you settle into sleep, imagine what it must have felt like to be a Ford worker in 1915, driving home in a car you built and paid for with wages that seemed impossible just a few years earlier. You weren't just going home from work, you were driving toward a future that previous generations of workers could never have imagined. By the 1920s, something remarkable had happened in America. The country had become mobile in a way that no society in human history had ever been before. Thanks to Henry Ford's vision and the Model T's success, cars were no longer luxury items for the wealthy. They were becoming as common as telephones and electric lights. And this transformation was changing everything about how Americans lived, worked, and thought about themselves. The numbers tell an incredible story. In 1910, approximately 500,000 cars were present throughout the United States. By 1920, there were 9 million. By 1930, there were 26 million. That's not just growth, that's a complete transformation of society. It's like the adoption of smartphones, but even more fundamental because cars changed where people could live, work, and play. Think about what this development meant for a typical American family. In 1910, your job options were limited to what you could reach on foot or by streetcar. Neighbourhood stores were the only places you could shop. Your social life was limited to people who lived nearby. Your children's education was limited to the local school. By 1925, all of those limitations had been swept away. The car had given ordinary people a kind of freedom that had previously been available only to the wealthy. The transformation was especially dramatic in rural areas. Farmers had been among the most isolated people in America, sometimes going weeks without seeing anyone outside their immediate family. The Model T changed that overnight. Farmers could drive to town for supplies, attend church regularly, and send their children to better schools. They could get their crops to market faster and cheaper. They could access medical care that had been unreachable before. The car didn't just change rural life, it saved it. But perhaps the most profound change was in how young people lived. Before cars, courtship was a highly supervised affair. Young men would visit young women in their family's parlour, under the watchful eye of parents. The car changed all that. Suddenly young people could go out together, alone, and explore their feelings without constant supervision. It's hard to overstate how revolutionary the invention was. The car didn't just change transportation, it changed romance, marriage, and family formation. Cities began to reshape themselves around the automobile. New suburbs sprang up, connected to downtown areas by roads rather than streetcar lines. Shopping centres moved from downtown to the outskirts, where land was cheaper and parking was abundant. The mall, that quintessentially American institution, was born from the marriage of cars and commerce. People could live in quiet residential areas and commute to work, shop at convenient locations, and still have access to urban amenities. The car also democratized leisure in ways that are difficult to imagine today. Before cars, vacation travel was something only the wealthy could afford. Working families might take a day trip to a nearby lake or park, but real travel required trains and hotels that were beyond most people's budgets. The car changed that. Families could pack up and drive to national parks, beaches, or mountains. They could camp along the way, making vacation travel affordable for the first time. This phenomenon gave birth to an entirely new industry: roadside America. Gas stations, motor courts, the predecessors of motels, diners, and tourist attractions sprang up along major highways. Route 66, the famous highway from Chicago to Los Angeles, became a symbol of American freedom and adventure. Railroads had bypassed small towns, but if they happened to be along a major highway, they suddenly found themselves back on the map. But the car revolution wasn't just about leisure, it was about opportunity. Workers could live in one place and work in another, which meant they could choose jobs based on quality rather than just proximity. Businesses could locate where land was cheaper and still attract workers. The entire economic geography of America was being redrawn by the automobile. Henry Ford had predicted this transformation, but even he was probably surprised by how quickly and completely it happened. The Model T had become more than just a product, it was the catalyst for a new way of life. Americans were becoming a mobile people, always ready to move toward better opportunities, new experiences, and different ways of living. The psychological impact was just as important as the practical one. Owning a car gave people a sense of control over their lives that they'd never had before. They weren't dependent on streetcar schedules or limited to walking distance. They could make decisions about where and when to go there. It was a kind of personal freedom that was entirely new in human experience. Of course, this transformation brought challenges too. Traffic jams, parking problems, and air pollution were the price of mobility. Traditional communities began to break down as people became more mobile and less tied to specific neighbourhoods. The car enabled suburbanization, which had both positive and negative effects on American society. But for most Americans in the 1920s, the car represented pure possibility. It was the physical embodiment of the American dream, the idea that with hard work and determination you could go anywhere and become anything. Henry Ford had built more than just an affordable car, he had built a machine that made dreams feel achievable. Imagine the excitement of a family in 1925, packing their Model T for their first real vacation, heading out on roads that led to places they'd only read about in books. They weren't just driving, they were exploring a new kind of freedom that their parents could never have imagined. As we reach the end of our story, it's worth reflecting on just how completely Henry Ford changed not just America, but the world. By the time he died in 1947, the boy who took apart pocket watches on a Michigan farm fundamentally altered how people lived, worked, and thought about the future. But his legacy goes far beyond the millions of cars that rolled off his assembly lines. Henry's greatest achievement wasn't technical, it was philosophical. He proved that mass production and high wages could work together, that efficiency and humanity weren't opposites, and that the people who made things should also be able to afford them. His approach wasn't just a business strategy, it was a new way of thinking about the relationship between work and prosperity. The principles Henry pioneered, standardization, continuous improvement, and treating workers as partners rather than just labour, became the foundation of modern manufacturing. When you buy something today that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from ideas that Henry Ford developed in his Detroit factories. From smartphones to furniture to food, the modern world of abundant consumer goods traces back to those early assembly lines. But perhaps Henry's most important contribution was proving that innovation could be democratic. Before Ford, most new technologies were luxury items that gradually became more affordable. Henry reversed that process. He started with the goal of making cars affordable for everyone, then figured out how to make them efficiently. He began with the customer, not the technology, and that customer-first approach revolutionized how businesses think about innovation. The social changes Henry set in motion were even more profound than the economic ones. The automobile culture he created, the freedom to live where you want, work where you want, and travel where you want, became central to the American identity. The suburbs, the shopping mall, the family road trip, the drive-in restaurant, even the drive-through bank. All of these trace back to Henry's decision to make cars affordable for ordinary families. Henry also demonstrated something that many modern companies struggle with, the power of long-term thinking. While his competitors focused on quarterly profits, Henry was thinking in decades. He understood that building a sustainable business meant creating a sustainable society where workers could afford to be customers, where efficiency served humanity rather than replacing it, and where innovation made life better for everyone, not just the wealthy. The influence of Henry's ideas extended far beyond the automotive industry. The assembly line principle transformed manufacturing across every sector. The concept of paying workers well enough to be customers influenced labour policy for generations. The idea that mass production could create prosperity rather than just profit became a cornerstone of American economic policy. But Henry's story also teaches us about the complexity of change. The same innovations that created suburban prosperity also contributed to urban decay. The freedom of the automobile came with costs, pollution, traffic, and the decline of public transportation. The efficiency of mass production sometimes came at the expense of craftsmanship and individual creativity. Every revolution brings both benefits and challenges, and Henry's was no exception. What made Henry special wasn't that he was perfect, he certainly wasn't. He could be stubborn, sometimes to the point of damaging his own company. His paternalistic approach to worker welfare would be unacceptable today. His later embrace of automation over employment showed the limits of his vision. But what made him remarkable was his ability to see beyond the immediate problem to the larger possibilities. Today, as we face new revolutions in technology and work, Henry's example remains relevant. His approach, starting with human needs rather than technical capabilities, thinking about workers as partners rather than costs, and believing that innovation should serve everyone, not just the few, offers lessons for our digital age. When you drive your car tomorrow, remember that you're not just using a machine, you're participating in a revolution that began with a young man who couldn't resist taking things apart to see how they worked. When you buy something that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from principles that Henry Ford pioneered over a century ago. Henry proved that work can provide not just survival, but prosperity. The boy who left his father's farm to work in Detroit factories became the man who showed the world that technology could serve humanity, that efficiency could coexist with fairness, and that innovation could create opportunities for everyone. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how we think about work, prosperity, and the possibilities of American life. As you settle into sleep tonight, remember that you're living in the world that Henry Ford helped create, a world where ordinary people can afford extraordinary things, where innovation serves humanity, and where the next great breakthrough might come from someone who simply refuses to accept that things have to be done the way they've always been done. Remember, every revolution begins with someone brave enough to imagine that things could be different.